Sometimes long franchises get the so-called black sheep during their time in circulation. It doesn't matter what it is, because sometimes when it comes to internet discussion, it just becomes easier for people to hate the thing that everyone else says is bad other than discover what they think about it for themselves. Some people even want to just erase the odd part altogether without getting the whole picture. But I'm not one of those people.
In fact, I'm intrigued by these odd parts of the franchise. What may not work may just become a lesson to their creators. It might just make a series rise from the ashes of failure, or just steep right back into mediocrity, or just do whatever this was. I'm not sure what that might be for you, but for me, one example that I'm so passionate about is the Archie Sonic the Hedgehog comic. Today, I'm here to tell you about its complex, complicated, and somewhat chaotic 23-year run. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Shrugpod, and today we are going to be looking at the most misunderstood project of the entire Sonic the Hedgehog franchise. This is a retrospective of the Archie Sonic the Hedgehog comic.
After all this time, Knothole and its citizens are eliminated.
No! All my friends, everyone that ever mattered, everything all gone! Because of you, Robotnik! You better run, Robobutt!
How I hate that hedgehog. I've lived to see one dream come true. The destruction of Knothole Village and everyone within it. All that matters now is the pleasure of eliminating you once and for all. Beyond!
Oh! What? Ah!
Let me flash back to 2008. I went with my mom to Books A Million because my town didn't have a local comic shop for me to just go and read at for a long period of time. We'd typically just drive half an hour because I was a bookworm, and it got me into this long spiral of owning so many books. But there I was, looking through the comic book section. I don't think that Books A Million even sells single issues anymore. And I saw it. Sonic the Hedgehog. He was plastered onto a comic book, and I had to read it. My only two desires in life were Sonic and used paper, and I just love my mom. She helped push me towards the brink of insanity and instigated a love of Sonic and perpetuated this very unhealthy obsession. I mean healthy.
It was Sonic the Hedgehog issue 183, and I still own my original copy of it. Too bad my dog kinda chewed it up. You used to be able to buy an entire year's worth of back issues off of Archie's online website, and it was super cool. It was totally insane to see that there were that many Sonic comics to me. That got me involved into the world of Archie comics and their specific Sonic the Hedgehog universe.
My involvement with the series was pretty far into its run, as the series had its humble beginnings all the way back in 1992. One of the editors of Archie Comics at the time, Daryl Edelman, approached writer Michael Gallagher to write for a property that their company had just recently attained the rights to: Sonic the Hedgehog. The plan developed for there to be a 4-issue miniseries to quote-unquote establish the characters quickly through strong exposition using visuals from the game. Gallagher got a page of model sheets having characters, locations, and the backstory. Sonic's debut issue came out all the way back in November of 1992 with a small 4-issue miniseries aptly named Sonic the Hedgehog, written by Gallagher himself and penciled by Scott Shaw. This miniseries was an experiment made by people very familiar with the comic book production environment, especially during a market that was conquered by superheroes. The fact that a series from a video game character was catching this much popularity was a very interesting position to be in. A lot of Gallagher's thoughts are found in the 0th volume of Sonic Archives, where he speaks fondly of his experience developing the miniseries and into a serialized monthly comic. Fast forward to July 1993, and the series debuted officially with Sonic the Hedgehog, issue number 1, having Gallagher joined by other writers.
The first issue did a wonderful job of what to expect from the series. At this point, the only main games to be released were Sonic 1 and 2, so there was no really sizable cast that they had anything to go off of.
To counteract this issue, Archie worked alongside animation studio Deke that produced the 90s Sonic cartoons Sonic SatAM, as well as Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. They developed the comic concurrently with the upcoming shows all the way back in the miniseries. Using concept art, show bibles, and production materials, the series began with a colorful cast of characters during the miniseries that remained when the main series had its beginning. On the cover, you can see new characters Rotor the Walrus, Antoine Ducoulette, and fan favorite Sally Acorn as a part of the fray with Sonic and Tails. This series even had the Robotnik design from the animated series as well. While it wasn't a super stark contrast in designs, the SatAM design definitely stuck out and was distinct for this universe. The story for the comic was simple. On the planet of Mobius, Dr. Robotnik has taken over a majority of the world, roboticizing the citizens to become his robot slaves. The biggest threat to his total takeover, however, is a blue hedgehog named Sonic. With his super speed and wit to match, he foils Robotnik's schemes from issue to issue with the help of his friends, the Freedom Fighters. Together, they plan on foiling Robotnik's schemes of conquering the planet. The beginning of the series has isolated issues that finish the story within that singular comic. Going from a comedy focus to more story-driven issues around issue 18, the beginning issues included gags and some slapstick humor that had no real bearing to the plot and were filled with just tons of jokes. Some issues had multiple smaller stories within it that would just be little adventures for side characters or Sonic himself, while later on towards issue 20, there's more stories that start to lean away from comedy as much and have full issue stories. In the first few issues of seeing the Freedom Fighters, you get to see the little family that works together towards the evil Robotnik. It's a very Saturday morning cartoon type of setup, which toes the fine line between the melodramatic SatAM and the Tom and Jerry-esque Adventures cartoon. Seeing the initial dynamic of Sonic and his best pal Tails, the ever-cunning Princess Sally, the cowardly Nine Antoine, the sweet juggernaut Bunny Rabbit, or the techno-wizard Rotor, or Boomer if you're one of those guys, all stood tall in these wacky stories. Witness Sonic fight eco-terrorism. Sonic runs around the world in 4 seconds, a lawnmower shaped like Spawn is here, we're introduced to an evil version of Sonic, a whole army of other Sonics, and a giant lizard as Super Sonic with the help of a 4th wall break. One of my favorite issues in this early era is issue 18, giving off the classic spectacle that catches your eye like you're seeing it right on the shelf. Sonic and Sally are getting married? What do you mean Sonic and Sally are getting married? It's a story that all ends with the wedding actually being a play and Robotnik attempts to ruin the day regardless. Fun antics that are resolved quickly. Count how many times they show some reference to Sally and Sonic getting married in the series. But on the other end of the issue, this is also when the focus started shifting specifically away from Sonic and some issues with Sally getting her first solo story in the second half of that issue. Her story revolved around the loss of her caretaker Jalela and was the first time that it sank in that the world is not all sunshine and fun for the Freedom Fighters. You can say it starts in issue 17 with this format, but nothing really happens except setup, and I like talking about the dead animal people. The team also couldn't decide on what color to make Sally until they finally got the SatAM showrunners to help out with the design. That doesn't change the fact that it was still inconsistent because Adventures also had Sally's earlier design as well. Sonic's just inconsistent in any medium.
If I'm being honest, while it is charming, this is not the stuff that drew me into the comic. Sure, they're not awful, but when I'm typically doing a read-through or just kind of speeding through the series, I typically just kind of fly over this part. There's a 90s child that just put me on a hit list somewhere.
We're introduced to many characters in this time. People like comic originals Jeffrey St. John, and the duo Vertical and Horizontal. But there was also characters from SatAM like Uncle Chuck, Mutsky, King Acorn, and Bunny Rabbit, but most importantly, Knuckles also joined the cast as well. I mean, it's Knuckles. Not to mention the art that sticks out in such a fun way with artists like Dave Manick and Art Mawhinney. What defined a turning point for the series were 2 key leads into the series. Writer Ken Penders and artist Patrick Spaziante. Issue 20 and 21 became the first multi-issue story within the main series. While we had seen Penders write alongside Mike Kantarovich, this was Spaziante's first time in the driver's seat as lead artist for an issue. The story introduced a new Robotnik bot. What? The story introduced a new Robotnik creation. Eve. It was a super bot that used Robotnik's brain cells and sonic squills to make a destructive force.
Hey, wait, hold on.
It ended up becoming independent and zapping Robotnik to an alternate timeline. Well, in issue 19, we had seen different versions of Sonic from alternate dimensions, or zones. When Robotnik emerged into this new timeline, he came face to face with a version of himself that had already beaten Sonic but was roboticized to finish the job. This guy was introduced as Robotnik, and he was taken down by a Sonic that looked like Wolverine. Of course, no one took that seriously in this issue, but now you're supposed to. While we see Robotnik emerge in the other timeline with his Robotnik counterpart, he ends up returning back home and concluding the two-issue story. A good first multi-issue story that made readers feel enticed to return next month. Spaz's art was also stunning and dynamic and helped bear the weight of all the action. It was a good time to be reading the comic, truthfully. Robotnik wasn't the only one that received a multiversal counterpart, as issue 24 saw the third appearance of Evil Sonic, who was just an evil clone from another zone. While he was a character involved in the multiversal story, he also ended up bringing his otherworldly freedom fighters to cause havoc as well. Now, one detail that has slipped to you in issue 24 is the freedom fighters attempting to find Sally's father from the Zone of Silence after Robotnik banished him there. In the midst of cute stories like Bunny and Antoine working together, which is really cute, and Tails having dreams of being a knight, I think it's time for the comic to find its footing. The cute stuff is cute, but then it just bounces back and forth with some serious tones, and it can feel a little daunting at times. Around issue 25, however, is when the series, I feel, takes its biggest turn into something super cool. A condensed story adapting Sonic CD. Robotnik has kidnapped Amy Rose, her initial debut in the comics I might add, and Sonic is gonna save her. Sonic is then met by his robot double, Metal Sonic. They race, and Sonic beats him with the help of the Freedom Fighters. I think the story to me is boosted by artist Patrick Spaziante, who is phenomenal. It really captures the cool and fun vibe of classic Sonic to me very well. This issue really changed the tides of the series and was a perfect milestone for the comic. It showed off the comic's ability to sustain a narrative structure that was compelling to new readers and charming to the fans. At least I think so. Would you believe me if I told you that issue 25 wrapped up the first 3 major story arcs of this entire comic? Because we're so far into it, and it's already felt like a roller coaster. It's mostly because this thing has been all over the place.
I want to laugh, but I don't know if it's appropriate, you know?
Like, issue 19 sets up some pretty wild things, and then you're playing Where's Waldo with the muffler.
Looking at the perspective of someone who was reading this comic at the time, Sonic was just the hero that you could count on. He had his trusty friends, some heated rivalries, and just a comically evil villain. The comic at this point was good. Not bad, just good. I'm trying to drill home that even though that the gag era just wasn't for me, that doesn't mean that it's bad.
At this point in the video, I understand that a lot of you either love the series or have come in with a preconceived notion about it. While it might be from things further on in the series, trust me, we'll get there, or frankly, certain writers, I'm challenging you to suspend your disbelief and follow me on this journey to go through the series where it picks up steam. Because the story becomes worth it. Everything will be answered. Around that time, in true comic fashion, they also printed some smaller series on the side that held character arcs for significant characters like Princess Sally, Tails, and Knuckles, but also did some specials that focused on the games. It was a time that Gallagher could shift the focus and do stories that didn't take up time in the main narrative. A couple of stories that Gallagher specifically mentioned that he was happy to do during this time were the Sonic Spinball and Sonic Blast stories. Outside of Spinball, adapting the stories of the games is no small feat, as to make the story feel more grand, they would take the approach of releasing game adaptations as more special issues. Adaptations like Knuckles Chaotix, Sonic and Knuckles, and Sonic Triple Trouble were able to be printed this way. This is also when things started to get a little bit more complicated with what stories were available. The story arcs within this era, dubbed the Classic Era, can be broken down fairly easily. While you had the main series, you also had specific miniseries that lasted no more than 3 issues, and single one-offs with the Sonic Specials and Sonic Super Specials, and yes, there's a difference.
Well, we can't make a video and not cover everything.
Because guess what? They're all important because they set up stuff that ends up getting resolved over 100 issues later and introduce characters and concepts that hop into the main series. So we gotta read them. No more complaining. The Sonic In Your Face special picks up right after issue 18 and reveals to us that the orb that Sally found previously is actually Nicole, a portable supercomputer assistant that was sent from the future to help Sally during the war with Robotnik. This was the first depiction of a future with Sally and Sonic as King and Queen, and even the return of King Max. Pretty important stuff, right? If you were reading at the time, you would get little sections at the end of each issue of what to read, giving you a pretty solid reading guide if you were bouncing from issue to issue and giving you something exciting for the next month. The same thing happens with the ending of issue 20, where we meet Archie original character, Jeffrey St. John. I hate him so much, I'm not even joking. Sally is infiltrating a Robotnik base where we're introduced to St. John as a member of the Rebels, which intrigues her to learn more. This leads us directly into the first separate mini-series that Archie did with Princess Sally. This mini-series shows Sally, St. John, and a group of new freedom fighters, specifically my boy Hamlin Pig, to the reader. The group works together to take down a set of Robotnik bases. The day is won, but Hamlin still doesn't trust St. John. Probably for good reason. Sally outright defends St. John, saying that if you can't trust St. John, then you can't trust her. That's quite bold for someone who you just met and attacked one of your teammates, you goober. But then the confusion increases when it's revealed that St. John is talking to a Sally that's stuck in a tube. Get away from her, please! Well, this was all a scheme to destroy Robotnik's robot doubles of the Freedom Fighters, swapping the real Sally with the robot Sally for the final roboticizing, which caused the machine to explode. This double cross helped Jeffrey gain Sally's trust and led to a successful mission. After one final passionate kiss, Jeffrey and Sally parted ways for now. No, that wasn't meant to be encouraging. I do not like this guy. Yes, he proved to be on their side even after some competitive interactions, but his attitude needs an adjustment for me to like him. He kind of reminds me of someone else in his cocky nature, but we'll get back to this. It is not the last time we've seen Mr. St. John, trust me. Sadly. This is tragically the beginning of where some of Archie Sonic's biggest issues arise. The mini-series helps focus on different characters and doesn't distract from the series' main dudes, but these 3 issues have left a really weird taste in the mouth of fans. Some fans find it interesting while others hate it, specifically because it begins one of the worst flaws of the series with how it handles romance. It doesn't seem like it lines up with Sally's very obvious will they won't they with Sonic, but above all else, it kind of seems like the writers didn't know what to do with Sally. Ken Penders was the main writer for this series, and this was only the beginning of his odd romance plot lines and very odd characterization of Sally Acorn. I don't mind the story, I think it's fine, but I too can see that Sally's becoming a character that is holding more weight, but I don't necessarily like everything they're doing with her. To get caught up with the last couple of specials before jumping back into the main comic, we look at the Sonic and Knuckles and Sonic Triple Trouble specials. While both of them roughly adapt the games, the simple interactions of Sonic and Knuckles' rivalry is the most fun to get out of these. We get time on Angel Island, see more lore involving the Chaos Emeralds, and get introduced to characters within Archie mythos like the Ancient Walkers and game characters like Vector and Knack. This is where we see Ken Penders not just be a writer for the series, but one of the artists as well. The importance of these specials is simply the focus on Knuckles, the guardian of the Chaos Emeralds. While we get to see Knuckles and how he explores the floating islands, it's worth mentioning that with it being early on in the series and the franchise as a whole, the writer's room crafted the universe differently from the games, if that wasn't apparent enough. This implies that things like the Chaos Emeralds are a different beast in the comics than in the games. Keep this in mind as we'll only see the Green Emerald for quite some time. This also begins the beginning of one of Archie's most divisive characters, shockingly, which is Knuckles. While we've seen him a few times, this was just the beginning of Knuckles' journey throughout the series and a whole slew of lore that mainly focuses on him. Penders' fascination with Knuckles is understandable. He has a cool backstory, he's one of the best rivals, and conceptually, he's just rad. This starts to show less of his stubborn and gullible attitude and begins to shift the focus to helping the young Guardian find his way. But we'll come back to Knuckles in the future, no doubt. Finally, we're back in the main series. I did not think at this moment that I'd be saying that. Am I tired already? No, I think the series has finally made the serious stories in the main plot. For real this time, guys, I swear. Issues 27 through 28 show this amnesia plot where Sonic believes he's friends with Robotnik and then beats up his friends. But it's alright because he didn't mean to, so everyone just forgives Sonic. Issue 29 has a story of the Freedom Fighters letting Sally get kidnapped and roboticized for— oh no, Sally, put the gun down! This issue also brings Saddam original character Dulcie into the comics, and Dulcie is just so charming and fun and a dragon, which was just like peak 90s television. In the back end of issue 28, there's a small side story where Tails meets this robotic fox girl named Fiona and gets fooled into a roboticizer where he ends up getting his heart broken in issue 29. This leads into the next mini-series that Archie produced, Miles Tails Proud. Tails' solo adventure is a common story that we see across all of Sonic's media. His independence. Being seen as the child of the group, everyone thinks that Tails isn't capable of fighting robots and doing important things for some reason, even though they have him doing recon and partaking in multiple missions that have them invading directly into Robotnik's base. After Tails' failed romantic adventure, he finds himself finding out a plan of Robotnik's involving a satellite. Tails takes his Sea Fox, gets in fights with SWAT bots, and after a scuffle with Octobot, is saved by the 40 Fathom Freedom Fighters. Oh my gosh, that was hard to say. I had to do that line like 20 times. There's also this fun recap thing where Tails draws his own little comic as Super Fox Man, which retells the story so far in an exaggerated way, and man, I just love that. After Tails is saved, he gets into another fight and needs to be saved again by the Down Under Freedom Fighters. Their main Robotnik boss is Crocbot, who is the main antagonist of this whole story. While Tails got beat up again, the Freedom Fighters took Tails down to a cave and let him get healed by the Ancient Walkers? What? It's like waking up from breaking your arm and seeing essentially the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit of Sonic. But then Tails gets to meet a very important figure, Athair the Echidna. Now, one thing that made Knuckles interesting is the fact that he's the lone guardian of the Master Emerald, the last of his tribe. And Archie Sonic, that is just not the case. Athair is one of the many echidnas that we come to meet throughout the series. Athair is Knuckles' great-grandfather and begins to reveal little bits of history of the Echidna tribe. But Tails isn't having it. He's gonna leave and get out of here from this crazy guy. Tails run, it's a cult. They end up alluding that Tails is somehow involved with this great chosen one that will bring about the great harmony with the Chaos Emeralds. Wow, that's actually pretty cool, until everyone disappears and we get back in the main plot. Tails helps Barbie and the Down Under Freedom Fighters into beating Crocbot, who really isn't that bad of a guy, he just wants to give the SWAT bots these cool hats. As they get into the base, it's time for the final fight and I'm speechless! They stop Crocbot and Tails goes home. Man, these covers are really misleading. I'm not lying in saying that the Tails miniseries is one of the best stories in this era of the series. There's actions, there's stakes, there's comedy, there's good plot, there's setup. Oh, I just had so much fun reading it. And I'm not being sarcastic. It's a perfectly sized story for a hero like Tails and a great solo story for him. Tails is already a beloved character, and if I was a Tails fan when this was printed, I'd be raving about this. It's pretty good. I mean, he didn't do a whole lot and got beat up, but it's the thought that counts. Now at this point, if it wasn't obvious with the series getting specials and miniseries, the comic as a whole was just growing and growing. With writers like Angelo DeCesar, who wasn't a new writer but got to take big leaps with the series, the comic started taking even bigger steps towards something huge. A character like Dulcie in the comics, that was easy. But DeCesar got the privilege of adding Satayam original Uncle Chuck into the fray. My goat! The wise scientist and double agent of the Freedom Fighters helps stop Snively from causing global destruction, and actually ends up sticking around for Sonic. Those of you unfamiliar with Uncle Chuck should know, this is Sonic's true uncle, like his dad's brother. And Sonic has a dad. We'll get to that. With adventures happening for Sonic and the Freedom Fighters, thus began Penders' focus on Knuckles and the newly introduced Chaotix, going back and forth for main issues that feature discussing St. John. Please stop kissing her, you do not know her. And Sonic getting his beloved dog Mutsky, he is way better than St. John! Back to multiple specials that have Knuckles in it, like the Chaotix special, which introduced them in the literal 2-page stories of Knuckles as well. Yeah, they'd be at the end of every main issue for a while that was led by Penders. Within that time though, we got the Hyper Knuckles and Super Sonic special that honestly rocked. Super Sonic and Hyper Knuckles fight within a special zone and cause so much energy that the zone implodes on itself. It's just straight superform action that stands tall as one of the best Archie specials due to it being a simple fight between two of the series' greats. The main series did have a new artist with Brian Thomas, which was fun, but now we're getting into the stuff of the series that will be relevant literally 150 issues later. More! Yes, the Chaos Emeralds! The Echidnas, and Knuckles has a dad! Rings! Sonic Jesus! Again! Look, let me take a minute and apologize. I'm sorry that I'm going all over the place, jumping through some stories like it's a walk in the park, while some I talk and dwell on. That's just the thing with this story at this point. We will be getting pushed so much info, and there's so much stuff to balance. People are talking for pages on end, and you are expected to keep up with so much dialogue, so many rules of the world, so many new characters, it's almost suffocating. When I was asking for more serious stories, I wasn't asking for concepts going left and right that have to have multiple callbacks from the author's notes. The direction that the series is going in is taking the approach to grow with readers, but it's building so much that nothing feels properly nurtured at this point. It's just bouncing back and forth between a character that isn't, you know, the main guy that the series is named after. It's not that I'm not enjoying myself, because I just bragged on the Superform fight, but that's because it's good, has some bit of seriousness, but it doesn't take itself too seriously like with what we're about to get into. Let me sum up this lore very quickly. Holy moly. Many years ago, the Echidnas were the most advanced tribe out of all of the species on Mobius. Echidnopolis was the pinnacle of progress on the planet. All of that changed when it was discovered that a comet is coming to crash right onto their city. To help save their species, the Echidnas painstakingly hunted down Chaos Emeralds in an effort to turn their island into a floating island, causing the comet to create a crater on the main ground. Our story then turns to two brothers, Edmund and Dimitri, who had hopes of returning the floating island to its original spot after generations in the sky. Their chaos siphon would do the work, slowly taking away the energy before slowly dropping it to the ground. While their machine was denied by the council, Dimitri refused to be given no as an answer. Using this device, Dimitri was given massive amounts of chaos energy and planned to take over the Echidna tribe. In all of his infinite power, he was still not able to overcome his ego and was killed. This caused the Echidnas to realize that their ways are too overpowering, leading them to simpler lives and paving the way for a guardian to guard the Chaos Emeralds, keeping their island in the sky after the total decimation of their city. But history shouldn't be forgotten, so the Echidnas moved their history into a deep underground city to ensure that it is kept safe. Also, Knuckles snaps in this issue, by the way, with his fingers. Just thought that was worth mentioning. All of this story is told at the back end of the main series to help get us to the present moment where Knuckles is trying to find the Chaotix after they were kidnapped by the mysterious Archimedes. While the scope was so large, not just for the scale of the character of Knuckles, but the world itself, that brought us into the next miniseries, Knuckles the Echidna. The Knuckles miniseries is the next chapter in the large web of stories that have been growing across scattered issues and specials, leading Knuckles through a labyrinth of traps within an ancient city. Knuckles makes his way through, only to find a gun. You know, this is like the one character who really did not need a gun. Knuckles safely finds the Chaotix with Archimedes, who was an ant, a story element that was alluded to in the Echidna's history. The bond between the two species has been held for a long time, and is now no different. While we are finally getting answers, a large threat is looming from the rubble of the incident with Dimitri. It makes its way to our heroes, and it is revealed to be Dimitri, alive and well, but claiming himself to be the all-powerful Enerjack. Enerjack uses his abilities to send Knuckles and Archimedes into the barren Sandopolis zone, forcing them to make their way through the desert and survive until reaching Enerjack's citadel. While the Ant and Echidna work together, to make it to Enerjack himself, the duo will have to take on the mind-controlled Chaotix. Enerjack intervenes, leading into the confrontation between Knuckles and Enerjack. With the help from his allies, and knowing that Dimitri's ego outweighs his power, Knuckles and the Ants launch Enerjack out into space, leaving him to be a threat another day. Everyone is left a little confused how it all came together, only for it to be revealed that Locke, Knuckles' father, was the one assisting in the final push to stopping the threat. This mini-series was a nice little time for Knuckles to take a step away from the main comic. It was great to see his tail wrap up, but it was even better that he wasn't having to go back and forth between Sonic and Knuckles and all that they have going on. Maybe I'm just having to juggle a lot and it seems overwhelming to me all at once, but maybe it wouldn't have been that way when it was month to month. While the Knuckles plot was unfolding, Sonic was still greatly in action with the Freedom Fighters taking on things like germs. Oh my gosh! I think at this point you can start to recognize that there's just a lot being thrown at the wall and seeing what sticks. I jumped straight into the deep end to attempt to form some type of compelling story opposed to the Saturday morning antics. While I don't always like the gag era, some of these decisions and overwhelming information make me wish some of the simplicity was still there. It makes me feel very torn, because like I said, it may be different if you were reading monthly versus getting all this information all at once with every single miniseries, mainline story, and special. Because while you had an issue showing Sonic going and meeting the Ancient Walkers after obtaining his 1 billionth ring, you also have Knuckles learning the history of the planet. It needs to find the proper balance other than super simple versus information overload all the time. Even having multiple repeats so you know to never forget a detail ever! While Sonic and the Freedom Fighters discover King Max in the Zone of Silence, they also make strides towards discovering how to de-roboticize Mobians during a massive earthquake and discover the Lake of Rings. Hey, that's from the show!
Greetings friends, Sonic Toast here to talk to you about the Archie comics, of course, as that is the subject of this video, and these comics mean so much to me. They are so very important, you know, because like in 1993 we had The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, we also had Sad AM. Adventures seemed a little too silly, Sad AM seemed a little too serious, but like the Archie comics were like this perfect meeting between the two of them. And even after those cartoons were canceled, I love that we continue to get new Sonic adventures every single month from Archie comics, and little did I know they would keep going for another 20 years. These comics were especially important after Sonic and Knuckles. There were like no good Sonic games for a good like 4 or 5 years. So the Archie comics were really the only thing keeping me interested in the franchise as a whole. So issue 38 is one of my favorites, and that's not just because it starts with Sonic singing the theme song to his own cartoon show, but after dealing with some robots, Sonic ends up losing his speed. Not being able to defend his friends, all the Freedom Fighters get captured, leaving Sonic to have to team up with Sally's trainees from the Princess Sally miniseries. One of these trainees is Dylan the Porcupine. And and at one point Sonic trips and he's gonna fall to his death, but he's rescued by Dylan. And Dylan playfully says that they're cousins because porcupines and hedgehogs are so similar. And Sonic like screams in Dylan's face like, "You're no cousin of mine, Porky." I mean, Sonic is like such a jerk to Dylan, and in the next panel you see Sonic leading the crew and Dylan just looks really sad. And I don't think Sonic and Dylan interacted with each other for probably a good 15 years until Dylan was on the Council of Acorn. So that's just a moment that really stood out to me.
These last few issues felt like the comic was finally learning to strike the proper balance of antics with a semi-serious story. And trust me when I say that this will soon pay off incredibly with one of the biggest comic events in the series' history. Issue 39 introduced a very special multiple-issue story arc with Mecha Madness. It's all killer, no filler. Sonic is kidnapped by Robotnik with the help of Triple Trouble's Knack the Weasel, or Fang the Sniper if you want to get specific, and turned into Mecha Sonic, leading to him causing massive destruction to Knothole Village and making his friends' lives all types of complicated and inconvenient. Bunny tries to brawl against Sonic but is taken down. Knuckles follows that up to the same outcome, causing the Freedom Fighters to realize their desperation. That's when they come up with the plan to roboticize Knuckles with a certain tool for him to keep his free will. The fight ends with Sonic being taken down, but after he returned to normal, he's being accused of treachery. Sonic finds Knack, brings him to justice, story ends. Yeah! The entire Mecha Madness saga was done over issues 39 and 40, but in the middle there was the Mecha Madness special, released to see the actual fight between Sonic and Knuckles. While it wasn't the biggest arc in comic history, I believe that these 3 issues did a great job of having a gripping story across multiple issues. While it wasn't the first multi-issue story, which I used to think it was, I'd like to apologize when I made a short on it a year ago and was confused, please forgive me. It seemed like a grander event to track down with the special issue itself. A focus on the main guy and a special dedicated to him is what was missing. Small stories like the Bunny's Nightmare story are a cute one-off, but I can't get over the absolute craze that was putting so much in Knuckles' corner while Sonic was getting quite a few stories that I think were just okay. This kind of storytelling is what propelled this comic into being a memorable series for many, I believe. People love to see this dude get donkey stomped by any bad guy with a cool sounding name. And Knuckles. Well, while they want Knuckles to be around in his own story, he is now a part of the main story and involved in something that affects the main plot of the comic? And Sonic? Sonic, Sally, and St. John finally recover King Max from the Zone of Silence, only for him to be having side effects from his extended stay. This leads readers into the final classic mini-series, Sonic Quest. Being an adaptation of Sonic 2, 3, and Knuckles, Quest fulfilled the storyline of bringing the Death Egg, one of Robotnik's fiercest creations, into the fray. After needing rings to help heal the sick king, Sonic and Tails head off to find some, but end up finding their respective way up onto this massive machine. Sonic and Tails fight on the inside, stopping Robotnik from sending Angel Island down to the surface. While the duo stop the menacing Silver Sonic, Robotnik decides to fight Sonic one-on-one and meets Sonic, who is piloting the mechanized double, only to get the hardest fight in the series. This goes so hard. Sonic defeats Robotnik, only to see the end of the Death Egg and the plot to take the Chaos Emeralds, until Sonic needs him in the next issue. What? Sonic is pursuing all options of trying to remedy King Max's current condition, including the help of Knuckles, who supplies a Chaos Emerald. While that doesn't work, Sonic is able to discover that the Sword of Acorns may hold the key to healing the king, leading Knuckles to be the one that vows to retrieve it for the kingdom. Knuckles heads off on his journey while Sonic, along with the newly introduced Dr. Quack, uses the power of dreams to try and heal the king. Issue 43 is one of my favorite issues in the series because it tells the story of the fall of Mogotropolis and its similar story to Sad AM. With Spaziante's art, I can't help but love it with how Robotnik seems so menacing along with all of his swap bots. I find it to be really intense. You can feel the dread of Robotnik's takeover in the Mobians who were roboticized early on. You get more of this history when Sally discusses how Knuckles and her officially met, tying more bonds to the main story. But Sally doesn't need another potential romance, oh my gosh! While I complained a lot about Knuckles' plot and how much focus he was getting in his own little section of the universe while tailing the end of the main series, I personally like that you can see Knuckles go on his quest and it actually has something to do with the main part of the world. I like Knuckles, especially this early version of Knuckles that has a lot to learn, but I didn't want him clogging up the main issues. This, along with Knuckles' massive popularity, led the team to do what had to be done. Knuckles' own series. But I'm not going to talk about that right now, just wait. He does get parts of his journey in the back end of the main issues along with the Sonic Live special, which is like 60% stuff worth reading, and then 40% fear. Oh my gosh, it's just so bad. The first story is Sonic getting the son and niece of Ken Penners to stop Robotnik's latest multiverse scheme, and it's just, oh my gosh, look at it. I can't not laugh.
Like, imagine just shifting styles between real life and a comic book. That would just be silly.
The rest of Sonic Live shows off the substitute freedom fighters saving the original team during the main story, all while Knuckles begins to help start piecing together his quest to find the Sword of Acorns and finding all the individuals that the ancient walkers told him to find. Again, Spaziante's art is the highlight in a small section of the special. The dynamic action and posing is always a standout. While some people get thrown off by the proportions, I always love when Spaziante is involved in a cover or an issue. While all of this buildup is happening across these last few issues, issue 45 has one main story involving the caveman that you met back in issue 32, helping Sonic save these gorillas from Robotnik trying to knock down the whole jungle. Why didn't this happen like 10 issues ago? While all of these serious stories of saving the king from a debilitating ailment have helped push the series into a direction that's semi-serious, this is just so out of place. And the Knuckles story. Knuckles continues on his quest to find the Sword of Acorn and ends up being saved by Sir Connery the Horse Paladin after being mind-controlled to feed this lady grapes. Okay. Why? Shahela Zombie to the land of Gumby! This is such an odd issue front to back. I always kind of dread to go through it on a reread because of it just being the oddball. But luckily everything gets back to normal very quickly. I feel like I'm losing my mind. One fateful day, a benevolent scientist directed his talents towards an ingenious effort to prolong the lives of Mobian citizens, and in doing so, inadvertently created an instrument of domination, used as part of a sweeping tide of tyranny, signaling the downfall of planet Mobius and its kingdom of Acorn. Uncle Chuck shows off his greatest defeat when Robotnik hijacked the brand new roboticizer, causing Charles' brother to become nothing more than a metal husk, losing his free will. Uncle Chuck wanted to make a device that healed wounds and changed the quality of life, but was tragically defeated upon Robotnik's takeover. Becoming a Robian is his haunting remembrance of what could have been, but he uses it to try and get as much information as he can on the other side of the war. While Uncle Chuck believes himself to not be a valuable asset to the freedom fighters, a setup by the campfire can help clear his head. However, when individuals like the Wolfpack and Jeffrey St. John arrive, accusations began being thrown around towards one another, including Uncle Chuck. St. John and Drago begin accusing Chuck, leading to not only Sonic's frustration, but Antoine's as well. Antoine's confused why St. John is claiming to be the head of the guard when, before the invasion, Antoine's father was in that same position. With tensions high, Sally urges everyone to keep the peace, hoping that out of all of her close allies, that Knuckles can succeed in his quest. Almost all of these issues have been highlighting the effects of the war and how while the fight for freedom is the goal, not everyone has the same willingness to trust one another to get the job done. Friends and foes can switch up on one another. And there's no exception, as even big names like the Freedom Fighters and Chaotix will fight one another. After Knuckles completes his quest of finding the Sword of Acorn, he returns to Angel Island in the Chaotix. Upon reaching Angel Island to retrieve the Sword of Acorns, the Freedom Fighters are swiftly attacked by the Chaotix, leading to a massive misunderstanding. On the other side of the island, the Chaotix received a weird transmission from the Freedom Fighters, leading the Chaotix to be attacked by Sonic in the game. What they don't know is that Mammoth Mogul, an extremely powerful, pretty much demigod, and his fearsome foursome, who were introduced back in Mecha Madness, are all causing the problems. Their goal to get the Sword of Acorns is thwarted once the Chaotix and Freedom Fighters team up, leading to an all-out brawl that's super entertaining to read through. Just seeing everyone try to overpower Mogul is pretty sick, especially when their victory leads to Sally finally getting the Sword of Acorns after Mogul disappears. This was the first Sonic Super Special, being a massive dedicated story to wrap up a very long plot thread. Personally, I think that this should have been in the main series. I'm not familiar with the production aspect of comics, so I'm unsure why they didn't make this just a big issue and put the Antoine story, which is a super cool story for him, in another issue down the road or before the special. I know earlier that I was praising the Mecha Madness special and the fun to go and get a big special issue, but I could see the negative of not being able to find this issue. However, I'm not an avid monthly comic collector. I typically just get trade paperbacks, which put all the story in one place. If you are reading this monthly and collecting singles and happen to miss one, you'd miss something pretty important and be left a little lost. That might be something that's common to give more artists and writers a chance, but I'm a little torn sometimes when I look at it on both ends. I could just see some confusion happening. However, Battle Royale does help complement the main issues by giving a more concise view into a massive plot point. It's revealed to the reader that the thing that the Freedom Fighters have been working so hard towards is finally accomplished. King Max is okay once again. All of their hard work is paid off. But all of the characters are confused as to why this has come to pass. Their quest is seemingly over. Rest assured, whether or not you've been able to keep up with everything, all of your questions will be answered in the main series' biggest story yet, Endgame. Beginning in issue 47, Sonic the Hedgehog entered its largest story that they've ever conducted, the Endgame arc. Upon a routine mission of invading Robotropolis with the Wolf Pack, everyone is watching Sonic and Sally infiltrate one of Robotnik's buildings. What Sonic doesn't know is that King Max, who has recently been uncrystallized, accuses Sonic of being a traitor and requests that Sally uses his current mission to ascertain Sonic's true colors. While she's being lowered down to get the rest of her team in, all while the team is keeping Sally safe from Robotnik's large blasters, the team watches as Sonic is the one that cuts the rope, sending Sally down to a massive fall and knocking her unconscious. The Wolfpack and the Freedom Fighters move in, getting the princess while Sonic moves inside towards Robotnik. During their confrontation, Sonic and Robotnik's fight quickly ends when the Doctor and Snively escape, leaving Sonic confused as to why Sally isn't behind him. Sally's state leads the Freedom Fighters to quickly make it back to Knothole, leaving Sonic behind. Maybe if they had Sonic with them, they would have made it back in time, as the team gets the devastating news that Princess Sally did not survive the fall. Sonic is swiftly placed into cuffs, accused of murdering his closest friend, and sentenced to the kingdom's personal prison, the Devil's Gulag. All of this happens while enemies and suspicious allies watch as this all unfolds. While Sonic is being taken to his personal cell, the plane is attacked by SWAT bots and leads to a plane crashing, giving Sonic a chance to speedily be free during all of the confusion. While Sonic makes quick work of the SWAT bots, the biggest thing running into Sonic's thoughts is all that's happened and what to do next. Foul play is obviously happening, and it's up to our heroes to find out exactly what's going on while Sonic is on the lam. Whether it be Chuck not being able to see Sally's medical records or Drago acting more suspicious with his horde of SWAT bots, our heroes join in the fray of trying to discover the truth. This all comes to a head when Robotnik arrives in Knothole as the newly appointed warlord of the kingdom, putting our heroes in even more danger. Sonic's no safer when St. John finds him and they duke it out, two desperate men that have lost something dear to them. It's a fight that's been long overdue and one that they both have truly wanted, but now is the perfect battlefield for them. The fight is cut short, however, when Sonic dives out of the cave to try and make a getaway. Sonic works so fast that he makes a trail with the dirt in his shoes and makes it to the bottom of the cliffside, giving him a moment of rest. The same can't be said for the others, where it's revealed that the king was a fake made by Robotnik, that Dr. Quack falsified the medical reports, and that Hershey the cat was the one who killed Sally after she was tricked by Drago. The plot keeps getting bigger and bigger, where Robotnik reveals that he is setting up his newest creation, the Ultimate Annihilator, to finally rid himself of the resistance he's had so much trouble with. Sonic is faring no better. Even after getting Dulcie for a quick getaway, as he makes it to Angel Island, now has to fight Knuckles and St. John. But this is it. Chaos, drama, a plot that's went so crazy that you never believe what happens next. Sonic the Hedgehog has reached issue number 50 of its crazy thrill ride of a run. Many years ago, it's revealed that Charles and Jules Robotnik have stumbled upon an overlander named Julian, who quickly rises in the ranks of the Kingdom of Acorn and becomes the warlord. We obviously know how this goes, leading the reader to view Robotnik completing his test of the Ultimate Annihilator on a fellow human. Robotnik is ready to end this silly little war today, and we have truly never seen him this menacing. Sonic is having to prepare for this fight against Knuckles and St. John, but luckily his claim of being framed is attested by the most trustworthy creature around, Dulcie the Dragon. Which of course, dragons can sense purity, helping Sonic's case immensely. This helps everyone realize that the true enemy is the one that they've been used to fighting all along, Dr. Robotnik. The Freedom Fighters do what they do best, stopping the invasion of Knothole and the operation in Down Under, but the fight is not done yet. Robotnik can still activate the Annihilator, and Sonic still needs to fetch the person responsible for betraying his friends. While Sonic is quick, Hershey is quicker, giving Sonic the truth about her being duped into killing Princess Sally. And the truth is, in this whole story, Hershey may have been duped, but everyone else was as well. Sonic is on his way to Robotropolis to finish his fight, running into Antoine and Bunny, who are attempting to blow up the devastating machine. Sadly, they arrive too late in setting their bomb, even with Sonic blowing through every defense the Robotnik has. Sonic gets there just in time to see his entire town get erased from the map. Everything is gone. In a fit of rage, Sonic fights Robotnik like he never has before. Every hit, harder and faster than the last. Sonic has dealt with every single silly and evil mission of his, but this time, it's so different. They fight as the bomb detonates, leaving nothing left of the two fated enemies. Sonic returns from a temporal rift, miraculously alive after the massive destruction. When coming to, it was revealed to Sonic that the overloaded Ultimate Annihilator caused Knothole to exist in a temporal field that's 3 hours ahead of the rest of the world. on top of also creating other zones. Dr. Quack even said that he himself tampered with the Ultimate Annihilator to only affect Robotnik, explaining why Sonic is still alive. But none of that mattered. Sonic wanted to know what happened to Sally. Well, it turns out while Dr. Quack was part of the scheme, Sally was kept in a comatose state, but they were unsure of when she would awaken. Sonic quickly makes his way to his beloved princess, planning a well-timed kiss that woke her up. Knothole is safe, the princess is alive, Robotnik is no more, and they all live to see tomorrow. Thus concludes the Endgame saga.
I have so many thoughts and feelings up to this point. 50 issues is an incredible milestone for a comic to get to, especially something like Sonic that has so many different interpretations. I mean, at this point with 50 issues, you also have to look at the amount of specials and miniseries and just other side things that they had going on at the time, and it should be celebrated. But is the 50 issue celebration really worth the hype?
To really dive into it, there are a lot of fans that feel very strongly about Endgame for a variety of reasons. The plot is overly convoluted, borderlining on the most incredibly nonsensical write-ins that have ever happened in this series thus far. What I didn't mention about Hershey being duped to kill Sally was that this Sonic was actually Hershey in a costume that made her think that it was Snively instead. Also, Sonic being accused by everyone and the only person really in his corner being Chuck felt really odd, considering how tight-knit the Freedom Fighters are. Also, Dulcie vouching for Sonic because of the Dragon Purity was so wild. I saw someone else comment on this and they expressed how it's incredible how this plot point was stated unironically. The entire concept of Sally being murdered is honestly not too bad, if only used on a character that has literally more than 2 character qualities. Sally is just a character that right now has felt so lifeless and so underutilized that you don't feel anything when the initial shock of her death is told to you. Obviously death hits hard, but if it was literally any of the other Freedom Fighters, I would instantly be more sad. That, along with just how messy it all felt, makes this large event seem rather undercooked. I'm definitely not blind of its flaws, but man, I cannot help but love Endgame. Like, you're 100% allowed to criticize any and all aspect of this comic, especially an arc that's as messy as this one, but I just kind of like how insane it all is. On paper, it's a plot of Sonic being framed for murder and it ends with Robotnik actually dying. Like, that's a pretty insane premise. But we also get to see a serious side to Sonic that we haven't seen before, his resourcefulness and his determination to save the day. It's all crazy to read through, and the parts with Sonic feel like a roller coaster. Sonic's character within this comic has been really consistent and really enjoyable. He's this lovable and cocky hero who will always come out on top. But in a time where everything is turned against him, while he may have doubts, he still gets back up. Endgame was also an incredible milestone due to SatAM's second season coming to an end with no plans of pursuing a third season. That made the entire comic staff believe that they may see the end of this specific series because it's so closely tied to the animated series. So Endgame was planned to be the ending because that's what they thought was going to happen. The team thought that they would get the call that it was over, but the thing is, that call never came. The team now is entering into an era of the comic where the main villain is dead, their source material has wrapped up, and now they have a whole world to do with what they please, as long as it's given the green light. Especially after the soon-to-be next writer of the series, Carl Bowler's joined on as a colorist, there's a lot to be done with the series. So surely they rocked the house with it as Sonic and friends entered into a brave new world. In a time where the world is supposed to be at peace, that's not something the vocabulary of Sonic the Hedgehog. Crazy dreams, powerful new enemies and allies, the king is still crystallized, the tension between robotic and organic Mobians, there's so many things that help get the ball rolling into so many new stories. A lot of these things are still the ripple effects from Robotnik after he's long gone. Like for example, issue 53 introduces Ixis Nagus to the fray, a character originally seen in the SatAM series. It's revealed that King Max being thrown into the Zone of Silence caused a chance meeting between the king and the ex-royal wizard. The king was at the end of his rope, but traded his service to the wizard in exchange for immunity from the zone. After a quick fight, the wizard is gone, but the magic still keeps the king in a crystallized state. Or we could look at issue 55, which introduces Monkey Khan, a cyborg leftover from Robotnik that decides to become a hero after being convinced by Sally that he can use his powers for good. There's still plenty of action going on, but the biggest problems still come from within the kingdom. After Robotnik's reign finally ended, Sonic was reintroduced to his parents, whom he thought were long dead. This caused a divide between Sonic and Chuck, who was already being a target of the Robian hate from the organic Mobians, and is causing more of a headache. Chuck tells Sonic that he hid all this info because he knew that Robotnik would take advantage of that. Chuck's intentions were true, if not misguided, but believed that Sonic would be the one to turn the tides in the war and made that difficult decision. Like I said, Robotnik's grasp on the kingdom has extended to so many, but even after he's gone, a certain individual is still out to make problems and won't go out without a fight. Snively has turned from his embarrassing lackey to ahead of the operation despite being thrown into literal prison. He controls some of the egg bots, watches over fights, and is still pulling strings. Could he be the next big threat like Robotnik was? Forget that, let's fight an elephant god! Yeah, that's right, Mammoth Mogul returns in full force after faking his death and leaving the freedom fighters with a fake sword. Yeah, okay. So we get to see Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles all team up and fight this all-powerful chaos creature. We also get to see Tails don his Turbo Tails super transformation, the comic even painting the three as the important champions that we know them to be. This issue is nice because we get to see Knuckles and Sonic go from a rivalry to a more respectful friendship, which is really needed after this long heated era of Knuckles and Sonic constantly throwing hands on sight. Like all the time. It does come to show that the tides are changing for the series, especially now that there's a second writer on the crew of the Archie team. That becomes even more apparent when we catch up on the progress of King Max. King Max has obviously been sick for this past little bit, but with his recent mistrust of Uncle Truck? What? But with his recent mistrust of Uncle Chuck and his public disdain of the Robians, it's a shock for the team to return home to him standing in uniform. What's even more of a shock is when Sonic, Sally, and Tails and everyone else start telling the king that he should get rid of the Robians once and for all. Turned out that this is all just a massive scheme crafted by Ixis Naugus, who was defeated by Sonic with the true Sword of Acorns. Using the true sword saw the defeat of Ixis Naugus for now, but the return of King Max in the flesh. With the true newest threat to the kingdom, Sonic and Tails set off on their next biggest adventure, their world tour to find and defeat Naugus. Sonic wasn't really one to just hang out in times of peace, so flying around the world suits him a lot better. The whole setup of Sonic leaving really felt like a different chapter rolled on in, like a maturing of the series. But of course, no time is wasted as issue 58 starts off with Sonic in jail. Throughout Sonic's world tour, he fights ex-Robotnik cronies while working alongside Amy's cousin, Robbo the Hedge, takes on two familiar zone-controlling demigods, and a team-up with Monkey Khan to fight the Iron King. A lot of small adventures while he's out and about. A lot of the world tour coincided with Knuckles the Echidna's series, so if you're confused as to why some of these wrap up, I'll explain more when I inevitably read all of Knuckles. These stories also go alongside the home team, where King Max explains a mysterious energy, which is basically just Sonic God, has given power to the Kingdom of Acorn for many years, even determining their future partner to take the throne. Obviously, this throws a wrench into Sally's love life, where King Max refuses Sally to marry Sonic and demands that Antoine is the man who marries Sally. Oh no! Ken was just kind of doing his own thing while Bowlers took the world tour stuff, and it really shows. One thing on this world tour that's really cool to see is the amount of weight that Sonic has had as a presence. What I mean by that is many Freedom Fighter teams have met Sonic and felt the courage to do more because of what Sonic was able to do. He's like a symbol of hope. Teams like the Down Under and Sane Blaster Freedom Fighters felt like they could do more because of the courage that Sonic has, and I think that's really cool. This planet-wide journey of fighting off mysterious creatures like Naugus let us see more of the world outside of Knothole and Robotropolis in a much more grounded light, as opposed to the gag issues where traveling around didn't feel like it carried as much weight. The world is so different from what it was like with Robotnik, even if it still has some bad apples in him.
VSAT unit back online. OSAT unit back online. And commencing system location on target. Target acquired, system locked. And commencing activation. Now.
You know, seeing the Sandblaster Freedom Fighters be a bunch of racists still shows that the world is still not great. There's new evils even among allies, especially with these past few issues seeing Snively and a slew of villains escape the Devil's Gulag. So Sonic's about to return home to a whole new mess of bad guys, but not before he stops the main man he's been after. Upon reaching the tundra, Sonic and Tails' plane has run out of energy, leaving them stranded as they near closer and closer to the wizard. They finally find him, causing a short battle that is interrupted by a cybernetic Yeti. Sonic and Tails get caught up in an avalanche, but the creature they thought that was their enemy actually ends up saving them, delivering them into the hands of a human named Nate Morgan. You come to discover that Nate used to be over Dr. Robotnik back when he referred to himself as Julian Kintobor. Nate was the head researcher over the Power Rings. Upon being banished and becoming a resident of the Kingdom of Acorn, he was the one that made the Lake of Rings that Sonic gets them from. He was also the kingdom's most trusted advisor, but was ultimately betrayed when Naugus and Kodos plotted against him. Once again banished, and once again, no one he could trust. That is, all except the Mobian named Eddie, who Morgan saved and rigged with cybernetic enhancements. Naugus wants Nate Morgan, and for what? The one thing that Morgan's worked his whole life on, the Power Rings. Sonic pleads that the power rings can be used for good, but Morgan disagrees. It's too much power and he knows it, and that's exactly why Naugus wants it. So he breaks back into the castle, separating our two duos. Nate and Eddie get caught by rubble, but Sonic, Tails, and Naugus absorb the power rings, turning them into Ultra Sonic and Hyper Tails. The transformation can't last long, leaving Sonic and Tails unconscious and with no memory of having these crazy powers at all. This doesn't stop Naugus though, as Morgan is the one that blasts Naugus with a hidden power ring, ending the fight. But the damage done by Naugus was too much for the foundation of the cave, leading our heroes to enact a speedy getaway. The thing that gives them enough time is Eddie holding up the rubble, and with one last plea for Nate to get to safety, the stones fall on top of Eddie, ensuring that he returned the same gift of life that his best friend gave him so long ago. The Ixis trilogy is one of those stories that I really look forward to rereading when I go through the series. Naugus is himself an already mysterious villain, but shown to outlast Sonic in a transformation that's shown to be so powerful definitely paints him as pretty threatening. I don't think that Naugus is shown in a super intimidating light these past few issues, but this trilogy sure does the trick. Kind of. The one-off transformation, the actually cool backstory with Morgan and Robotnik, and then the actually emotional end to Eddie that's bolstered by Stephen Butler's art is one of my favorite classic era stories. Bowlers did a good job during the start of the World Tour, but I think it stuck the landing with this trilogy without a doubt. With Sonic, Tails, and Nate returning back to Mobotropolis after retrieving the Ring of Acorns, it stands true that Sonic is ready to come home. They arrive home just in time for Sonic's birthday of all things, only for an asteroid shower to begin destroying Mobotropolis. Amongst all the confusion with bringing Nate back and this random set of stones hitting the newly rebuilt city, King Max announces the return of the lost members of the kingdom, Elias and Alicia Acorn. Alicia is still in cryogenic sleep, but Elias is alive and well after living on the floating island for so long. You see, these past few issues, Jeffrey St. John has been forming a new team to find the two Acorns by the order of the king. They were obviously successful in bringing them home, but leads to many questions from Sally. That's not the only weird thing that happens when they arrive home, as Sonic meets Sonic the Zone Cop, who reveals that Sonic's inner zone travels all come from the Zone Cop making those things happen. It's revealed that the Sonic that we've been following is known as Sonic Prime, the main Sonic. Hey, wait a minute. Also returning home has given the new League of Bad Guys to come home and attack Sonic and kidnap Nate from a peaceful time in Mobotropolis. The team storms in and quickly overtakes the Freedom Fighters, leaving them distraught from their loss. See, even though Nate just got kidnapped, the general populace doesn't seem to care too much because Nate's an overlander. If you thought that the Robians and Mobian conflict was rough, they actually just harassed this guy. Like actual racism type of beat. And you know who stands on business? Our boy Sonic. So if Sonic doesn't take stuff like this, imagine what it's gonna be like trashing his ex-enemies. Well, he can't. The king said no. Man, Max is really becoming unlikable to all recently. King Max officially decrees the disbanding of the Knothole Freedom Fighters, effective immediately. He claims that there's no use for children to be on the battlefield anymore, but it's okay. Sonic goes alone to join the mission anyways. It's not like any of you are surprised he was gonna do that. The typical St. John and Sonic arguing is still consistent here until Prince Elias shows up to assist in the rescue. All goes well until the Robo-Kraken arrives suddenly and causes a ruckus, only to be defeated by the Secret Service. So the day is saved, all except Sonic's biplane being taken by some of the enemies. You can't win them all. So if you remember back in issue 50, when the Ultimate Annihilator did its thing and destroyed Robotnik, it also put Knothole into a time rift, which made it exist 3 hours in the future. Well, after a mysterious beam sent down from a satellite in space disrupts that small space, causing a shift and putting Knothole in total reverse, it could very well mean the end of the planet. So Sonic, along with the help of Nate Morgan and a Super Emerald, uses his super speed to correct the flow of time and save his family and friends. In true nature of time being in reverse, issue 71 itself reads in reverse. So when you begin this plot, you see the aftermath of Sonic saving the day. Which you'd be surprised to see that Sonic has seen a very different change after fixing the time stream, turning him into a modern version with green eyes and gold buckles on his shoes. And that ends the classic era of the Archie Sonic comics.
The classic era of this comic is genuinely fascinating because there is a good amount of charm that's also mixed in with some of the wildest plot points that you would ever see in this franchise for some reason. It's an era that I typically find myself speed reading through because the gag part of the era is not typically something that I would sit down and read for enjoyment because it's just not my type of thing. A lot of first-time readers will say things like, it's not my thing, just like I said, or things like they're looking for something a little bit more mature. And I would like to agree and say that you should just skip it, but I can't because it's a really foundational part of the comic just because of all the bonds that you see formed within all these main characters. At this point, the comic has already done and accomplished so much. The biggest thing though is that at this point, Archie Sonic is not perfect, and a lot of misconceptions come from a handful of moments from this specific era. That stems a lot from one specific head writer that gave a lot to this specific era and had a lot of say-so. But I want to discuss my certain thoughts about this era before getting into that.
Half of what's going on in this early era is just throw thing at wall. Thank God it stuck. The structure of dialogue is atrocious as we get further on into the series, and it genuinely gets overwhelming with how much information is being thrown your way. This isn't me saying, oh, it's a kid's comic, it should be simple. But when every single thing is explained in a text box, it gets to be a bit much. Don't worry, have you forgotten one specific detail? You will be reminded multiple times or see direct retcons happening within just issues of each other. Honestly, some of the best stories from within this era are the ones that are simpler, which is probably just me as a reader and less of an objective scope of it all. Not like gag simple, mind you, but just stories that I feel like aren't overloading on info. And the worst example of this is everything involving Knuckles. The obsession with Knuckles during this era is insane, and it only gets crazier, just you wait. But the sheer amount of echidna lore that you get provided on the back end of the Sonic issues is just insane. Like, there is sometimes too much going on with Knuckles, and he isn't even in the main cast. To be fair, he's an incredibly popular character, but even his simplest stories have him either over-explaining history or fighting Sonic. Towards the end of this era, it became less of a handful as Knuckles got his own series, so he's absent. Thank God. He also goes off on his own quest to help Sonic's main plots, and I enjoy that a lot more. Since we're already on the topic of characters, let's just rip the band-aid off on Jeffrey St. John. Oh my gosh, I hate him. He is awful. Jeffrey St. John is one of the wildest mismanagements of a character that I can think of across all of Sonic due to simply him being just unlikable, which I guess is the point of him to exist. The needless romance that he provides is awful and crosses boundaries because there exists no reason that an adult should be kissing a minor. This is actually a crime. There's also multiple issues where it's described that Sally is attracted to St. John because she sees quality of Sonic within St. John. But why? St. John is supposed to be likable, but the difference between Sonic and St. John is all about presentation. Sonic may be a cocky teenager sometimes, but does the right thing and you can see selflessness in him. St. John is also cocky and does the right thing, but he expects the adoration because of his position. So it's not selflessness, it's selfishness. Gosh, I hate him so much. It becomes less of a triangle and more of a dichotomy, and to be honest, his presence is one of the worst additions to a character who should be conceptually interesting as another rival to Sonic. Speaking of Sally, she becomes nothing less of a romantic interest as time goes on. Once the kingdom starts coming back to normal, Sally does a whole lot of nothing. Gone are the days where she's out on the battlefield, but now she's just Sonic's maybe girlfriend and then argues with her dad. And to be fair, that may make her useless, but to be honest, I think that it all makes sense. You see a shift after Endgame, which is a story arc that she's barely in because she's, you know, dead. But once the kingdom is reforming, everything is stripped from her. Her leadership, her authority, and her drive. She began a council to make decisions, but that ultimately is forgotten about during the World Tour. So while I get that there are things that should have been kept around, there are parts of her character that I understand why she just fades into a background character. That's kind of what happens with a lot of these characters. Less useless and more forgotten, which is a shame. To wrap up some of the negatives of this era, need I say more about romance? If you aren't Bunny and Antoine, I don't even care. I only like Sally and Sonic because I'm told that's what I'm supposed to like. But right now, they have zero chemistry in most stories that focus on them. The ambitious but brash hero and the smart but decisive girl is a good combo, but they are not it, man. Sorry, but if one of the romances I'm supposed to be invested in is from a creep, I'm just not about it. Now to brag on the series, which the first thing they do right is Sonic. For a time where Sonic was represented in a few different ways, from shows to games, this version of Sonic is actually interesting. He's quick-witted, overconfident, sometimes obnoxious, but is just wanting to get the job done. But the thing about this Sonic that a lot of fans aren't used to now is that he gets angry, he feels guilty, he gets agitated with others, and is sometimes a jerk. He isn't always confident in himself in a setting that is bleaker than the normal setting of the games. This version is adapting to the world that was taken over by Robotnik, and he's just a kid thrown into a war. But even in those moments of weakness, his goal remains the same in that he doesn't stop running towards his goal. I don't mind this version of Sonic because this is the time where he's growing the most. People hate that he's written as a cocky jerk, but that kind of makes sense to me. If that's not your thing, sure, but I'm not gonna hate on this Sonic because he still embodies what Sonic does best. freedom. In that same vein, so do the rest of the Freedom Fighters, a group committed to dealing with Robotnik's antics and horrendous schemes, and I truly see them as a little family. The biggest highlight in this era to me was Antoine. His little side stories were so fun to see his growth over time. He becomes less annoying and more capable, and it's a simple but effective story. Rotor and Bunny are also good. I just think of more stories with Antoine than the other two. They'll get their time, don't you worry. There's also characters that are around the Freedom Fighters like Amy Rose and Dulcie, who I love their bond when it shows up. Dulcie's pure heart in a world that's a little darker than what we're used to, with Amy, who's a younger kid who hasn't experienced the war, is fun, and just the little that you get to see them interact. I'd like to imagine that a lot of downtime off the page is all these characters hanging out and having a fun time similar to Sad AM. I just can't speak enough to how much I enjoy the Freedom Fighters together. A special little bond that they all share from seeing their kingdom fall but being optimistic is really nice to see. One character that I think is actually so cool is Uncle Chuck. On the surface, he's just the double agent of Knothole to get info on Robotnik's latest schemes. But when you peel back the layers, he's one of the comic's most interesting characters. A scientist that intended to combine robotics with medicine in an attempt to save his brother from the wounds inflicted during the war, Robotnik turned it on him to transform the people into his robotic slaves. Not only that, but he became a victim as well, having to exist in this hard shell with nothing but his thoughts and his guilt. Then when he returns, he carries the secret of Sonic's parents, the weight of the relationship between Mobians and Robians, and the consequences of being betrayed. A very complex character that I'd imagine a lot of people would not like after the fall of Robotnik. He is part of the reason some of these people are in this scenario. It's easy to push the blame on him. But Chuck realizes that he can't be the savior of this fight. Sonic can. He places all of his bets on his nephew to win, and he never gives up on him. Not only is it out of love, but also because it was all he had to return home to. Such a conceptually interesting character that I don't think gets explored enough. The art of this era is best defined personally by a handful of artists like Stephen Butler, Dave Manick, Art Mawhinney, and Patrick Spaziante. Each has their own distinct style that screams classic Sonic. While Art and Dave are a bit more static, their art makes me think of the gag era almost instantaneously. Spaziante and Butler have some of the craziest spreads in the whole series, the Spaz covers being so iconic to the early part of the series. Both have this longer leg classic Sonic that I think meshes modern and classic looks fairly well up until the modern transition. Now, not all the art is great, but I personally don't want to just sit here and dunk on some of the art, even if I personally wouldn't like it. I won't say what, but out of the first 71 issues, there are a few that I'm shocked that got checked off. But I digress. I'm not trying to just exude toxic positivity because this is not perfect, but I don't want to just dunk on someone's hard work just for the sake of it. Some of you are just really mean to this era just because hatred is the only criticism that you can dish out. This era can be chalked up to growing pains, which is not an excuse, but it's just what happened, whether you enjoy it or not. Honestly, when Pender's cooked, he cooked. He has a handful of issues that I truly recommend to people. There are some truly bad things, and I mean bad. But even a story as messy as Endgame I honestly really like. Sure, some issues have quite the tonal whiplash, but that's just the nature of the beast when trying to shift to more plot-focused stories. The stories that I truly like within this era are, without a doubt, Mecha Madness, the World Tour, the Ixis Trilogy, issues 43 and 25, and Endgame, along with the Tails and Sonic Quest miniseries. There's most of the issues that are frankly just good, but these are the standout ones. There's only like a handful of issues and specials that I can count on one hand that I would personally say are bad, but that's about it. But the bad stuff is just real bad, and I'm looking at you, St. John.
If you haven't guessed it already, this series is super out of print. Like, good luck trying to find a trade paperback, or good luck trying to find a single issue, because a lot of the stuff that you're gonna find is just secondhand. But if you're trying to collect these stories in this specific era outside of the single issues, then this is what you should check out.
Pretty much all of this stuff that we've discussed today can be found in the Sonic Archives, Sonic Select, and Sonic Legacy series. Sonic Archives collects the main issues while Sonic Select does a lot of the specials. Legacy is just Archives, but bigger. You can find a guide online somewhere to find what you're looking for, but some of these vary in price, so just be aware if you're a collector like me. I like owning the trades just because they're easier to go back and read while I collect the singles just for preservation purposes. Physical media is pretty cool. At this point in the franchise, Sonic has conquered multiple mediums that have stood tall to this day. Sad AM and Adventures have finished their runs, sorta. The cult classic Sonic OVA release and is still beloved, and Sonic Adventure has released and created this new and exciting era that the comic is attempting to capture. Sonic at this point was still on top and had a very promising future for the comic despite some of the highs and lows of this era.
Sonic's Archie run had a humble beginning and took unheard leaps for the franchise, for better or for worse. An impressive 71 issues, 4 miniseries, and specials is an impressive feat for any franchise. 7 years of publishing a unique take on this character is something that should be commemorated. This subsection of the series held its fame for a reason, and I think it was worth every bit of the fame that it garnered. However, fame can become infamy very quickly, and sometimes you don't even end up noticing.
Got him!
Yes, Father.
We've honored the lover's last request. Now I want to hear something go!
Uh-oh. Better make this quick! I'm home!
Father, who is that blue hedgehog?
His name is Sonic M. He's enemy and numero uno! A thorn in my side who's halted every step I've ever made toward global domination!
Why are there no existing files on him?
Why, I deleted them. I thought he was dead. Done for. Yesterday's sushi. I was wrong. I hate being wrong. But make no mistake, Em. I hate that hedgehog even more!
The Great Forest in under an hour. Not bad for a guy who spent the last 6 weeks in Knothole? It's way different.
Knuckles. Knuckles was the trend sweeping the nation of the entire Archie Sonic crew. They enjoyed him so much that they decided that they want to rob him away from the main series and give him his own series because he's just so stinking important. So if you feel like that you were missing some context to some things post-Endgame, then you'd want to check out the Knuckles series. And how did that go? Whoa! So to help fill in the gaps before moving forward, let's look at Archie Sonic's first side series, Knuckles the Dark Legion. A look at a fascinating character, but definitely not all for the best.
If you're curious where Knuckles begins, it starts right before the events of issue 44. The hope is that you've also read the Knuckles miniseries as well, because Knuckles fought Interjack. Headed by writer Ken Penders and Kent Taylor, we start the series by being introduced to the looming threat of the Dark Legion, a group feared by Knuckles' father, Locke. We get to see the two sides of the fall of Dimitri, those who want technology to be taken out of Echidna society and the others who are firmly against it. Secret societies have formed to oppose the Council's decision, known as the Dark Legion. What starts as a simple rebellion leads to betrayal, civil war, and casualties. One of the victims is the father of Steppenwolf, who, along with the help of the Ankristopheles, becomes the first guardian of the Chaos Emerald. This leads Steppenwolf to fight his cousin Menaker, who leads the Dark Legion to get his revenge against his father Dimitri, who was the first Interjack, which was destroyed underneath Mount Doom. Steppenwolf sends the Dark Legion away, launching a long-heated hatred against most of the Echidna clan. Fast forward back to Knuckles, who's dealing with the current invasion of the Dark Legion, where he, along with the Chaotix, are taken into custody by Kragok, the current big cheese, as Knuckles would say. Kragok and the Dark Legion are looking to find the Chaos Chamber, but Knuckles won't stand for that, causing chaos that soon leads to a forest fire and a herd of Mobians stampeding their way. This was a perfect distraction for Kragok and the whole Legion to gain a Chaos Emerald and make it back to their base. History repeats itself when Knuckles begins to brawl against Kragok, yet again the Guardian versus the Head Legionnaire. They end up winning the day, but the Dark Legion makes their getaway. The entire time this is going on, Knuckles' dad is watching everything. He just watches to let Knuckles learn how to be a good Guardian, having multiple conversations with Archimedes about what he's able to do in the moment. Locke's just kinda done this for the entire time that he's been around, but we do see that he is a very powerful Guardian from his ability to interfere with the technology that the Legion uses. It gives us a little picture of what Knuckles could potentially do in the future and makes me think about Locke's future role in that. To start out with a small 3-part story like this is a good way to get readers invested. It's what they're used to and is a good structure. The benefit of this series is that it's already in the part of the era that shifted to more serious single story issues, so this is a jam-packed story going back and forth between the Echidna past and current conflict. A decent start, I think. It's a standard good Knuckles story, but still has room to grow. And that growth all starts with introducing a female Echidna named Julie Sue in issue number 4, who is an escaped Legionnaire that wanted to join Knuckles for some unknown reason. It gets even stranger when the duo stumbles upon the city of Echidnaopolis, a long-thought gone city filled with the Echidna tribe. But something strange is happening, as it disappears just as soon as it appears for the first time. In that city was Knuckles' mother, who he thought was dead. It seems to be a common trend in the series. But Knuckles knows only what his father has told him. Why hasn't he seen other Echidnas until now? Why is his mother alive? Why is Knuckles not ready to know all of these secrets that he's been obviously kept in the dark about for so long? When another shockwave hits and allows the duo to enter back into Echidnaopolis, they're met by Constable Remington, the head of the Echidna police, essentially. Remington connects Knuckles with Hawking, the man who created the Hyperzone projector and is the reason of the city fading in and out. But the conversation is cut short when Knuckles is informed that the Dingoes have kidnapped his mother. You see, the Dingoes and Echidnas, they don't like each other. That's why this whole Hyperzone projector was made. The Dingoes were stealing older Echidna technology and used it to try and destroy the clan. So following the aftermath of literal nukes being shot at the Echidnas, the Hyperzone projector sent both groups into their own zones to remain safe from the radiation. But with the city fading in and out of regular view, the same is happening to the Dingoes, which causes distress amongst the Dingo military and the man known as General Stryker. They decide to deal with this the extreme way, catching us up to now. Knuckles saves his mother and stepfather, while Hawking is informed by Locke that something down on the ground has affected the Hyperzone projector and is causing both zones to crash together between the Dingoes and the Echidnas, which was the ultimate annihilator, by the way. Tensions are high and the Dingoes are out for blood, and I mean they almost fire squatted some of these people. Yeah, so Knuckles confronts Stryker, the Hyperzone projector fixes the city, and the two groups make a truce for now to investigate their new land. And all of it ends with Knuckles getting his hat. Something really interesting about this 3-parter is how much they dig into the Guardian lineage. It's practically royalty amongst the Echidna people. Just the importance that Knuckles is greeted with is wild, on top of his mother explaining that her absence had to do with the fact that he was destined for this great responsibility so early on in his life. But there's also the allusion to Knuckles having a greater importance to even that. These secrets, they're still being kept from Knuckles and he can't seem to put that past him. Everything starts coming to a head when Enerjack returns, siding with the Dark Legion. Enerjack is fixated on reclaiming Echidnaopolis with the help of the Legion, and with Knuckles dealing with the big gold guy, Julie Sue returns to the fold of the Legion, harassing the kidnapped Chaotix in the process. Which the Chaotix get kidnapped a lot in this comic right now. Enerjack throws Knuckles on the moon, deep in the ocean, and high in the sky until literally tearing apart Knuckles' molecules. But thankfully, the Ancient Walkers saved him for that grim fate and helped Knuckles save the Chaotix. Again. Well, Enerjack makes his way to Echidnaopolis, only to be teleported to Mammoth Mogul? Mogul absorbs all of Enerjack's energy into the Sword of Acorns, completely rendering the demigod useless. Mogul was the one that got Enerjack back here, and now we know why. The Dark Legion is still running amok, attempting to escape with Dimitri, and Knuckles fails to capture him. So Locke does as any dad who has literally not seen his son in a long time does and calls his friends. But this screen is special as, quote-unquote, the system scramblers will make them see the visual of Knuckles, unquote, instead of Locke. Can we just call that stupid? Just to make sure it lines up with issue 55. It seems like someone just messed up and this helped fix it. Whatever. So that leads into Mogul making Knuckles, Sonic, and Tails vanish before their little super brawl in issue 56. At this point in the Knuckles series, I really like this structure. Longer stories with 3-part arcs that build up everything. Kinda wild that Enerjack was just taken out, but at this point we have already seen that Mogul needed 3 super forms to be beaten. So a lot of these 3-part stories will go alongside Sonic's World Tour and the Ixis trilogy. While those are going on, we get to see more stories like Knuckles leading an Echidna tribe on the surface, which goes alongside Sonic's story in the Kingdom of Mercia. And Knuckles becomes Sonic Jesus by leading the Echidnas to the ancient city of Albion, the motherland of the whole tribe. And then he goes off and gets stronger while the Chaotix take down a couple of mob bosses who killed Charmy's friend with a drug-laced chili dog. Oh, and then there's a conspiracy of a Guardian who claimed that an old foe stole his identity and is now part of the Brotherhood that is closely watching Knuckles. I think that if you know anything about the specific side series, it's just how nuts it can be. And yeah, it can be a deterrent. At this point, you can sum up the Knuckles series as interesting. But to different readers, interesting can mean good or bad or fascinating. or infuriating. And frankly, don't blame any fan, especially a Sonic fan, from not vibing with this. Sonic's jump into a story with serious consequences feels like something that would really happen in a war. Knuckles' jump seems a bit too much, honestly. Like, genuinely a little crazy. A character got introduced by getting killed off by drugs in a Sonic story. And Sonic Jesus! What crack were they smoking, and where can I find it? Although, the conspiracy of the Brotherhood isn't that crazy, with the entire Guardian family tree being in disarray from Tobor's imposter. That actually makes sense. The Guardians aren't the only one dealing with familial issues, as the Royal Secret Service discovers Elias and Queen Alicia, like how it's revealed in issue 68 of Sonic. But also, Knuckles' mom and dad kiss even though his mom is trying to get remarried. Drama! All of this comes to a head when it's revealed that the Brotherhood were the ones keeping Alicia alive and teaching Elias from a young age, adding more of a crazy connection to the Echidnas in the Kingdom of Acorn. I really like this plot point, in all honesty. It made the world feel more connected instead of just Knuckles in the Echidna sphere that we've seen these past 20 issues. We're over halfway through this series and some of its best connections link back to Sonic and the gang. Go figure. And it only gets better. Oh no, I'm actively lying to you! Sweet mother of God, what happened? In an effort to try and sway the Echidna people, the Dark Legion captures the head of the High Council by order of the new robotic Dimitri, do brain surgery on him, and make him resign his candidacy to a robot made by the Dark Legion. All is fine and good until they start saluting to Dimitri like the Hitler salute. This is one of, if not the most, infamous panels in all of Archie Sonic. It's mostly having to do with Ken Penders tweeting a few years ago that this specific story arc contained 2 issues that quoted Mein Kampf directly, specifically these 2 bits of dialogue at the beginning of these issues. From the internet digging I've done, I've heard that's false. What I have heard is that it's repurposing a World War II poem for this little bit of lore. Who in their right mind finds their story comparable to Nazi Germany? He genuinely thought that it would make this plotline more interesting if he added quotes from Mein Kampf, which is wrong! This 3-part story arc is the epitome of losing the plot. I'm not even going to entertain the idea that this was even remotely appropriate, because some people might argue that dictatorships have been seen before in media, and yes, that's true, but they don't outright reference Hitler. Dr. Robotnik literally takes over the entire planet, and there's not a single one of his robots throwing their hands up in salute. This screams out of touch and is trying so hard to be interesting. And not just because this is a children's comic, not even because this is a Sonic comic, but that this is honestly unacceptable in just most stories. Some of the most sinister villains you can think of don't have to piggyback off a real-life tragedy to be interesting, so there's no excuse for this one either. I've been pretty open to a lot of what Penders has done, and defended a good bit of his writing, excluding a few pretty major things that have been weird. I'm not exactly breaking new territory in saying that. This really takes the cake. When doing research for this specific issue, I'd seen a line in reference to his famous tweet regarding the reference that says, "Why is Ken shooting himself in the foot?" To where another person responded, "Because he's too stupid to aim for the head."
How do you take something so deplorable, so problematic, and try to remedy something like this? Well, that's the fun part. You don't.
Yeah, the next issue finally lets Knuckles see his dad instead of Locke playing World of Warcraft in the corner somewhere. All of the drama, all of the parental arguing, and where does it get us? Well, his dad made Knuckles into Sonic Jesus. Yep, you heard that right. Knuckles' dad infused Knuckles' egg with the Chaos Emerald because he was visited by Sonic God. Oh my gosh. I love you, Dad. Knuckles' dad has been absent for a good chunk of his life, has lied to him, and now is informed that his father's decisions have affected the trajectory of his life. Knuckles should be enacting crunch time on his dad right about now. How do we still have 7 issues left? I don't even know how it went so downhill so quickly. Oh my gosh. Issue 26. Okay. Knuckles and his dad almost talk about sex? Why is his dad giving him dating advice after coming back after so long? Why was this the plotline that followed up Sonic Hitler? Within those issues, though, this starts up a side story with Mighty, Knack the Weasel's sister, and Fiona Fox? Yeah, it turns out Mighty was a slave along Ray the Flying Squirrel and the real Fiona Fox, not the robot that Tails fell in love with many issues back. So while Knuckles gets the girl of his dreams, Mighty is saving Ray after he was attached to a Power Stone in another zone for 6 years! Ray felt like it had just been a few hours, but Mighty knew that just wasn't the case. This also explains a little bit more of Fiona and her getting a robot double created by Robotnik, which is honestly cool lore to add. It just so happens to be in this series at this specific point, so I think it's overshadowed a bit. I wonder why. The next issue includes Sally and has this funny panel giving an in-world reason why Sally changed colors so much at the beginning, and I think that's pretty funny. Issue 29 develops Knuckles and Sally's relationship and the similar frustrations and circumstances they find themselves in. This, to me, may be my favorite interaction between the two because the roles that they play within their lives rely on so much sacrifice. And like Locke told Knuckles, her best interests may not coincide with yours. It's the reality that they're both at the bottom of the food chain, but Sally is trying to do something about it instead of Knuckles, who still isn't sure where he belongs in the fold. Sally has proven to take charge, so she is different than Knuckles, who has had an overwhelming amount of new things happen in his life. He pleads for Sally to understand, but she can't. In a sense, she's blindly trying to trust her friend, but can't see what all he's having to do with, leaving frustration in Knuckles' mind as she flies off the island. Now, maybe Sally was misguided. After all of her control being taken away, this became a confident petition that turned into desperation. I don't know. I like this issue. It's felt like the most in-character interaction that Knuckles has had in a while, actually. This is it. The last arc in the series. It introduces two main players in the story, Monk and Hunter. Monk simply has beef with Knuckles because he beat Knuckles once, then was thrown off the floating island. Then there's Hunter, who just wants to challenge Knuckles and has been following him for some time. He wants Monk and Knuckles to work together while Hunter hunts them. Well, they get hunted, and Monk, the hyper-realistic monkey man, dies. Then Knuckles has his Super Saiyan moment, and they capture Hunter to end the full series. Oh my gosh.
I truly am not able to properly... I think someone just crashed in my yard. I really am not able to properly explain the downhill slope that I witnessed when reading this series. It went down so fast. I can't lie in saying that I was actually interested in a good chunk of the series, but I really genuinely just don't know any of the rhyme or reason for some of these decisions.
Let's just start off with the bad stuff. Referencing Hitler is bad. I don't think I can state this enough. Who allowed these decisions to be made? Was Penders the dictator of the writer's room or something? I probably should not have said that. Like, this series feels all over the place. I'd say like the first half of the series does a decent job of being good to decent, but past issue 21, you're getting into some wild territory. The crazy parts of the series are infamous and weird, and to some people that's cool, but I cannot seriously recommend you read past this point. Just read the wiki articles if you're interested enough. Okay, critiques. First off, the entire basis of giving extended Echidna lore is almost asinine. You know what? It is asinine. Like, you thought info overload was present in the classic era, but no sorry, it's even more prevalent here. You can't go an issue without an AI yellow-tinted flashback to some new Echidna ancestor that's prevalent to the plot. They aren't all bad, but it gets so tiring when every issue is the same structure of bouncing back and forth between the present and the past. And some of these flashbacks are things that you've seen before. You genuinely get Interject's story written 5 different ways in terms of flashbacks. They really don't want you to forget anything, so you are going to be reminded of him. Speaking of echidnas, the majority of the ones that you meet will be forgotten so soon. A few highlights are Remington and Spectre, because he did not have to be dripped out that hard. Oh my gosh! The rest you'll probably not remember other than Guardian number 4, or Guy dating Knuckles' mom. You're telling me these two guys are different? This one is just Knuckles with a mustache! Is that racist of me to say? The only recurring characters that aren't echidnas are the Chaotix, who are just a mixed bag in and of themselves. At the beginning, they just get captured a lot and proceed to do a few notable things throughout the series. I can't say that they majorly improve when their main story that they contribute to is Mello's death and the whole drug scandal. But Mighty Saving Ray is a great story, Espio kills his best friend, and Vector just kinda is a D1 hater to Julie Sue the whole time. Oh yeah, and Charmy B is the prince of his own kingdom and is now getting married? See, I say all of this here, but a lot of times Vector, Mighty, and Espio were just sitting around and talking. So the general highlights are about as good as you're gonna get. They kind of get the shaft when Knuckles starts doing his Guardian stuff. The only member of the Chaotix that really gets solo time with Knuckles is the newly introduced Julie Sue. Julie Sue is an ex-Legionnaire that, despite her crimes, is asked to join the Chaotix by order of Remington. She tragically has the slow degradation of becoming a new Princess Sally after being capable and shooting stuff, now just becoming nothing more than just the romantic figure. But she does have a great start, so I hate that she just kind of fades into the background as just the person for Knuckles to kiss. And speaking of Knuckles, what would a series about him be if not having him be a highlight? Well, he is, kind of. There is a very constant progression of character that Knuckles gets until, you guessed it, the bad stuff. You can actually see that Knuckles is becoming more stronger, more capable, up until his dad shows up. I don't know, then it just feels like there isn't much to him until it's revealed that he is an actual Chaos Emerald. I don't care about the romance. Stop doing that. It feels like we're just backpedaling until Knuckles gets this MacGuffin of having insane chaos abilities. Which, don't get me wrong, they're all insane. You should see some of the stuff the Guardians are doing, but it's like the biggest pulls of all time. You're telling me Knuckles got so angry that Monk died, that his power showed up? Okay, man. Knuckles isn't all bad, but the end of the series did not do him any favors. But the worst offender of all of the characters is Locke. At some point, the Guardians just get invited to Haven to oversee the floating island, and Locke totally abandons his family just to go hang out there. He had the freedom to leave. He didn't have to stay, but he chose to stay there and leave Knuckles thinking he was by himself. Not only that, but again, Locke is the reason that Knuckles has had to put up with half of the crap that he's had to, because instead of actually taking care of him, he's focused on only stepping in when he's needed. What a garbage father. He thinks a Zoom call is enough interaction, then is met with open arms and love when he starts showing back up to a divorce and a son with daddy issues. What a load of crap. In what world has he redeemed himself enough to merit anything but frustration and lack of trust? Well, at this point, I bet you're wondering what the pros are. Well, I like the Fire Ants. They go pretty hard. They just kind of hang out and chill as best as they can until they're needed. Like the most harmless characters that just show up and teleport and breathe fire, they were the only part that I truly never minded. Also, I like most of the art. I gotta clarify most. Minnie Galen's art grew on me over time because while it wasn't super dynamic, I just kind of got used to it and I grew to like it. I do not know what was happening in a few issues there towards the end, but Dave Manick having one issue in here is arguably some of the best art in the series. Oh, and a lot of these 3-issue stories had really cool covers that you could put all together and make a giant piece. A few of them even having Spaz on the covers. That stuff was heat. Knuckles the Dark Legion is the biggest mixed bag in the realm of mixed bags, because it's not entirely deplorable, but how do I even recommend that you read this knowing what all is in there? If you have a genuine interest in going through everything like I am, then by all means, you should know what you're getting into. I would give this a 3 out of 10 and would give it a 0 if it was just the arc where Penders' ego believes that he can replace World War II items with Sonic terminology.
I think a lot of you are expecting me to give Penders the absolute runaround, or at least more than I already have. But trust me, his time will come. But one of the negative reviews that I hear about the series as a whole is that every single consistent problem, or inconsistency, if you will, is always being blamed on Ken Penders himself, and he is to blame for every single issue that has arisen for this entire series. I think at this point, the story of this comic's head writer has just been watered down to nothing more than just a negative connotation and not enough of the facts. Some creators have done this respectfully, but some creators just don't know what they're talking about. Which kind of makes sense, because sometimes when this story just gets retold and retold and retold, it's obviously just going to get watered down on the internet. While the classic era had a few red flags, the adventure era was kind of the tipping point, and not for the best. All will be revealed as we head back into issue 72 of Archie's Sonic the Hedgehog. I have never been so glad to come back to you, my friend. We start back in Rotor leaves? Well, that stings, but surely nothing else major happens. Is that Chester Cheetah? While King Max takes his time to speak to his people, something interrupts the transmission. The story of Robotnik's takeover, but giving details of the Doctor that the public didn't know. It's dismissed as a false alarm rather quickly. Sonic is starting to get used to some normalcy, and doesn't need something else messing with his life as it is right now, and he's appreciating the time that he has with his parents. To show his appreciation, Sonic gifts his mom and dad brand new Power Ring wedding bands before quickly speeding off to a summons from Sally. Little does he know, this false alarm was anything but that. I bet some of you are wondering about these satellites that have been causing problems over these past few issues. It's a set of 8 satellites that are seemingly being controlled by someone. They've been the reason all these unexplained phenomena have been happening to Sonic on his adventures recently. But when the last satellite is activated over Knothole, this incident hits too close to home, causing Sonic's parents, uncle, and dog to go missing. The cause is none other than Robotnik himself. Sonic knows something is up, even defying the King's orders to go investigate those satellites himself. With the Freedom Fighters by his side, the gang makes their way into space, risking punishment from the King. Nate even assists them, despite knowing the consequences, because he knows that if anyone can stop those satellites, it's Sonic. When getting aboard the space stations, they're met by the all-too-familiar SWAT bots, along with the all-too-familiar Robotnik.
The Doctor reveals to be using the Robians once again as slaves of his nefarious deeds, launching Sonic into a furious attack. In that attack, Robotnik is launched under some substance, revealing the disguise only to find that it's Robo-Robotnik instead. The information in the broadcast mentioned how Robo-Robotnik sent the original Doctor back to Mobius, leading to the events that we know leading up to Endgame. But Robo-Robotnik's world went a little differently. As our Sonic got rid of Robotnik with the Ultimate Annihilator, this Robotnik rid the world of his Sonic, and he plans to do the same thing to this world as well, as there's no one to stop the attack he sent to the world below. In one fell swoop, this Robotnik has arrived, captured Sonic, his family, and the Kingdom of Acorn just like in times past. All hope is lost until the unlikely help of Snively frees the Freedom Fighters. Sonic races to find his parents, seeing the true power of this Robotnik, but is saved by his parents and the rings that kept them safe from being under the Doctor's control. In true Sonic fashion, he makes it off the space station in the nick of time, blowing up the satellites. With the robotic body gone from Robotnik, he needed to find something more fitting for his return, giving the spark of life to the body of the new Dr. Eggman. 75 issues in and starting off this era strong with the return of Robotnik. Man, what a great start. I love this plotline. Bullish taking the jump into matching another design and introducing not only Eggman, but a terrifying and intimidating version that makes total sense. It's not the same Robotnik as we once knew. I know a lot of comics reintroduce villains into the story for the sake of continuity or fan desire, and don't get me wrong, Sonic needs an Eggman, but this felt really natural. Robotnik was just beginning to be intimidating, but this version is showing up into another zone to just kill another Sonic? That goes so hard. The people of Mobotropolis have now moved back to Knothole to recoup from the invasion, and just like I said before, it's like some people are experiencing the same tragedies like Robotnik's original invasion. Their parents taken and turned into metal slaves, the hope that was once returned to the people is all but gone, and it's all due to Dr. Eggman and his reclamation of Robotropolis. And how could you blame the people for being afraid of him? Just look at this guy, little squiggly robot guy over here. When everyone returns to Knothole after Sonic's complete disregard of the King's orders, everyone imagines the worst for the Blue Blur, but is pleasantly surprised when the King commends Sonic's courage and even knights him. This act lets the King see how valuable the Freedom Fighters are to the new Kingdom of Knothole and reinstates them to serving in the field. Amongst all the confusion of this latest invasion, many people were left confused and trying to find their place in the new kingdom. People like a young girl named Mina Mongoose. She's tasked by Rosie to watch a set of young kids that just lost their parents as well. Even in days where heroes like Sonic are celebrated, the people still seek hope in times of sadness like this. Meanwhile, in Robotropolis, Eggman is healing from a virus that the Freedom Fighters infected him with, all while scouring through data of his previous version's plans. This leads him to discovering his latest scheme into what can help him conquer Mobius, acquiring the being known as Chaos. During all of this, Elias deals with not wanting to be the king at all. It's a struggle that he tells Sally, saying how he doesn't want the throne. And because of this, Sally takes a note from her father's book and hops into the source of all. They kind of allude that King Max is always right with the source, which kind of raises some red flags. Also, this whole Sally story raises red flags with them undressing Sally, and that's a child. Moving on. This is also when we see Bunny get an upgrade, which is pretty cool. Sonic and Eggman getting a design change was a big deal, but seeing someone who's gotten more time in the comics get an update is also super cool as well. Oh yeah, and they just casually start making Tails like his modern design in issue 76, which is just giving him blue instead of black eyes. Neat. Well, obviously they need to do this because of the upcoming Sonic Adventure adaptation, which took place for 6 issues and a Sonic Super Special. And I would cover it here, but I already made a video going pretty in-depth about it earlier this year, and to tell you the truth, I'll do anything to cut corners on this video. So let me just spit off some fun facts about how Archie adapts Sonic Adventure. While Sonic Adventure remains a little odd in the scheme of the Archie comics, it's definitely held up by the importance of the echidnas, and I like that. But outside of that, it's a pretty self-contained story that you could take out and not really lose much if I'm being honest. That's because obviously the comic universe contradicts a lot of the game universe, specifically with the Overlander and Mobian relations. Guess not everyone's a racist, which is pretty cool. There's also just the fact that Penders revealed that Sega just wasn't super helpful when it came to these types of materials. I can't find the original interview, but apparently the only way they found out about the story is that one of the staff literally just played the Japanese version and then told the story secondhand. So yeah, that's a pretty good reason for the story to feel the way that it does. It wasn't very natural, but it was also incorporated fine enough. Well, after Sonic Adventure wraps up, we get a pretty cool fight between that Silver Sonic that you can see in Final Egg and the real Sonic. After a swift defeat, the robot Sonics don't stop as Sonic comes face to face with Metal Sonic after a long time. This time, it's a lot stronger with a power gem core and a plot to use Tails as bait to get Sonic to brawl. It works, leading Sonic to the top of its lava-ridden Mount Mobius, where, in a shocking turn of events, Metal Sonic saves Sonic and Tails after Tails proclaims that he won't abandon Sonic even if Sonic told him to leave. That spirit is the thing that Metal Sonic is missing and inspires him to sacrifice himself to the fierce magnet. Sonic and Tails aren't the only ones facing the heat, as Knuckles sees a major moment with his mother getting remarried, but that's followed up by the Dark Legion literally erasing Echidnapolis with something called the Quantum Beam. In this special, Hawking finally kicks the bucket. If you even remember that he's been on life support for like 40 plus issues. Oh, and Julie Sue gets kidnapped. So Knuckles isn't having the best time right now. When Sonic and the Freedom Fighters get home, King Max is marching with an army in tow after Eggman took Elias prisoner when he tried to find a substance that could heal Queen Alicia. So King Acorn, armed with the Sword of Acorns, takes Sonic, the Secret Service, and an army directly to Robotropolis. Okay, I have to mention this here because you all have probably noticed this. Sonic's arms across the entire series have swapped back and forth from tan and blue, and I think it's funny that just in 2 different panels, the artist's comical laziness can see Sonic going back and forth between tan and blue. It's just a funny detail that I get a chuckle out of every few issues. So the invasion to Robotropolis goes successfully, but not without a few problems. While making it to Elias right before his roboticization, Chuck and Mutsky turn back to normal with the Sword of Acorns but are taken away, leaving Sonic distracted. And while he's distracted, King Acorn takes a massive hit to the head, which Sonic was ordered by Sally to protect him. Kind of awkward, bringing your unconscious dad home back to your crush. All of this happens while Athair tells Knuckles to find Robbo the Hedge to help resolve what happened on Angel Island. Who he died, by the way. I think I forgot to mention that. When Knuckles finds Rob, that's right after Amy, Antoine, and Bunny show up to find Antoine's dad. While it's a cool team up, I sure hope now that the Knuckles series is over, that doesn't mean this is going to be the Sonic and Knuckles comic again. We come to find out that that is most definitely the case, as Bowlers or another writer would take the front end of the issue with the Sonic story, while Knuckles' stories were handled by Penders in the back. So everyone's just kind of stressed out. Sally is worried about her parents and mad at Sonic. Sonic is mad at himself for not being able to save Chuck, and Eggman is stressed because Sonic trashed his bedroom again. But on the bright side, Sonic realizes that the Sword of Acorns can help the Robians not be under Eggman's control. So he steals it. That's not the bright side. Oh yeah! Elias explains to Sally that Max got hit because Sonic was protecting Elias, so that's all good now. And then Max along with Alicia are both awake. Finally! It turns out that serum actually worked, and it's all thanks to Elias and the civilian known as Mina Mongoose. Yeah, the girl who lost her family. She's starting to become important, for your information. So important that she just joined Sonic on his adventure with the sword, which marks the march towards 100 issues. Issue 90 has Sonic and Mina confronted by combots and having the Sword of Acorns stolen away. Mina shows off her own super speed as well, but only to get Sonic to safety. But the sword falls into Eggman's hands before a set of meteors begin crashing towards the ground. All of this happens while the Acorn family is finally reunited, but not before the realization that King Max is paralyzed from the waist down, leaving Elias as head of the kingdom. The story with Knuckles continues as they made it to Albion, but find out that Antoine's father is in their custody. After Antoine's father awakens and an explosion happens, Knuckles takes on this green form similar to a Chaos Emerald. Antoine explains to Galana that a device from Rotor should fix his father, but when the Echidnas refuse, Knuckles lashes out and uses his power to teleport our heroes into different groups. Rob and Amy are back in Mercia, Bunny, Antoine, and General Decollette into a ship, and then Knuckles is all on his own. So now there's 2 pretty distinct stories going on, with Sonic still needing to free the Robians and then Knuckles dealing with his new power. 50% of this comic still has an obsession with this guy, and I just don't get it. With that in mind, to keep it easier, I'm going to tell sections of each story instead of going back and forth. Issue 92, yeehaw! Oh no! So those meteors crashed down and Sonic was able to be fine. Now Eggman really has the Sword of Acorns and plans to see if it actually works, and he isn't able to get it to work. That's because Chuck and Mutsky are still alright after being turned back to normal a few issues back. But oh no, the sword was stolen again by Arachnus and given to Kodos. And oh no, those weren't meteors, those were Overlanders, and one of them being Robotnik's brother. Yippee! Well, it's a good thing Monkey Khan shows up to stop the— Nope, he's attacking Sonic. Well, Sonic's in hot water, and I wish I could take it seriously, but that art definitely changed my mindset about it. And now there's a hinted other love interest for Sonic? Oh my gosh! So Sonic gets back home and is met by Elias and the Secret Service. only to admit that he totally messed up. But he isn't firm enough with Sonic, egging St. John into helping Elias make the decision of what to do next, which is to strip Sonic of his knighthood and keep him in Knothole. For 6.5 weeks, Sonic has had nothing to do until he was sent off to school, like real high school. With learning. Why is Sonic in school again when he's part of the reason an ex-dictator is dead? Well, even in times like this, life still isn't boring as Sonic deals with having Sally be taught at the castle and not seeing her and dealing with a long day of school. Oh, and Tails got teleported by a Thayer to probably fight some small deity or something, I don't know. But school and being put on house arrest can't stop Sonic when he decides to stage a rescue for the Overlanders. But instead he comes face to face with Kodos in his crazed state to find the Sword of Acorns, who is put unconscious by Arachnus. Kodos is taken in by the kingdom, leaving Jeffrey on high alert. This sword is serious business, so much so that Chuck sends in Shadowbots to inform Sonic that the Sword of Acorns does indeed bring back free will. But what's Sonic to do? He isn't supposed to do anything. But that doesn't mean the Sneak can't do anything. Sonic's alter ego got him into Robotropolis along with the Secret Service, which leads them just to getting captured and escaping. But now Sonic has to worry about getting captured by a new team in Archie's adaptation of Sonic Adventure 2. Sonic Adventure 2's adaptation in the comics was just as ambitious as Adventure 1's. There's so many layers. We get introduced to Shadow and Rouge, we get to see the legendary team-up of Sonic and Shadow at the end, and this Eggman gets geniusly combined with game lore and the comics continuity. All of this is what I would like to tell you what happened, but Sonic Adventure 2 got a singular issue in the main series. Adventure set the standard for the mainline games going forward in terms of how they were adapted, but from a production aspect, the aforementioned poor relationship that Archie had with Sega probably led to something like this. Now, regardless of how much there is in this issue, these two stories within the issue are pretty good. The first story sets a stage to Sonic being captured and running through City Escape, beautifully captured by Spaz's art, and the second story tells of Gerald's experiment being ceased and Maria being killed. Regardless of the length, these two stories gave a good amount of excitement for the new game. Too bad that the next issue is like barely anything happened. Oh, and Tails is back! Yippee! They both just get to deal with life-threatening side quests while Sonic's parents fold their laundry. But when they return back, everything is still the same. No sword, Sally stuck in the castle, Kodos is still crazy, Mina kisses Sonic. Mina kisses Sonic! So yes, Mina Mongoose, who has now found out to have super speed, has found solace in her unique connection to Sonic. So much so that there's now another love interest, which is the worst part of this whole series. Well, now everyone is trying to get the Sword of Acorns, leading into the massive milestone of issue 100. Eggman has turned himself into a mobile roboticizer, able to roboticize anyone at the slightest touch, now being able to grow his robot army with Overlanders as well. All of this is happening while Kodos fights Princess Sally, who holds the late Arachnus in her arms. As Sally escapes the crazed warlord, Sonic attempts to catch up and save her, but it's too late as she falls into the fissure trying to find the Sword of Acorns where Arachnus hid it. I guess it's just something with milestone issues and Sally dying, I don't know. But Sally is alive, and with the Sword of Acorns, a vessel truly worthy of the Swords of All. She blasts Kodos to his death, and then, just like how it was in the past, she leads her team of freedom fighters on a rescue mission, but this time it's to save Nate from Robotropolis. Nate is trying to warn the Overlanders of the toxin that they're taking in, as Kodos' crazed spree was the result of his exposure. Nate wants to help his people, but when he walks to Eggman's front door, he comes to realize that he's being used as bait for Sonic to be trapped here. The heroes get to the city, finding Uncle Chuck and Nate, freeing the Robians, but still run the risk of being trapped in the Energy Dome. But not without the help of Nate, who heads to the city's controls while everyone is distracted. This act would cost him, as Eggman slowly creeps up and confronts Nate. When the heroes and Robians have left the city, they realize that Nate is still in there. Sonic attempts to get in there before the dome closes the city in, but is stopped by the force field. After bouncing back, we see that reality shifts multiple times. One reality is based off of the Sonic OVA, another is based off of Sad AM, and the other shows Sally and Knuckles engaged, and one where Sally didn't live from the events of Endgame. The last reality is Nate explaining that the shifts are occurring, but this is not the present reality that Sonic and the Freedom Fighters are living in. Nate sacrificed himself so everyone can make it out alive. Returning back to Knothole breeds a new chapter for the kingdom, but not without some drama, of course. The king wants Elias to use the sword to bring back the Robians' free will, but the sword chooses Sally. Elias is upset for being asked to be in charge, but the king questions him. As the Secret Service wants to take a break, they're attacked by hidden nanobots that Eggman drugged them with. Oh, and Bomb and Heavy are sleeper agents trying to kill everyone in the castle. After Sonic saves the day and is finally reunited with his whole family, the Acorns yet again can't find peace after Elias just up and leaves the kingdom. So while it's a new chapter, some may wish that it never began. Issue 100 is a huge issue to achieve. The scale of this comic is in and of itself an insane feat to achieve with multiple miniseries and 100 issues of a consistent storyline, especially with a well-beloved character that is so popular in another medium already. But guys, this is my least favorite Spaz cover literally of all time. I don't know who let this style pass. Now, why the reality shifts back a couple of issues ago? Why were these happening? Well, to know what's going on, we need to tell all of the parts of Knuckles' story that occurs in these issues. So to bring you back up to speed, Knuckles is green. This is because his powers are growing, and now the Echidna people gotta get him. So they hire Knack and his sister Nick to do the job. But that doesn't matter because the Echidnas come and get him anyways? Well, it's all because they're wanting to use their new Chaos Siphon on Knuckles, which doesn't work because he's just that guy. Well, now Tails shows up from when Athair took him away, trying to get Tails to help Knuckles during all of this. But Knuckles knocks him out. Teehee. That is until Turbo Tails shows up, but it still doesn't matter! Well, Knuckles teleports out and then it's revealed this Tails is a doppelganger. So the Tails that we just left in issue 100 is not the real Tails. Remember that. Write this down. Knuckles shows up to the Dark Legion and wants to know what happened to his friends and family, and in order for them to be revived, he has to join the Dark Legion. This all happens while Kragok and Tobor, who may have died, but I didn't really care to look back into it, they just crash into the Legion airship and then actually die. Oh, and Knuckles decides to turn evil. I have actually never been so bored in this comic. This was a hard part to write. I was so bored. It's now explained why different realities keep shifting, because apparently Knuckles can time travel with just his thoughts, and the different realities are the result of his multiple time jumps. And every time Knuckles messes up, he just has negative consequences. All of this is followed up by an Echidna family tree, which who would be able to keep track of this? Like, I'm not gonna lie, I forgot that Remington is the son of Kragok, the cyber terrorist. While all of these time jumps are happening, the main stories see different versions of Sonic in different zones. There's a little fun break from death, an epic X-Men parody where they fight Robo-Lactus and Silver Snively. Who let the classic era gag team back in here, you silly goobers? Well, when we return back to the main story, and you remember how Eggman's nuts? Well, he's tired of keeping the toxins a secret and just drops to all of the Overlanders that they are indeed being poisoned. He's a mad warlord, and he isn't even a human. So Sonic and Sally try to head back and free Nate from Eggman's hands, finally letting Sally do something with permission. All the Overlanders are feeling betrayed, especially one of Eggman's relatives named Hope, a little girl who bears witness to her family being turned into lifeless robots. Sonic and Sally save Hope, attempting to find the rest of the Overlanders, but quickly come face to face with Eggman and the realization that the sword cannot fix this roboticization. But free will can be given to those who desire to be roboticized, leading Snively into becoming metallic himself. The Overlanders are the focus of the Freedom Fighters right now, as they are essentially the captives of Eggman, but there's also great tension between Mobians and Overlanders. The best option is to get Station Square to take the Overlanders in, but not without a trade. Sonic is going to help take out a dragon in exchange for a home for the Overlanders. And wouldn't you know it, this dragon is the abusive boyfriend of Dulcie the Dragon, that we're supposed to be attached to with one issue. Hooray. I mean, for real, this is what should happen to people that abuse their significant others, but like, this story really fell flat. Amongst the plotline of Overlander and Mobian tensions, especially the one of Hope being happy to be a part of the Mobian society, the writers shift tone and give us stories like the original Robotnik returning for a silly team-up with Eggman, Rotor saving his family, Sally finally realizing that Mina isn't dating Sonic, and Eggman is destroyed by nukes. What? Yes, you heard it right. Dr. Eggman and Snively are blown up by nukes because Station Square launched nuclear warheads at him. Sonic and Tails tried to save Eggman, knowing that the missiles would leave radiation poisoning, but instead they turn on Eggman's force field and close the radiation in, destroying Robotropolis. Holy cow. It kinda went hard though, I'm not gonna lie. During this event, Sally watches this in real time with the Sword of Acorn, seeing into the future of what's to come, which is an attack to obtain the sword from the children of Arachne. But you see, while Elias doesn't seek the crown, Sally doesn't seek to be a vessel of the sword, so she gives the sword to the spiders for safekeeping. Because now that Eggman is dead for now, there really isn't a reason for a weapon so powerful. Also, Sally just doesn't want that kind of power. She wants to live in the present moment. especially now that she's finding some normalcy. And so is everyone else in Knothole, with Antoine's father seeking peace with Robbo the Hedge, Antoine himself proving that he's a courageous man to his father by beating up evil Sonic, Uncle Chuck receives peace after seeing the fault in his creations, and Sonic talks about girls. Skip. We also see what is one of my least favorite issues in the series with issue 113 retelling how Sonic met the Wolfpack. Who let this slide? I feel like I'm reading a storyboard of a Sonic short segment. The problem with all of these one-off issues is that, well, frankly, they're just boring? Well, I'll accept the story of Sonic and Tails finding out that his doppelganger storyline was caused due to Mammoth Mogul using Turbo Tails' energy to try and bring his physical form back to life, but is quickly defeated when Turbo Tails is freed and the Tails that we've been running around with just disappears. And that leaves the real Tails with no memory of what's happened since his fight with Knuckles. Oh my gosh. It's actually crazy because it is never brought up again. It's never said like, hey man, let me catch you up to speed, or oh yeah, someone who was you was living your life. It's just back to school for Tails. I mean, some of these other stories are cute, like the genie giving Mutsky Sonic speed, and there's a few highlights like the issue with Rouge, but right now this part of the comic is just so boring. I feel like it's become a little stagnant. Like, I'm sorry, but Handsome Snively is not it. And then Sonic attempts to save his friend Tommy the Turtle, who he hasn't seen in years, but doesn't save him in time, from a literal grenade, watching as the flaming rubble takes the life of a dear pal that we just met. It's these issues filled with plenty of tales of Sonic and his friends going on wacky adventures, like a step up from the gag era. Some stories have weight, some don't. It has that similar charm of that era, but again, I've already become invested in some of the more serious plot lines, so I'm not super excited to pump the brakes. There is something to be said that a big hero like Sonic is going around and doing, you know, hero stuff, but a lot of these plot lines just don't resonate with me. I can acknowledge that Sonic being seen as a planetary hero makes sense he's doing all this, but I'm not wanting smaller stories. It feels like a step backwards. So let's do a lightning round of some of the more notable stories in these multi-story issues. They're neatly categorized by these covers of Sonic and his pals. Sonic turns into a robot again, and meets aliens. Again. Oh, but this turned Eggman and Snively into organic creatures. That's actually kind of important. Jeffrey, St. John, and Hershey leave to find Prince Elias. Sonic and Tails stop a big robot train. Bunny fights some Robeans in Sandblast City. Rotor tries to break time travel rules. Mina tries to become a freedom fighter, and we get this weird panel of a miner. Sally reminisces of her old mentor and bonds with her mother. Elias is found and is married with a child on the way. Wait, he's only been gone for like 20 issues. How much time has passed? How long does it take Mobians to have children? Mina sings on stage, and there's more romance with Sonic! While there are a couple of more issues that continue this format, those final couple of stories deal with much larger plot threads. These stories that I just went through have some bearing on the plot, but the biggest thing is that a lot of these stories have little to no time to leave a lasting effect at all. On one end, I see them as small stories with our characters and giving them more time to enjoy their presence and the downtime of this world, but on the other end, I just don't care a lot about these stories because they're over just as soon as you start to like the story it's telling. But these next two issues lead into something much greater, like I said. But one is not the same as the other. In issue 122, Sally is kidnapped by Knack after having a very distressing moment of seeing Sonic and Mina bonding together with music. Also, while the two were jamming, this guy just screams, "Freebird!" And this was my first audible laughter that this comic has ever given me.
I was actually sitting right here when I was reading this panel. And then I started laughing, out loud, audibly, for everyone to stare, and I felt very embarrassed. Which is a good kudos to the writers, but another awkward Sonic fan moment. After finding where Knack took Sally, Sonic took off without a thought, Mina trailing behind him. Sally is trying to negotiate with Knack and trick him, which proves successful. By tricking him, this allows her to "Sally, put the gun down!" Sonic and Mina split up to find Sally, and Sonic is able to get to her before the other two weasels open fire on the princess. With this act of bravery, Sally knows that Sonic truly does love her, and they embrace with a kiss. Sally finally admits that she loves Sonic, and all of this happens as Mina watches, her heart and brain broken by the sight. But this doesn't stop her from lunging in as Knack tries to fire on Sally, taking a literal bullet to the back and almost dying. Mina wakes up in the hospital, hurting from much more than just the bullet. Romance still runs rampant in this comic for some reason, and I'll be quite honest when I say that I have literally no issue with them shutting down this plotline like this. But the bullet was crazy. Why did she have to get shot? Mina has almost died multiple times just because she wants to impress Sonic. And for what?
But they're also writing Sonic as this love-crazed teenager because just a few issues he referred to Mina by saying, "I know how to pick 'em." Why are they writing like this? What is the point? Why does this love triangle need to exist? Like, if they're going to write a romance, make it the one that they've been hinting at since the beginning and repeatedly showed to be something that happens later on in this future, despite retcons. So it's just frustrating to watch it play out like this. But at the later end of this issue, Sonic and everyone's families who have had members who had been roboticized just all disappeared. For weeks, not a single trace of them was found. But when they did return, they were all in the flesh. Uncle Chuck, Mutsky, Sonic's mother, Mina's mother, General D. Khaled, all back to normal just like they were before the war. All of them except Jules Hedgehog. But there wasn't a clue as to why he was the only one left in this metal shell. Eggman denied it, but there was something fishy up with this. So while families can dine all together once again, there's still the mystery as how this came to be. Well, it seems like we just got to issue 100, and now we're starting to set up issue 125 with one of the biggest Sonic stories to date with the first chapter of Sonic Adventure 2.5 Alpha. This issue begins with someone who we haven't seen in a while, Shadow the Hedgehog. With the events of SA2, we know that Shadow's sacrifice led to him falling to the earth, but in the comics, he was saved by some aliens who we've met before, a species called the BEM. They powered Shadow up enough to become Super Shadow and fight an oncoming spaceship while the BEM escaped, but that wasn't enough to stop it. Shadow soon crashed right back down to the planet below. While that's happening, our blue hero is just waking up to start his big day. A regular breakfast with his recently de-roboticized family, and a quick trip over to the castle for the biggest question of his life with his newly acquired royal girlfriend, to become Sally's consort so they can someday get married. King and Queen Acorn wholeheartedly agree, a stark contrast from what the king used to think about Sonic. But the meeting is cut short as the earth shakes from Shadow crashing directly into Knothole. While Sonic believes him to be nothing more than a threat, Sally cuts the conversation short as there's a distress call coming into the Freedom Fighters. Across the planet, the ship that Shadow failed to take down looms over Station Square as Eggman threatens the president to side with the Eggman Empire. With his tactics seemingly failing due to the help of Rouge the Bat, the president and Rouge look in terror as the ship begins attacking the city, immediately overpowering Dr. Eggman's forces. Their power on levels the Mobians had never seen. What strikes more fear is the alien forces telepathically explaining to the world that they are the Exorta, an alien race that once fought against the planet after attempting to make peace but were met with violence. They believed their gene bombs to do the trick, but they were sorely mistaken. This struck fear even into the most advanced civilization on the planet, the Echidnas. But when Sonic reached out to get Knuckles' help as well, Locke reveals that Knuckles is dead. Not only that, but upon more research, it seems that the Exorta are telling the truth in that Mobius is the same as this planet Earth that it's being claimed to be. Huge plot reveals right here. Mobius is the same as Earth, gene bombs are once the cause of all that we see of our cast, and Knuckles is dead? Before getting into issue 125, we gotta backtrack a good bit and pick up where we left off with Knuckles and his ability to alter reality. Can you tell that I'm getting tired of talking about Knuckles? So in issue 106, Knuckles reverses the Quantum Beam, bringing his friends and family back from the dead? Another zone? I don't remember, and I really don't care to bring it back up. But when he does that, a girl who is seemingly aware of things to come appears, claiming that Remington is going to kill Knuckles. She's claiming to be Knuckles' daughter. This is happening as Dimitri makes his return to try and bring the Dark Legion back into Echidna society. Everyone is against this, especially Knuckles' mom, who criticizes Knuckles and his lack of awareness, revealing that she is pregnant. Dude, these Mobians waste like zero time! Well, after an attempted kill on Knuckles, the time traveler returns to her time with some confusion, because she thought that Remington was the killer, but now Knuckles is trying to head the Dark Legion. But in the present time, Lee and Da is trying to head the Dark Legion because Dimitri is dying, hence the assassination attempt with Knuckles jumping into the way of the bullet. That would be bad news bears, but it's even more bad news bears when Mammoth Mogul captures Dimitri and wants Knuckles now to get Mogul his powers back. But luckily he's rocking these 6 shades. Knuckles takes this random time travel journey and uses his powers to heal this guy. Then Knuckles teleports to Mogul and is threatened to either hop into the Chaos Siphon or watch Dimitri get killed by being taken off of life support. Well, Mogul thought ahead, and as the room becomes the Chaos Siphon, Knuckles attempts to overload it and dies. Like actually dies. They find his dead body, they have a funeral, the whole shebang. But he's actually not dead. He's in the afterlife, as Echidna Guardians tend to be in after they die. Knuckles is chosen by the Chaos Force to ascend with Ether and the Ancient Walkers, now just floating around and reminiscing on his journey. The Chaotix do the same, with Julie Sue mourning her loss along with Vector and Mighty and SBO and thinking of the good times they had. Knuckles claims to miss those times, miss his own life. Why does he have to walk this path? Why can't he have a normal life? But he knows what he must do and wanders into the Chaos Force. Oh my gosh. We're done. The Knuckles stuff is done. We're finally finished with the side story plot of the most needlessly convoluted part of this series. And I think it's telling about how I feel that I'm more relieved than sad that this story is wrapped up. I really like Knuckles as a character, as a concept, but this entire stretch of growing the character was plagued by so much information that pushes so much at you that it tricks you into thinking that you should constantly care about it. That may stem from the bad taste that this specific author has left in my mouth, but the obsession over this portion of the world makes me dread seeing Knuckles on the screen. So maybe it's for the best that Knuckles is dead. So now we're caught up to issue 125. This is Sonic Adventure 2.5 Omega. It's revealed that Earth and Mobius are indeed the same, fully revealed by when Sally begins communicating with the Exorta. But despite the Exorta having a hand in the Mobians' creation, they're still bent on the destruction of the planet that they've attacked before. This obviously affects Eggman, who has a mech that Sonic has to power in order to use it. But Max uses the opportunity to trade half of Eggman's territory for Sonic's powers, which Eggman begrudgingly agrees to. While that happens, Knuckles is back. Oh my gosh! Knuckles senses a massive danger and returns to this plane of reality, rejecting the Chaos Force. It's a fair thing to sense, as friend and foe team up to stop the Exorta at all cost. Sonic makes it to the mech with Sally, doing a large dent against the enemy forces, but it's all a trap that Eggman set so he didn't have to give up any territory. But the Exorta are not done yet. They drop this thing called the Quantum Dial, a machine that once it finishes its rotation will form a black hole and absorb the whole planet. All of our main players head to the dial to stop it. All while Knuckles tells Aurora and Aether that he knows he can get a second life, that he is worthy, and decides to return to Mobius. All of our heroes rush the dial, trying to stop it. Missiles and machines dismantled, turrets firing on the good guys. It seems hopeless, unless they can offer a counterweight to push it the other direction, resulting in a massive explosion. The only one who could do that is Sonic, but he'd face the loss of his own life. They all get to see the power of the dial unfold before Knuckles returns, interrupting it with his own power. But while he returns to the world of mortals, he realizes that he no longer has his powers. So now it's completely up to Sonic, despite Sally's disdain towards the plan. The two sharing one final kiss, seeing Sonic go off towards the dial. The Quantum Dial explodes, killing Sonic in the process. Sally, Tails, Antoine, Bunny, Rotor, his parents, the Chaotix, the Kingdom of Acorn, the world mourns the loss of Sonic the Hedgehog. A hero that was willing to risk it all and save his loved ones at any point. But this was proof of his courage and heroism. But the epilogue reveals that Sonic is indeed not dead, but surviving a blast across the galaxy, across 849,000 light years. The milestone issues get truly crazier and crazier the more that we keep going on. I mean, there's an alien threat against the planet. Knuckles comes back to life, and then Sonic gets launched across the planet and everyone thinks he's dead? What? This two-part story itself felt like a turning point after a series of stories that were just so boring. Issue 25 is just a good enough story for it to be contained on its own, but nothing like what we've seen recently with Knuckles that's a little bit too overwhelming. Because I don't want to go back to that. Well, I've just been informed that I have to take my contractually obligated break for my shift. I don't make the rules, so don't come at me like that. So let me just pass off the torch to our resident Archie Sonic genius, H-Squid Reviews.
Hey y'all, Humble Squid here. There's a chance you know me either from talking about Sonic, talking about Godzilla, or this Tumblr post. But in case you don't, let me lay out my bona fides. I've been a Sonic fan for probably the majority of my life at this point. Adventure 2 Battle was my second video game ever. I routinely rented SAT-AM VHS tapes from Blockbuster, and for as long as I've been a Sonic fan, I've been a comic book reader. My taste in comics has always skewed a little more to the unhinged side, so Archie Sonic was probably the perfect book for me. I've been regularly making content about the comics and the Sonic franchise in general almost daily for probably about 4 or 5 years, counting my TikTok that got banned, and I will be your guide for the next 8 issues. As I'm sure you could tell from the previous issue, this is a very wild time for the comics, as the entirety of the main cast thinks Sonic's dead, and from there begins Before we jump into the arc, the first issue provides a recap of where our story is so far. When the alien Zorda threatened all life on planet Mobius, Sonic the Hedgehog was forced to team up with his worst enemy, Dr. Robotnik. Though successful, they could not prevent the activation of the Quantum Dial, a weapon capable of wiping out the entire Mobian solar system. Only Sonic possessed the power to destroy the dial, and although it was believed that the effort would cost him his life, he acted anyway, making a heroic sacrifice. Now his loved ones believe him dead, but in reality, Sonic has been propelled to a far and distant galaxy. Of course, you already know this, you're watching this video. But because of this, I thought it'd be a good idea to check in on what was happening with the rest of the Sonic franchise at this point in time. The Tossed in Space arc would begin August 6, 2003. That year had already seen the North American releases of Sonic Advance 2, Sonic Adventure DX Director's Cut, and those Little McDonald's handheld games. And in a few months would see the Japanese releases of both Sonic Heroes and Sonic Battle. At this point, SatAM, the basis for a lot of the world of Archie Sonic, had been off the air for 9 years. Archie Sonic had survived its cancellation and even the subsequent airing and cancellation of another Sonic show. Though again, the VHS tapes were still around, and some networks were even showing reruns of both SatAM and Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. However, 2 weeks from this issue's release, 4Kids would air their sneak peek of Sonic X. Sonic X was already on its 18th episode in Japan, but for all the fair critiques you could make of them, 4Kids undoubtedly created an entire crop of new Sonic fans, with their own preconceptions of what the franchise should be. And I do wonder if the choice to do an arc that removes the Speedy Hedgehog from his typical setting and places him on a new strange planet was a conscious one. Not only because that's an incredibly loose take on Sonic X's setup, but because it does allow the writers to reintroduce the actual main setting of the series later. Carl Bollers, who's responsible for the vast majority of the issues I'll be covering, whether it be under his own name or his alias Benny Lee, had planned to incorporate some elements from Sonic X into the series had he stayed on as lead writer. So I think this is entirely possible. Stephen Butler's on pencils for the majority of this one, so it's a mixed bag. Some of the panels I really like, some are lacking. After the events of issue 125, Sonic is unconscious on an alien planet and is quickly brought aboard a ship by some of the local inhabitants. Awakening, he asks if he's in heaven, clearly having had accepted his demise, and also really funny being that we did see the afterlife in the previous arc. Upon seeing the aliens though, and not understanding a word they say, he quickly decides to run away. However, during his escape, another group of aliens attack. While Sonic first decides to use this as an opportunity to make a clean getaway, he realizes he can't in good conscience leave them to be slaughtered and makes the save. After psychically learning English from Sonic, the aliens reveal themselves to be friendly and take him to one of their cities. There, Sonic learns that the friendly aliens are called the Blowdecks, the attacking bugs are called the Bzzz, and the planet is called Thoraxia, not to be confused with Thraxa, a planet from Invincible, that just so happens to feature vaguely similar looking aliens that are also under attack by a rival alien force. In a narrative that sees one of the characters temporarily bound to this planet, and then being forced to fight a narrative mirror of himself by the end. Oh my god, was Robert Kirkman reading Archie Sonic? Probably not. We actually know what the Thraxans are based on. This is just a really weird coincidence. The aliens reveal that because of their ongoing battle with the Bzzz, they do not have the capability of space travel, but there will be a trading vessel arriving on the planet tomorrow that may be able to give Sonic passage. Sonic discovers a statue of the Blowdecks' ancient champion, Apex, wielding 6 red Chaos Emeralds as opposed to the green ones Sonic knows from his home. They lean into this for a little bit with different planets having different Chaos Emerald colors, but this will cease being a thing in about 40 issues. One of the Blowdecks suggests that Sonic should stay on Thoraxia and become their new champion, though Sonic knows he's got to find a way home. Just when the Speedy Hedgehog is about to turn in for the night, the city is attacked by the Bzzz. Sonic, realizing how outnumbered they are, believes his best bet is to use the red Chaos Emeralds. Super Sonic then appears and completely wipes out the attackers. But it's then revealed Sonic didn't transform, but created a super duplicate of himself. Without Sonic's personality or morals, this Super Hedgehog ends up terrorizing the city. Sonic attempts to stop his doppelganger's path of destruction, but finds himself completely outmatched. Just as Super Sonic is about to finish him off though, the energy from the emeralds runs out, causing Super Sonic to disappear with it, ensuring the safety of Thoraxia. It's generally believed believe that this Supersonic is a reference to the Fleetway comics, though to my knowledge that's never been confirmed for certain, but being that in issue 134 there's going to be a lot of Fleetway references, I'm willing to believe this is intentional. The B story of this issue is titled Better Read Than Dead. It's an off-panel comic. It has no weight on the overarching narrative. It's basically just a space for Sonic and actual editor Justin Freddy Gabri to complain about deadlines and telling fans to stop mailing in pitches for story arcs, because they have to throw them out. It's weird, it's skippable too. Ron Lim is on pencils for the majority of this issue, so there's some very silly panels. Issue 127 begins with Sonic already on board the trading vessel, giving him passage home, with Sonic being able to understand alien languages now thanks to a device implanted in his ear. Everything seems to be going well until a planet, or orb, I guess, explodes and jettisons debris at the ship, with the damage forcing everyone on board to evacuate. Unfortunately, the ship only had enough escape pods for the crew, meaning with Sonic aboard, they are one short. Sonic attempts to give his own life, but the captain of the ship paralyzes him with his stinger so that he can force the Hedgehog to take the escape pod. The escape pod crash lands aboard a pretty desolate planet with a toxic atmosphere. With no real options, Sonic decides to stay in his pod. Time passes, and his escape pod then announces that the atmosphere is habitable. He steps outside and discovers the planet is rapidly changing around him, spawning plants and even intelligent life. Sonic puts it together that this planet is evolving at an accelerated rate, and his best bet is to stay within his escape pod and wait it out. Sonic sees an entire society develop in front of him, and seemingly model itself after him. When he finally decides to emerge, he's immediately greeted by a group of scientists, who call him the wondrous blue-spined immortal, believing him to be some form of living god. Basically, because this planet moved at an accelerated rate, Sonic appeared to be standing still, almost eternal to this species, with them eventually creating a device to slow the speed of their world so that they can finally communicate with him. Sonic explains he's not a god, but a hedgehog who just wants to get home. Despite the fact that they say that literal wars were fought over different interpretations of Sonic reminds me of Twitter, they take this pretty well and even offer to build him a spaceship, turning off the device slowing the planet and building it around him in mere moments. This is a pretty neat science fiction concept. I'm absolutely certain this is probably something that's been explored before, but the only thing I can think of off the top of my head is the Futurama episode A Clockwork Origin, which came out much after this. It's a weird choice of story for a Sonic book, and I do think it suggests ideas the page length does not give it the space to explore. The B story is Agent Sonic versus Agent Knuckles. This is a spy versus spy parody. Not story important, but it's fun. It gives us Agent Shadow too. I could technically go back and give Shadow an extra win in my every Shadow and Knuckles fight video, but this shouldn't count towards that. If you notice a jump in art quality, Jay Axer is on pencils for this issue. Probably one of the best Sonic artists in this era. Doesn't look like they work in comics that much anymore, but from the most recent Sonic artwork of theirs I found, I'm surprised IDW hasn't had them do a variant cover or something. Sonic's ship is pulled over by a group of mercenaries, led by Commander Bagbar Breeblebox, and is asked why he's in this sector of space. Sonic explains that he's heading towards a planet called Terragosa 6, which Bagbar explains was destroyed less than 3 hours ago by a being known as Eve. If you remember from however long ago in this video it's been, this is Robotnik and Sonic's weird robot daughter from issue 21. So when Sonic convinced her to go to space, he unwittingly created a genocidal monster. Sonic reveals it's his fault, making him public enemy number 1. Sonic flees and decides that he has to confront Eve to stop her from destroying anything else. Unfortunately, she does manage to destroy another planet before Sonic can reach her, and the mercenaries, still in pursuit of Sonic, become another one of her victims. Sonic manages to get inside of Eve's fortress and suits up to confront her. However, while navigating inside her lair, he's approached by Sally somehow, the two immediately embracing and even attempting to kiss, though it's blocked by their helmets. Sonic asks how she found him, though she says she'll explain later and that the wormhole that brought her here won't be open for long. Sonic says he can't do that until he stops Eve, and when Sally attempts to protest, Sonic realizes that the real Sally would never want innocent lives to continue to be lost, even if it meant being trapped in another part of the galaxy. With that, this Sally is revealed to be a hologram, and Sonic is confronted by a group of sentries, which he makes short work of. He is then finally confronted by Eve in her new form. She explains that her path of destruction is solely to liberate artificial intelligence from the control of organic life, incorporating their technology into her own. Sonic tells her that's not freeing them at all, but just putting her in charge of them. She realizes he is, in fact, correct, and the only way to make amends is to self-terminate by throwing herself into the nearest star. But before she does so, she tells him that the path back to Mobius is on a planet known as Argentium, also known as Wheel World. Sonic doesn't try to change her mind about her mission, and instead bails before Eve's vessel self-destructs. This story is kinda nuts. Eve's actions are indirectly Sonic's fault, and there must be a lot of planets on his conscience. Welcome to the final issue of this arc. The first part of this issue is written by Rami Chacon. This is an alias, though it's never been officially revealed who this is. There's a theory that it's Justin Freddy Gabri, but we don't know for sure, with art by Dawn Best and Jim Amash. This entire bit is a pod racing parody. Phantom Menace had come out 4 years before this. This doesn't even connect to the story. I guess they just wanted Sonic to race aliens. In our main story, with art by Art Mawini, Sonic arrives at the BEM homeworld Argentium, when he receives the message that they are only allowing visitors for the trial of Seneca 9009. Sonic lies and says that's why he's here. Arriving at the trial, the court goes over the accused crimes. First, they outline their discovery of a planet known as Biotext, which had an atmosphere made completely of smog and populated by a species made of living metal. Attempting to improve their lives, Seneca 9009 created a de-roboticizer, but in their error, this resulted in the destruction of this entire race, leading to de-robotization being made illegal. Years later, Seneca would stumble across Mobius, only to find Robotnik forcibly changing its people into robots. Amidst the Doctor's conquest, Seneca would abduct Tails' parents, Amadeus and Rosemary Prower, the former of which had already been roboticized. She decided to de-roboticize Amadeus, and then make the request before the BEM's High Command to help stop Robotnik, which was denied, and Seneca was subsequently imprisoned for utilizing the banned technology. Hearing this finally causes Sonic to interrupt the court, calling the BEM's actions bogus. But in doing so, he finds that Tails' parents are also in the courtroom and happily reunites with them. The BEM reveal that they've been living on Argentium for the past 12 years. As after Seneca broke the law, the BEM forbid their people from ever traveling back to Mobius, stranding them there. The hearing continues as it's revealed that the BEM's test back in issue 118 was actually because Seneca once again pleaded her case to de-roboticize Mobius, and that they were also responsible for the mass de-robotization of Mobius in issue 123. However, Seneca had actually been given the order to roboticize all the remaining organic beings on the planet, and she had instead went directly against her orders. Despite Sonic's protests that she did the right thing, Seneca is sentenced for execution. After the trial, Sonic swears he'll figure out some way to help Seneca, but also takes the opportunity to catch up with his friend's parents, telling them about how great a hero their son is. Sonic plans to use the spaceship he came to this planet in to both free Seneca from prison and fly them all back to Mobius, only to find a group of aliens disassembling it, as it's revealed that since the Zorda declared war on Mobius, no ship is allowed there. Before they can feel too sad, they are approached by the head magistrate of the BEM, who reveals that she didn't actually agree with the final decision, and begins formulating a plan to free Seneca from prison and help them all return home. Sonic performs the jailbreak, but upon arriving, he finds that the magistrate was only able to procure a one-person ship. As her life is in danger, Sonic tells Seneca to take it. We see the ship take off with all the BEM forces following, though it is able to outmaneuver them and escape through the wormhole. However, as it passes through, it's revealed that Seneca is not the one on board. Sonic is, as she reasoned that if the BEM thought she escaped, they would never look for her on Argentium. It's also stated that while Sonic offered to give the space on the vessel to Amadeus or Rosemary, the two refused to leave each other. The final issue of this arc closes with Sonic soaring past the partially destroyed moon, with Sonic entering Mobius's atmosphere. Okay, on one hand, in terms of setting, this arc happening in such close proximity to the US premiere of Sonic X is not the best thing for it. While the premise is superficially similar to that of Sonic X, Sonic trapped on worlds that are not his own, the actual setting neither resembles that of Sonic X or the rest of the core Archie series. I feel that any new fans that were created by Sonic Prime could easily transition over to the IDW comics. A lot of the same core cast, similar iconography though differently stylized. By contrast, I could see a lot of newcomers who were introduced to the series by Sonic X bouncing right off of this had they picked up this arc. It's very much its own thing, and even some ideas presented feel very high concept for this franchise. But on the flip side of this, I do think this arc does a good job of positioning Sonic as the brave, self-sacrificing hero. Obviously, from the beginning of this arc, a new reader would be told that all of Sonic's friends think he's dead because of his heroic actions, and the first thing we see Sonic do is when escaping from what he assumes are hostile aliens, when he sees them under attack, he feels the need to double back and help them, even at risk to himself. Multiple times throughout these issues, Sonic offers to give up his own life to save someone else, or sacrifice any chance of getting home because he thinks it's the right thing to do. He's made out to be a character who values life, with character choices I think even fit with the freedom-loving hedgehog we know today. Also, the third issue of this arc manages to introduce Sally to new readers, set up that the two of them are an item, and the final issue gives us a light recap of the book's overall setup, which is helpful for new readers. But did this arc actually hook anyone? According to Comicron, which measures sales specifically to comic shops, so other ways to buy comics are not counted, the book went from selling an average of 6,000 units per issue at the beginning of this arc to about 7,000 by the end and the beginning of the next arc. So I would call that a success, albeit a small one. So with that, we can move into the next arc, Home. If Tossed in Space was a step back from the typical setting of the series, Home is the establishment of the book's new status quo, as when Sonic returns from his space adventures, he finds Mobius has changed quite a bit, and we're introduced to all these changes right alongside him. All 4 issues of this arc are written by Carl Bollers, and if you're familiar with his scrapped plans for the series, you can tell this is the bedrock to build those ideas on top of. Unfortunately, while Bollers worked on the series as late as issue 154, he would step back as the book's main writer after issue 134, leaving plans to either be scrapped entirely or retooled, mostly by Ken. I did a video about one of those. Bollers was also writing the Emma Frost solo series over at Marvel around this time, so I totally get the decision to lighten his workload. Knowing and having talked to people in the industry, the process that goes into creating comics is a nightmare sometimes. I cannot imagine helming 2 different books at 2 separate companies at the same time. Issues 131 through 133 do introduce Light Mobius, the possible future timeline of the pre-Reboot continuity, in their B stories, all of which are written by Ken. But I decided not to be the one covering those, as I figured it may be jarring for me to introduce Light Mobius and then not stick around to see it through. With that out of the way, let's jump to... This issue has 2 different artists on pencils, Jay Axer on the first 3 pages, which explains why they're the best looking ones in the issue, and the remainder is done by Stephen Butler. As I said before, I think the quality of his work in this era is mixed. There's some panels I really like, and there's some that look silly. Honestly, if you look at Butler's Sonic art now, I do think he pretty much nails the style at this point. I just always find it funny that 2 artists who could draw really excellent Spider-Mans, both Butler and Ron Lim, could not figure out how to draw Sonic at this time. As Sonic finally crash lands to Mobius, the first characters he encounters are Jeffrey St. John and Hershey the Cat, both getting married and about to be executed by Robotnik. Sonic makes the save, and the 2 are in disbelief that he's alive. The 2 quickly fill Sonic in that after he disappeared, Eggman went back on his promise of a truce and declared war on the Acorn Kingdom, and at this point is armed with atomic weapons. Sonic quickly rushes off to warn the people of Knothole. We cut to New Megaopolis and find Eggman attempting to figure out what just happened to his SWAT bots. He's joined by a mysterious woman and a talking computer who both refer to him as Father. These are M. Robotnik and Adam respectively. Adam is able to pull an image from one of the SWAT bots, revealing to the Doctor that Sonic is alive, enraging him. Meanwhile, with Sonic, he finds that Knothole has completely changed. While he initially believed to have only been gone 6 weeks, he's informed that he's actually been gone a whole year. At the castle, we find the Chaotix pitching the royal family a plan to retake Angel Island from Eggman when Sonic enters and reunites with them. Sonic and Knuckles bond over both being dead for a little bit. While Sonic is questioned about how he survived, he decides to not waste any time and immediately warns them of Eggman's atomic weapons. After reuniting with Uncle Chuck and asking about his mom and dad, his next question is where Sally is. And we find that she's been lost in grief for essentially the entirety of the year. This is where people start questioning how Sally is written this arc. But my counter to that is from the beginning, she's taken it hard before when Sonic was thought to have been sent back to the title screen. And compounded on that is the fact that the two had just gotten engaged when the Blue Hedgehog met his assumed end. So I do think our girl is well within her rights to be traumatized. I know some people clown on this page of them kissing, but I actually like that it's a callback to their kiss at the end of issue 50, when Sally returned from her own assumed demise. I think that's a pretty thoughtful choice. Sonic then ends up reuniting with all his other friends, who seem mostly the same, except Antoine, who is now sporting a scar and is uncharacteristically serious. We see King Max trying to work with the president to formulate a plan against the Doctor, but they are interrupted. The issue ends with Eggman giving a threat. As the old Robotropolis is flooded with radiation, he plans to deactivate the force field containing it to totally irradiate the surrounding land, while also preparing to fire 2 atomic warheads, one aimed at Knothole and the other at Station Square. This is a pretty solid start to the arc. A lot's happening, but I feel that it's handled as completely and succinctly as it could have been. Characters and their dynamics are reintroduced, the reader is left with some questions to keep them reading, and we establish the stakes. This issue has Ron Lim on pencils. We know what it's going to look like. There's actually not a whole lot happening in this issue. It's a lot of establishing what the plan is. We're shown that Sally is scared of losing Sonic again. The Freedom Fighters split into 2 teams, one to defend Robotropolis from Eggman's forces, and the other to confront the Doctor at New Megapolis. Fiona Fox is here now. She will be important later, but not in this arc. Gunn is assisting, and Rouge is here. It feels like it's just carrying over stuff they would have preferred to get out of the way in issue 130. Some things would have mattered more, like Hugo Brass, the head of Gunn, making an appearance and being clearly unhappy with the president's leadership, had they followed through with some of Bowler's original plans. But as is, this is the last time this character shows up for 9 years. These pages are also the best example of how Ron Lim was specifically only struggling with drawing the Mobian characters, because the Overlanders look fine. Hell, some of the panels are actually really good, which isn't surprising if you're familiar with his other work. The issue ends with Sonic and Tails approaching Eggman's battleship, just as he and his children prepare to launch the warheads. This issue is where we really get started. Dave Manek is on pencils for this issue, and his art is interesting. The only series he's had more work on than Sonic was Alf, and a good portion of his work is on cartoonier IPs, but then has just as many contributions to more serious material. You can tell this almost immediately when you compare how M is drawn as opposed to every other character. Sonic and Tails land aboard Eggman's battleship, with the Hedgehog quickly taking down the Doctor while Tails attempts to hack into Eggman's system to stop the missile launch. However, when he succeeds, Eggman's AI son Adam takes control of Tails' plane. Cutting back to outside Robotropolis, Julie Sue attempts to convince Knuckles not to fight as he still doesn't have his Chaos powers back, just as we left him in issue 125. Knuckles reassures her they'll be fine, and either way they have some serious muscle on their side with Amy. I just want to point out with the art, they did not give Amy her normal hammer here. This is like Mjolnir. I mean, if anyone could lift it, I think it would be her. While she warms up though, Vector delays the swap bots with a super loud speaker. Back in Megapolis, Sonic tries to get Eggman to call off Adam, while Tails attempts to deal with the AI directly. Sonic's scuffle with the Doctor is interrupted by M, who clearly overpowers the Hedgehog. Switching back to the other team, just as Vector's sound set is blown up, Amy arrives to the battlefield and makes incredibly short work of the robots. The rest of the team that was heading towards Megapolis arrive just as Sonic is thrown off the battleship. Sally, sick of watching from the sidelines, goes to leave for Robotnik City, only to be stopped by a pair of guards. Her parents refusing to let her see combat as they've now decided it's too dangerous. Just as Amy finishes up taking out half of Robotnik's army on her own, Rouge and Gunn arrive to provide further assistance. Not wanting to be surprised by his foe's resurrection again, Eggman orders M to retrieve Sonic's body. Just as she dives off the ship though, Shadow arrives, looking as scrunkly as ever. There's no other word for it. Sonic manages to get himself to dry land, only for M to be immediately upon him. Sonic is just about to say that Eggman can go to hell, before M reveals that she's a robot. This issue's a wild one. They switch perspectives a whole lot in this one, just to try to keep track of the action. Also, this is the first time the comic is really letting Amy do stuff. If you don't follow my content, Amy is one of my 2 favorite characters. And up until this point, it's clear the comic didn't really know what to do with her. Like, her last major appearance was her getting enrolled in school, and is essentially told that she isn't a real freedom fighter. So them using a year time jump to give her a renewed focus is refreshing. It is unfortunate Sally gets sidelined in order to accomplish this, because as the book progresses, you can see it's more than possible to give attention to both of them. Stephen Butler's back on pencils this issue, you know the deal. Our story opens with Sonic attempting to dodge attacks from M, only for us to immediately cut back to Shadow and Eggman. Okay, so the art on this page is a little silly. This panel in specific is the subject of a lot of memes. But I do love this page for the dialogue alone. Another thing about me is my favorite era of comics is probably the edgier stuff from the 90s. And this feels like something straight out of that era. I think Carl Bowler should have been able to cook with Shadow a little more. Tails seems to have finally gotten Adam mostly under control, while the team at Robotropolis is taking out the final wave of badniks. Sonic, however, is struggling with M, even getting shot by her, leading Sally to believe that she's going to lose him again, and she flees the room in tears. Thankfully, before M can land the finishing blow, Bunny and the other freedom fighters arrive. The Rabbit punching her through a wall, and Jeffrey St. John blowing her up with a grenade for good measure. Sonic tells Bunny to take Antoine so the 2 of them can keep the missiles from launching, though she's apprehensive. But when Sonic asks why, the 2 head off anyway. Fiona then informs Sonic that the 2 had broken up 6 months ago. Before he even has time to process this, M rises from the rubble of the building, and she is a Terminator now. After Tails successfully deals with Adam through a riddle, the AI temporarily disables both the badniks attacking Robotropolis and the countdown for the missile. Shadow attempts to kill Eggman, but the Doctor manages to escape and the countdown begins again. Bunny tells Shadow she'll deal with stopping the missile, while he gets Antoine to safety. I like this bit. It's a rare character interaction. It's exactly the type of thing I like to see in the Archie comics. Bunny ends up sinking the entire boat, preventing the missiles from launching. Back with Sonic and company, Espio tries to deal with M first, but it does not work out, and he is swung directly into Jeffrey. Hershey attempts to fight the robot daughter next, and is also quickly dealt with. Sonic, still with an injured shoulder, runs in once more, but instead of attacking, cuts a hole in the ground, dropping her into the sewer. With her now exposed electronics, this shuts her down for good, in what I feel is another visual nod to the Terminator series. The arc ends with all of our heroes heading home from their respective battlefields, while Sally's being comforted by her mother, and Shadow is clearly displeased about losing his chance to kill Eggman. Eggman berates Adam for getting sidetracked by riddles with Tails, though the AI seems unfazed. Home is an arc I think about quite a bit because, as I said before, it is the foundation for a lot of the new material. I think this might be a slightly better place to start as opposed to Tossed in Space, simply because it is the normal setting of the comic. But the trade-off is we don't get as much character work here. A lot of it is setting up the dynamics that are going to be explored later, which brings me to the second reason I often think about this arc, is that you can see the traces of Bowler's ideas that never came to be. Hugo Brass is only here because he was supposed to be a secondary antagonist later. Adam, who later in Flynn's run is a uniquely evil character, is presented here as possibly friendly, because Bowlers wanted to give him a redemption arc. Shadow completely changes by the next time we see him, which again I think is a shame because I do like how he's handled here. Even something like Amy getting to play a real role is related to further plans, in that she was going to become one of the book's 4 primary characters alongside Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles. If you read Bowler's plans and then check out this arc, you totally see how it's the foundation for all of these ideas. So Home is very much a glimpse into a whole different version of the comic we could have gotten. The next issue was still gonna happen either way though, which I will not be the one covering. I will be leaving you with my hot take, that while I don't think the next issue is good, it's also not as bad as people act like it is. Good luck, Shrug Pod!
That was a very much needed break. It had a lot less Knuckles. Thank you so much to H-Squid for his knowledge of this intergalactic journey that we just went on with Sonic, and also just all of his knowledge for Archie Sonic in general. So, where do we pick up?
Man, you gotta be kidding me.
So the home arc lets us settle into a brand new Mobius, and after a while of being away for just the reader, but also Sonic himself, not all things are for the better. Tossed in Space, leading back into home, was a really good translation of the world and getting back into the regular flow of how Sonic was around these characters and in this world, and it was a brand new Mobius. But then issue 134 happened, and I don't really want to talk about it because everyone doesn't like it.
The epilogue of Home, Say You Will, finally grants Sonic a moment to catch his breath and firmly set his feet in the new and improved knothole. Finally getting to eat a meal with his family, telling tales all about his parents out in space being alive, he can hear Mutsky talk. Oh yeah, from the alien earpiece. There's even more elaboration to Sonic's family of why Jules was left roboticized amongst everyone else who has been blessed with flesh once again. Jonathan Gray's debut issue shows off this new world in some very slightly upgraded designs, but also very expressive characters. It helps set the stage to some harder moments like seeing Bunny and Antoine have separated, Dr. Quack's war injury, and the aforementioned disappointment of the Hedgehog family knowing that Jules must stay like this forever. The highlight of this issue is Sonic's homecoming party, seeing everyone celebrate his return home, but also his return to Sally's side. When King Max announces him in the Queen's World Tour, Sally is told to be acting royal in charge. Sally asks Sonic to stick behind and help rule with her, but Sonic can't do that. He needs to fight Eggman. He declines, much to Sally's dismay, leading to one of this comic's most infamous moments, the slap. Sally declares Sonic is being selfish, being met with Sonic's explosion and his total rejection. Sally runs off into the night, soon to face the kingdom all by herself. Now, what do I think of the slap? In terms of this comic, Sally has become nothing short of incapable and almost an unrecognizable shell of herself in the year that Sonic has been gone. I mean, just a few issues ago for us, she was negotiating with bandits and fired guns to hold them off. Now Sally has multiple breakdowns from seeing Sonic get kicked. Yeah, you can say that it's trauma from watching her boyfriend literally die, but Sonic has defied odds many times before and just returned from being shot across space. Her fears would be justified if Sonic hadn't proven himself to be one of the strongest beings on this planet. And Sally has had her fair share of moments that she has jumped the gun, but this just takes the cake in calling Sonic selfish. What were the writers even thinking? In Sally's most argumentative moments, she would never stoop to calling Sonic that. And then to physically attack her boyfriend in a public setting? I have liked Sally, and I'll even defend Sally up to this point, but this is a horrid direction for this character to go down. Someone who on multiple occasions has proven to be smart, resourceful, capable, and above all else a good leader is now being resorted to nothing more than a basic romantic interest falling head over heels for Sonic. This doesn't add drama, this adds frustration for no reason other than to keep Sonic's options open for romance that doesn't even need to happen for him. It would take a miracle to fix this character. Well, now that Home is wrapped up, what else does this world hold for us? Well, we're sprung right back into the action with Sonic meeting with Tommy Turtle once again, who miraculously survived that grenade. But once taking Tommy home, it's revealed that this was a robotic dupe sent by Eggman to spy on Sonic and potentially kill him. This specific plot sees Sonic's father Jules stopping this evil Tommy from harming Sonic, causing himself catastrophic harm in the process. Sonic takes out this fake Tommy, leaving a very damaged Jules in his bedroom. Quickly making it to Chuck isn't enough, because metal can be repaired, but the spark of life cannot. But this doesn't stop Sonic from rushing to the thing that's always helped him face impossible odds, the Power Ring. Using the brand new ring, Sonic doesn't hesitate and wishes his father back to life. After the dust settles, Sonic knows that the real Tommy would never do that, but also knows that the real Tommy is still alive in Eggman's clutches. The following issue is a rescue mission to get the turtle away from the Mad Doctor, and to tell you the truth, it felt like something straight out of the classic era or a SatAM cartoon. A rescue mission into the depths of the anime territory, only this time when the team is all coordinated, recent events make this feel really awkward. Tails is still left behind despite being very capable, Sally and Sonic kind of are at odds, and the very passive-aggressive dialogue between Antoine and Bunny are just very prevalent. The charm doesn't last long as Tommy is quickly brought back home safely to Knothole. So the first mission of the Freedom Fighters being back, yeah, it was successful, but seeing all of them together was kind of a train wreck. Well, that's lucky for us because it's time to shift our attention to a different team, the Chaotix. I mean, after the Knuckles series, I could not give a single rip about them. But that's going to change as we look into one of the best stories, not just in this era, but one of the best in this whole comic with Return to Angel Island. You see, Knuckles has gotten a bit antsy with getting his homeland back after Eggman has taken the whole thing over. I mean, after a year of being not just powerless physically, but powerless and not being able to save his home, it makes sense that he'd be chomping at the bit. Well, after the king goes on a world tour, the Kingdom of Acorn gets a transmission regarding Knuckles' father, breeding a sense of rage and the final straw for the Guardian. But that's not before a long-absent character, Charmy B, arrives beaten and battered with his fiancée Saffron announcing that Eggman toppled and destroyed Charmy's entire kingdom, killing everyone in it. So everyone is looking for a bit of revenge as Sonic joins the Chaotix on their rescue mission onto the floating island. Jonathan Gray's arrival to the comic also brought on the new modern designs for the main Chaotix trio, but also a slight design change for Mighty to match up with the times. Also, Ray finally showed back up with the design change. They kind of just forgot about him for a while. This was probably due to Sonic Heroes releasing months before, so it was a change to keep up with the times and give everyone their new designs to keep current. Julie Sue looks remotely the same, but Saffron got a change to make sure that at least one Archie original got some love. Upon arrival to the island, there's a few things to consider. For one, this is the Chaotix, not the Freedom Fighters. The vibe is way different than what Sonic is used to. And also, Knuckles is powerless, so during their first fight, Sonic boosts in to save Knuckles from the Dingo Battalion. But after the takedown, everyone looks to see the Echidna people worshipping Knuckles and calling him Avatar. With the high society of the Echidnas gone, the Dingoes had teamed up with Eggman for the total destruction of Echidnaopolis. But what they clung on to was an old prophecy from the ancient walkers that Knuckles seemingly is fulfilling after returning to life. So now our heroes have a whole slew of the Echidna people having to fight off Eggman's forces, the now enhanced Dingoes, and the Dark Legion, all to make it to Knuckles' father. Well, not really the Dark Legion. Knuckles' mom shows up and explains that they act as the resistance from the army. In fact, the Dark Legion are helping defend the Echidna Sanctuary in the Hidden Palace Zone, where Leon stands as the leader. Her, along with the new and mysterious Dr. Finitivis, guards the Master Emerald after the Brotherhood and Locke stayed and fought the Dingoes. So the Brotherhood is missing, Echidnaopolis is gone, and Echidnas are in shambles from this prophecy. Oh, and Dimitri's dead. You know, I'd be lying if I said that I'm not slightly enjoying this humbling experience for all of them. Soon after seeing that the Master Emerald is safe, Knuckles learns that returning from the afterlife has caused Knuckles to lose energy from the Emerald instead of being charged up. Not only that, but returning from the afterlife now has the consequence of his own people that he swore to protect to be divided on him. People like Finitivis believe him to be a part of why the people are suffering, while some still see him as literal Sonic Jesus. Knuckles is guilty for being so powerless, unable to help in any situation now. But the worst part of all is that Knuckles has a baby brother named Kneecaps. Oh yeah, she was pregnant. The year time skip thing. The child is born. Knuckles has a lot on his plate, seeing as he returned back to life and everyone's just been different towards him. Kind of like someone else we know. The difference between Sonic and Knuckles, though, is the stability in the Chaotix versus the Freedom Fighters. The Chaotix feel really tightly knit in the story. It's kind of awesome to see, but the support from them doesn't matter when on all sides people look down on him, even those meant to look out for him. As our heroes in the Dark Legion go on ahead, Eggman is prepped to send another threat to the battlefield to help the Dingoes with their hedgehog problem. The Dingoes, man, they are intense. General Cage is outfitted with some new robotic parts and is much more intimidating than he used to be. Even throwing around our main man, Harry. My man's just wanted to drive his cab. Beep beep. We get to see how well his newfound strength performs against Sonic as the main invasion begins because Red and Blue make quick work of him on the inside. But nothing could prep them for the devastating abilities of Goku. I mean Hunter. Yeah, you remember the guy from the Knuckles story? So he had this whole training arc and he's just here to beat up the homeless. Oh no! Hunter makes quick work of the Echidnas, seemingly killing them as they disappear into nothing. He makes it to the Master Emerald Shrine only to meet Sonic and Knuckles who are ready to fight him off. But it's a pretty even matchup, not to mention the cavalry coming behind to see what a mess has been made. Everyone's angry at the destruction, but especially Leon, who was called out for being so focused on the Emerald that she couldn't see that her keeping it for herself is what led them to being in their current position. This same power that's betrayed Knuckles after years of it being a part of him. In his time when he needs it most, it's making him weak. But in the chamber of what he's supposed to protect, Knuckles begins to transform into something incredible. Something super. Knuckles defeats Hunter for good, seeing that his powers never left, they just needed a jumpstart from the Master Emerald. Knuckles intends on using his newly returned powers to, for the first time in his life, fight for the cause that he wants, not what he's destined to do. And this angers Locke, perpetuating what people have been thinking of his son for so long. He's just a soldier of the Kingdom of Acorn, but in actuality, he's trying to be the guardian of something much bigger than Angel Island right now. The Echidna people are hurting, but Knuckles knows they'll hurt more if Eggman keeps attacking the planet at this pace. Especially when, unbeknownst to Knuckles, Eggman's plans have taken a turn for the worse. This arc is incredible. A totally needed redemption to my criticisms for the Chaotix, a great redemption for Knuckles, and an overall super compelling story that's lifted even higher by Gray's art. It holds the perfect balance of stakes, drama, and goofy moments that I fell in love with in the series. Yeah, this era still has a lot of weird moments, but it's stories like this that make me realize why I still love this series. I haven't been this in love with a multi-issue story since issue 75. Sure, there are great stories, but this one is just on a whole other level. But not all good things last, as the heights of this era just completely stop here. While there are some stories that reach the good, there are a few that take the cake of creating a misunderstanding of what this comic can truly do. The next story is a nice departure from the action as we see the tale of the original freedom fighters and how they were betrayed by one of their own. A story that feels like it would come straight out of Sat AM. And then we go straight to issue 145. No, I don't want to talk about it. Please don't make me talk about it. Mobius 25 years later is a story that's been going on in the back of the issues since number 131 and wraps up a major story in issue 144. And guess who the main writer of the story is?
I don't wanna! Why does he keep doing this? He can't keep getting away with this!
Mobius 25 years later is a story of Mobius in the future, beginning with, you guessed it, more echidnas. The story of 25 years later sees a few of our main cast in the future, now with children and careers, and Dimitri is now a floating head in a ball. Actually, I think that's pretty normal for him. It's cool to see some of these older Sonic characters, but then there's some like Espio, and man, I hate it. One of the main conflicts is that Knuckles' daughter wants to be a guardian, but Knuckles wants her to be just a regular girl and attend her unveiling, which is pretty much an Echidna quinceañera. Well, while it should be a time of celebration, Rotor and Echidna scientist Kobar are noticing that the recent storms are due to large fractures within the time stream that could topple the space-time continuum. And the two people that can help put a stop to this are Sonic and Knuckles. And trust me, there's totally no feelings of getting whiplash when you have chapters about the teenagers getting caught making out in the park and fun summer parties and poolside shenanigans being put next to Knuckles creating the Garden of Eden on Mobius. The major conflict that gets dragged on for about 7 issues is that Knuckles and Sonic don't get along. That's because Penders was so upset that Knuckles got depowered that he wrote that the same thing happened to Knuckles again, and that Knuckles became Sonic Jesus again and recreated Mobius as he thought it should be, only to be stopped by Sonic and destroying Knuckles' eye. So that's why they don't like one another. That makes so much sense. Which might be the biggest insult to these two I've seen in a while. The biggest misunderstanding of one of the biggest rivalries of this franchise is the fact that Knuckles has now been given this self-imposed interest because of how much depth they forced onto him. Now it's like when Sonic and Knuckles are in the same room together, it seems like they're on equal grounds of importance. Sonic and Knuckles respect one another, but butt heads sometimes because you can see that at the front of these issues with Return to Angel Island. The shared bitterness these two have comes from Knuckles honestly being painted as a villain because Sonic stepped in to stop Knuckles from going too far. So who are we supposed to be rooting for in this argument? Anyways, there's a few smaller subplots in all of this, like Sonic thinking that he's not fit for the crown, and Leon Dodge just being shoved into this plot because of Echidnas, but there's actually one story that is just a bit touching. Knuckles is brought home to find out that Locke is dying. On his deathbed, Locke tells Knuckles how sorry that he is, the mistakes he's made, and that he should have been a better father. Years after neglect and absence, Knuckles finally got the apology that he always deserved to get, whether or not he felt like he needed it. Huh, that's actually kind of sweet. It's too bad the timeline gets reset in the next issue.
A win's a win.
Yeah, in the following issue, we see the plan go through and trying to find a way to fix the time stream by sending Sonic back in time, but the plan goes wrong, causing Lara Sue to vanish, and the timeline's messed up. Yippee. Well, that story arc came and went and had nothing to really show for it. Like, the concept of a future version of a story should be really interesting, but again, it's someone with an inflated ego trying to do damage control over something that people enjoyed more than what he wrote. There's also the issue that we've seen at least 3 different versions of a future timeline that's seen King Sonic and Queen Sally, and each of them are slightly different than the last, so I don't really even mind that this whole timeline debacle happened because nothing is consistent for a future timeline anymore. It feels like there wasn't much care into the thought of anything more than just seeing Knuckles. At this point, it would take a miracle to fix this character. Speaking of lack of character, let's talk about Shadow. Well, maybe that's a bit harsh. Shadow initially debuted in the Sonic Adventure 2 adaptation. It's been claimed that all the events of Sonic Adventure 2 happen in the comics, but it's not shown. Then Shadow just kind of shows up and smiles in the Exorta conflict and is just peeved at Eggman during the home arc. So he's just a little bit of a confusing character because if you haven't played the game, you don't really get his beef. And it's odd because he was in issue 125 but took a back seat because he was still dead in the games at this point. So I guess someone at Archie knew he was going to return, but I can't prove that for sure. His return during Home lines up from when he returns in the games with Battle and Heroes, but all of this is to say that he's just kinda here. But that's all about to change with the good, the bad, and the unknown. There's an interesting prologue to this arc, with Shadow having a fascination with Hope Kintobor, who looks familiar to Maria Robotnik, which Shadow doesn't know that there's a familial relation. Shadow is captured by Locke but quickly escapes, claiming that he has no friends after scaring Hope. Back in Knothole, Sonic and the Freedom Fighters head out to the site of an explosion only to meet Shadow there, who has found a robot that looks similar to an E100 model Eggman bot but was made by another doctor. Eggman sees the team moving and sends a new Metal Sonic unit to investigate and fight Sonic as well. Well, that leads into a scuffle between the two mechs and the two hedgehogs, along with Isaac the robot claiming that his creator with the last name Kintobor had a link to the current family known as Robotnik. Also, this robot has been around and witnessed every major event since the Exorta bomb went off. But the one thing that this robot has been around to protect is a nuclear warhead that's ready to blow. So a 3-on-1 fight ensues for Sonic while the Freedom Fighters make their way out. Sonic and Shadow soon realize that they need to get out as well, but Shadow heads off alone. When everyone leaves, they still don't know what those explosions were, who the original Doctor was, and what that bunker was for. This story was good. A fun action piece surrounding stuff that we kind of sort of already knew, but still some mystery that leaves you wanting more. It gave a little bit more of a leg for Shadow to stand on in this universe, and just the cool fights with Sonic made it all worth it, but nothing really got solved. It's a story that I reread every once in a while because it's fairly easy to pick up, but I feel conflicted because there's also a lot of lore. You know a lot of it already, so it doesn't make it too heavy. I remember owning these issues and taking them to my brother's basketball games to reread over and over, so I feel very fond for this specific story. It was my first introduction into Butler's art, and the paneling for these fights felt super intense to read. But right after this story that I hold super nostalgic ties to is tragically the craziest set of issues in Sonic's entire run. A set of issues that I think if you cut out with a few remaining details, no one would miss them. Thus began the most insane stretch of issues I've ever read. And no, I do not really like these issues. Some of them I hate with my whole soul. It all starts with this. Our story begins with Sonic being cocky after defeating a stray SWAT bot in Knothole, leading him to catch the eye of Mina Mongoose, asking her for a meetup despite her being with her boyfriend Ash. Mina rightfully leaves, getting in her right mind, only for Sonic to move on to seeing if Amy is free later. But that doesn't matter, as Tails catches Bunny and Sonic making out in the park, only for him to be told to buzz off. This turns into Bunny and Sonic falling asleep outside together, prompting Bunny to leave. It's then revealed that this isn't the real Sonic, but evil Sonic who swapped places with the real Sonic. It's also revealed that the Antoine we know right now? Yeah, evil Sonic swapped Antoine with Patch, so the one flying around with the King is not the Antoine we know. The issue ends with Rouge appearing before evil Sonic after she tried to seduce and coerce Locke into the location of the Master Emerald. Now's the part of this issue that you should be made aware of. For such a highly anticipated anniversary issue, this is atrocious. It's nothing like any anniversary issue we've seen in the past because there is nothing going on that celebrates Sonic or has any action that helps it be memorable. That all stems from the fact that Sonic isn't even in this issue except for a flashback. Then the writing of Sonic trying to hit on women is, to no one's surprise, so shallow because the romance in this comic has somehow gotten worse from the lowest points that it started at. Oh, and the biggest and most egregious part of this story was that this scene with Bunny and Sonic is implied that the two of them had sex before this. But not only that, but since evil Sonic coerced Bunny by making her believe it was the real Sonic, this is legitimate rape. Now how do we know all of this? Ken Penders, in a way of trying to prove that his writing was mature, began to make multiple comments on the sex lives of these characters. Some of them who are minors, by the way. And he confessed that this was the confirmed implication of this interaction. What an absolutely disgusting use of your title and position to write for these characters. I do not want to entertain a fact about this specific story that hasn't already been covered because this topic is serious, and there are loads of more details about Penders in his writing, but I do not want to give him the pleasure of any more publicity. Yes, I have said some of his stories are good. That does not mean that I condone some of the things that he writes, especially when it involves some of these relationships. Let me make that exponentially clear before some of you take what I say out of context, because some of you will hear me speak positively with his name in the sentence and still not listen to my criticisms. Issue 151 follows up the story with the real Sonic waking up in the evil Mobius and getting beaten up by the evil freedom fighters, the slavery brawlers. That's actually probably pretty fitting. All while Rouge and Evil Sonic go get the Master Emerald. Real Sonic fights off the bad versions, and we get to see that the real Antoine is trying to return home, but oops, miscommunication, and Sonic knocks him out. Luckily, Sonic makes it home as soon as Rouge distracts Locke long enough to make it into the chamber, leading to a confusing fight where Locke sends the evil one away. Well, now Evil Sonic and Rouge are in a team up, leaving Sonic to go home to very odd tension. Issue 152 is one of the worst issues as well, because you all guessed it, all romance! Well, Eggman's latest scheme involves nanotechnology and spreading to knotholes, so the team is split into Sonic and his all-female team, and then the science team. What could go wrong? Well, Bunny gets kidnapped, and when trying to find answers, the heroes find Snively, who explains that the nanites are being controlled by Adam. Well, to stop all the nanites, the girls go set off all the EMPs while Sonic goes and saves Bunny, leading to a kiss. Hooray, they take Snively home, and this issue ends. Thank God. Issues 153 and 154 are about an assassination plot on Mina just because Eggman hates her singing. No joke, even Sonic is in disbelief by how silly this plot is, and it's filled with just the best romance I bet you can imagine. When I tell you that seeing Tommy the Turtle get nanite powers is more entertaining than this, that is very telling. Well, issue 155 brings in a new story arc where the king has fallen ill, and because of that, there needs to be a new queen. Well, who does that fall to other than Sally, who is being told that her father has chosen Antoine to take her hand. Sonic's panic is now setting in as Bunny discovers the news, leading to a fight between him and Antoine, which doesn't seem fair for Sonic to be freaking out after he's been kissing Fiona and making Tails mad. Obviously, there's a lot of drama. But this ridiculous affair is becoming more serious as the king falls even more ill to everyone's shock. So Sonic takes it upon himself to fix this mess with the one solution he knows of: getting Prince Elias to return. The only problem is, Sonic is doing this for selfish reasons, but Elias returns because he knows it's the right thing to do. After the ceremony, Elias is handed over power, but not before Antoine tries to poison Elias. You see, if you've forgotten, this is Evil Antoine, and Sonic ends up exposing him right here. Evil Antoine has been poisoning the king in order for this wedding to go through, and he becomes the king. Well, Sonic saves the day and gets the real Antoine home, along with Elias becoming the new king of Acorn. And it all ends with Bunny and Antoine happily together again. What a load of hoopla. I want to like this story. I really do. I think it has the makings of a genuinely compelling story that is held back by melodramatic romance. Why does Sonic keep calling Bunny babe? Why is Sonic so upset that Sally's getting married when he is moving on to other women? I get that there are residual feelings, but there is so much inconsistency that I just can't care at all. It's one of those tropes where no one communicates with one another, and it's so annoying. Like, for how much talking everyone does, you'd imagine that they could iron out their issues, but that's not the case here. But Elias returning is actually awesome. Like, genuinely awesome. Evil Antoine being set up to almost kill King Max is cool. If only the hero of this story is someone who I've been rooting for. The last 3 issues of this era involve Shadow, another character that none of the writers really know what to do with, but they know he's popular, so you should probably write something for him. Eggman is awoken to see that his systems are about to completely shut down, but the origin of the message is unknown. Adam just keeps showing this message, but no one knows where it's coming from. So Eggman just goes and knocks on Sonic's door and kind of beats him up. Sonic ends up joining in to help, but when he gets there, Mecha shows up with a Neo-Metal Sonic army and proclaims she's working for another master. Luckily, Eggman has a remote that makes her good again. You know, there are some days when it just doesn't pay to get out of bed. I forgot to mention that Mecha captured Shadow and Metal Sonic at the beginning of this story, and that works great for Eggman because when him and Mecha escape, they run into Shadow and the Doctor explains that they are allies because of their relation to Gerald. Well, they actually give Shadow the story that he's been seeking, despite it being kind of confusing. It's revealed to us that those Neo-Metals, they were built by Uncle Chuck. Dude, he is so cool. I cannot get over it. But obviously, he's confused why they're all acting up like that. There's not much time to get the answers as the Neos are headed towards the home of Hope, Kintobor, leading Sonic and Shadow to jump into action. But when the two of them are trying to protect Hope and Rosie, Hope gets knocked out and Shadow blames Sonic for her getting hurt. Why? They're both obviously working together. They both are obviously trying to protect Hope. Why is Shadow being written this densely? I can't stand this, dog. No, it's the final issue of this era. I can do this. Sonic and Shadow have a quick duel before Rosie explains that Hope needs medical attention now. The two speedsters do just that with the help of Shadow's newly discovered powers that allow the two hedgehogs to teleport. While there are many questions about why this program was started in the first place, Sonic wastes no time on trying to stop the robots from thrashing the castle. But he can't take them on alone, so Shadow joins and uses his new powers to take them all out. This mysterious power is explained to be the Chaos Force, like Knuckles and the Guardians can use, adding another layer of mystery to this black hedgehog. Sonic is rewarded for saving the day, Shadow leaves with a friendly rival, and Eggman still wonders who is the cause of all these recent messes that he's had to deal with. This story isn't that bad. I think my frustrations are just very high. I mean, introducing Neo in a way that's honestly kind of cool is like one of those things that I really like, to be honest. And man, giving another thing to have Chuck feel guilty about, maybe the man should just stop. And wow, a Penders-led story that has no romance and no Knuckles other than like one line? It's a miracle. Well, that's because this is the last story that Penders ever wrote for the comic.
It's over. It's finally over. I mean, it honestly kind of feels like a bittersweet feeling that he's just not on this comic anymore.
No, it was time for him to go. For an era that started out with so much potential, I am left feeling extremely mixed every time I read it. I mean, if you look at some of these arcs, you can see some real potential with some of these. Some have slated this comic as the powerhouse that it stands as, but some of these stories have created some of the most infamous moments that this franchise has ever seen. A trajectory for the series because someone who had too much pride controlled the reins for far too long. But let me finish my thoughts about this era before getting into Ken Penders specifically. I know a lot of you have been waiting for that.
Some of you may have only clicked on this video because you thought that I was going to talk about this specific topic. And I kind of don't blame you. But if this is the only reason you're here, at least leave a like. I'm just begging at this point.
This era is inconsistent, there's no doubt about it. From characters, to art, to stories themselves, it's like a roller coaster with every issue. Because while Sonic remains the cool character that he's always been, Sonic is also written as a complete and total jerk some of the time. Like, not in a charming way like in the classic era, but in a way that makes him a far cry from the hero we know. But in terms of heroism, Sonic is still never lacking. The stakes have never been higher, and Sonic still doesn't hesitate to do what he thinks is right, even at the cost of the frustration of others. And the thing is, he's right most of the time. I can't think of a story where he isn't giving his all to save people or to stop Eggman. The title of that world-renowned hero is still standing tall, and I think that's one thing where Archie Sonic shines. He is a hero that gives people hope, and despite the incessant romantic plots that he's thrown into, I still brag on how Sonic's heroism is a defining trait in this comic. But his romance is pretty bad. Sonic is a teenager. He's supposed to have a romantic life, and with them trying to balance a sense of normalcy, I'm fine with the writers giving him something akin to that. What I'm not fine with is the constant need for Sonic to essentially have his own harem. I mean, Bunny, Mina, Sally, and Fiona are all romantic subplots given to him at the same time because it is perceived interest. We're supposed to feel invested in these romances because that's what the comic tells you, not because you feel it. Even the pairing of Sally and Sonic feels so inorganic that the slab genuinely loses impact over time because there kind of wasn't much to go off of anyways. I say that and I like the pairing of Sonic and Sally, but a lot of that is due to how Sonic and Sally are written together. Sonic at least has the luxury of being a hero, but Sally, oh man. Sally's been ruined, dog. They threw out all interesting qualities about her over time in this era. Sally had a compelling struggle of trying to feel in control like she used to when she was in charge, but getting her family back, building back up a society, all of that's been thrown to the wayside because they got comfortable keeping Sally in whatever position she's supposed to fill that issue. Is it Sonic's girlfriend? Is it leading the kingdom while her dad's gone? Is it love-struck Sally being upset that she just had a mental breakdown? I said romance twice because she doesn't do much outside of that. I just don't know with her at this point. Most complaints you hear about Sally in this era are valid because she truly isn't much out of the romance plots they throw her into. Because whether it's Sonic, Evil Antoine, or Knuckles, she just had to have some romantic tension. And speaking of Knuckles, oh my gosh. Knuckles is a character in this comic, did you know? Knuckles is a shell of what he used to be. I don't even know what to tell you about Knuckles in this era. He becomes Father, Son, and Holy Spirit with the help of his technologically advanced cousins and dad, and then we just read Knuckles getting into so many silly shenanigans. At least he punched a Nazi. Knuckles genuinely could have been cool. Approaching the entire concept of the Chaos Force and Knuckles having a unique connection to it should have been something really interesting. The problem is that I do not care about any of this echidna lore or the multiple layers of tradition that they keep to. I got the picture that it's complicated and deeply rooted, but that doesn't make it interesting. Again, it's a problem of perceived importance that plagues most of the stories with Knuckles. He has good motivations like trying to fix his family, save his friends, stop a generational war, and trying to be the best guardian by learning to harness his newfound powers is not bad. It just drags on for far too long to keep readers interested. Which is crazy for me to talk about length because there are so many short stories in this era that you don't end up caring for a majority of them. Specifically around the 100s is when I tell people that you might just get bored when you read it. But then there are some short stories later on that just absolutely lose the plot. Oh, did you put Titan Tales attempting to fulfill the prophecy that he's been talking about fulfilling for over 100 issues, but actually not at all on your bingo card? Or how about this uncomfortable romantic interest that Antoine rejects in front of Bunny? Maybe this random play that they put on where Sonic and Knuckles almost kiss? Or maybe Sonic beating up his mutated friends and killing his dad?
I owned all of them.
There are some stories that are good though, I can't lie. I do kind of semi-like the story where Knuckles spends his last goodbyes with his dad and Locke gives an apology for all of the mess-ups. It's not perfect, but at least the team sort of acknowledges that Locke sucks, but I have an emotional connection with these types of scenarios, so maybe that's why I feel like that. Nicole gets a very interesting short story following another story where she swapped bodies with Sally and felt what it was like to be human. Nicole ends up making a holographic version of herself for a small period of time, and it's quite touching to see the bond with her and Sally. And finally, my girl Dulcie. For the rare occasions that we see her, I do love seeing what they do with her. And this is a story where her and her people defend themselves from Eggman and genuinely kill other dragons to defend their home. It is so metal, bro. Dulcie breathes fire, and it's epic. In terms of writers, I'm definitely fond of Carl Bollers and his writing more than anyone else. Bollers wrote some of my favorite arcs like Return to Angel Island, The World Tour, Toss in Space, and Home. His last issue on the comic was issue 154, but that wasn't really his best. He had a whole slew of ideas that he wanted to see get used in the comic past issue 134. Some ended up happening past his time, but I'm curious to see what the series would have looked like if he had stayed on. I think that the writing team just started running into the issue of there were too many cooks in the kitchen, and maybe that's just me, but I feel like some inconsistencies were the result of that. I mean, who let some of these issues pass the writer's room, guys?
I can only imagine some of the online discourse when this one came out.
One such character that I felt saw that issue the most is Shadow. My theory is that because of his popularity, Shadow was brought back, but no one knew what to really do with him other than just find answers. But the story of Sonic Adventure 2 was alluded to have happened in this universe, so does Shadow not have the proper clarity? Because it looked like he was not aware of the situation with Gerald at all, and that's why I was left confused. But it got better over time, it just meant that they had to sacrifice and retcon earlier info. But Shadow did become interesting, especially his dynamic with Hope and seeing how similar her and Maria were. I really like that subplot quite a bit. Shadow always being angry at Eggman will truly never not be funny in this comic though. Gosh, and Eggman. Now he's been the one consistency that I can always look to for a good time. Because this dude is evil. Like, every villain is lemons when this guy is around. I mean, mass murder, chemical weapons, military dictatorship essentially, and all because this guy just loved killing Sonic so much that he wanted to do it again. All for the love of the game. He is ruthless and pairs really well with this specific Sonic. I actually hold this Eggman very, very highly in this era. I think he's intimidating and just looks intimidating whenever he's in a panel. But not everything in this era looks good. There are a few issues that have art that I would consider not very good, and a few recurring artists that sometimes get better and sometimes get worse. Like Ron Lim. I don't always vibe with Ron Lim, but towards the end of his time, I do like some of his work. But Ken Penders somehow got worse, and I think that's a rare quality for your creative vision to actually get worse. In terms of artists that I loved, it was Fry, Stephen Butler, and Jonathan Gray. Butler's someone that I've sung my praises of before, but Gray's expressive designs and action set pieces are so good, along with Fry's style, that I just find really fun. And if you're wanting to collect some of this era, well, that's where we run into a bit of a snag, even more so than the last era. While the first 30 or so issues were collected in the Sonic Archives and Sonic Select had some of the issues, this era is all over the place in terms of where the stories are. Like Sonic Adventure stories collected in the Sonic Super Special magazine, and then some of the other stories are in Sonic Archives. You can find the Knuckles Archives, and they stopped right before the bad stuff, so miracles still do happen. But pretty much post issue 100, you're looking at only finding single issues, as those never got put into any trades. So good luck, collectors.
At this point in the series, I have to say that I love it. And I'm not joking. But it's all with an asterisk. Frick! But it's all with an asterisk. Oh my gosh, I can't say that. Asterisk. This word! Like when I speak for all of my praises for Archie's Sonic in its entirety, it always comes back to people bringing up the abysmal lows and the very obvious things that people see on the internet being thrown on Twitter, and you see one panel and it honestly terrifies you. For a good reason. One thing that I hear from fans of Archie Sonic, and even some of the creators in this video, is that they're all pretty interested in how weird that the series can get. And it's true, I love the series, even for some of the weirder stuff that it introduces. But that just begs the question, what is too weird for Sonic?
It's a question I've been asking myself for a long time. I think that when it comes to the bold claim of Archie Sonic being the most misunderstood story, I think that stems from the weirdness that people know of the comic. That weirdness breeds a connotation that is negative over the entire series. But I don't agree with that, because at the end of the day, this world, these characters, there are things to deeply love about him. A story about heroes fighting for their freedom and their lives back from a man who wishes nothing more than to cause chaos. Now, I think that there's an obvious answer of what's too weird for Sonic. Sex assault, overly mature romance, and undertones to real-life tragedies are things that are definitely too far. But I wouldn't say that everything in this comic up to this point has been the weirdest thing to introduce. Someone heralded so many different ideas that some of the wilder ones just slipped through the cracks. It came to a point where it was deafening hearing some of the loud criticisms. It was hard to stay positive being a reader, but fate stepped in when a certain writer left the team to pursue other creative endeavors, only to cause one of the greatest events, and not just the history of the comic, but the Sonic franchise as a whole.
I believe that a lot of misunderstanding comes from the misinformation spread about Ken Penders and his time on this comic. Also, his prevalent legal cases that still affect the series today. It is something that is told by so many, but is watered down by just the same amount of people. His mark on this series was substantial, and I just want to make that mark very, very clear.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is LegalPod, because I was your last resort. Our story begins when Kenneth W. Penders II quit Archie Comics to pursue other creative endeavors. Well, that did not last very long, as just 3 years later in 2009, Penders went on to realize that Archie Comics was not very good at keeping their contracts. And due to the company not being able to show a full contract, Penders could go and file for copyright for all of his characters and stories that he wrote during his time at the company. So Kenneth does as any reasonable man would and went to file for copyright because in a contractual sense, they didn't go back to Sega. Well, in 2010, Archie Comics became a little upset at this because now they were printing his characters without the permission of the creator. So later on in 2010, Archie filed a lawsuit against Penders, but let's not forget that Archie's not very good at keeping their contracts, so when they were only able to show a photocopy of Penders' contract, the validity of those contracts came into question. And because of this entire debacle, it was then figured out that Archie didn't have any contract for anyone that worked on the comic up until this point, which opened them up to future lawsuits. Needless to say, the Archie legal team was fired 2 years later. So now that Penders had the copyright within his hands, in 2011 he went on to sue EA and Sega, where he claimed that the lore introduced within Sonic Chronicles The Dark Brotherhood was a bit too similar to the lore that he created for Knuckles The Dark Legion. However, this case was dismissed without prejudice. That means that this game had zero intent to affect any of Penders' properties, so it could not be used as proper evidence in the court. But that did not stop Ken Penders, as just 4 days after the case was dismissed, he tried to file again despite the warning from the judge of the previous case. Then another judge upheld this dismissal as well. The whole case concluded in a confidential settlement, which means that not all of the details were shared to the public. But ultimately, Ken Penders went on to now own over 200 of the characters that were introduced within the Archie Sonic mythos. So to sum it up, Ken ended up suing EA, Sega, and Archie Comics themselves. Penders was so adamant about suing Sega that he was ultimately forced to stop the legal battle. And now that the case ended in a stalemate, he's not allowed to bring it back into court unless Sonic Chronicles is brought back up in official media. And now that Penders owns these characters, he says that everything past issue 160 is now considered unauthorized because he is not getting paid for the royalties for his characters showing up within this comic, which is a real stinker.
And you know what that led to? A reboot to solve this specific problem. Around issue 50 of Sonic Universe and issue 250 of Sonic the Hedgehog is when these changes started to be incorporated, with some rewrites and changes happening even prior to some of these issues' official releases. So anything prior to the Mega Man crossover that he made? Completely gone. Reprints of those specific issues? Also completely gone. All because of one guy and a silly legal team that screwed the pooch completely. For a majority, this is the complete story. But for some, they long to see what would have happened if this entire situation didn't occur at all. As of issue 159, Archie had also taken the Sonic X comic under their wing and now had another monthly comic series going on. This was headed by Joe Edkin and Ian Flynn, the latter becoming the new head writer of the Archie Sonic series. If you've been around the series for a while, that name sounds pretty familiar to you. There are some fans that hold his writing very highly, and then there are some that blame all the poor writing decisions in Sonic nowadays to be his fault. We are now entering a new era of the Sonic comic that is seen as unauthorized and heralded by a brand new captain of the entire series. But what did his debut look like? Well, let's find out as we go into a brand new era for Archie Sonic. This is the modern era for the Archie Sonic comics.
Oh, your futile actions amuse me so. You'll never win this battle, Sonic. You can't!
Keep talking big, Doc. I'm not done yet.
You were finished before the Egg Fleet even began bombardment. This battle suit is specifically designed to match and outclass your speed and strength. The only reason you can take this much punishment is due to all those magic rings you once collected, which means I get to toy with you longer than should be reasonable. I've studied you all your life, rodent. We've reached your limit.
Limit? Limit?
Egad! Snively! Track the Hedgehog via the Egg Spy satellites. Where did he go?
Tracking now, sir. He's moving a lot faster than you calculated he could.
Nonsense! Just get me his location. Where, Snively? Where?
He's already on the East Coast.
Limit? I've got your limit right here!
Oh, my gears and starters.
How far are we into this thing?
Sweet mother of God!
This was the era that got me into the Archie Sonic comics. When I first discovered them at the comic shop, I went immediately to the Archie Comics website and found these lots where you could buy, I think, 12 back issues for like $20. It was such a good deal that I convinced my mom to buy them. That's when I opened them up and read my first set of issues. It was 20 issues into the new Ian Flynn run. I cannot describe to you what it was like to experience getting Archie Sonic in the mail as a kid. You could get back issues or keep up to date with monthly subscriptions, but I knew when the new issues would get there. That led to me getting trade paperbacks, magazines, whatever I could get my hands on.
Enjoying the comics growing up was the one thing that I had. I was gatekeeping at that age. I knew it more than anybody else did because kids were talking about, unlocking Chaos and Sonic Battle, and then I was talking about Sonic fighting Interjack and Scourge and the Iron Queen. I was really cool.
So needless to say, this is my favorite era of the comics, without a doubt. It's not a shock to a lot of you, but I think this run from issue 160 to issue 251 is not only one of my favorite Sonic stories, it's one of my favorite stories ever. It is so close to being perfect, but we'll get there. So let's do it to it. Issue 160. Out of the Blue. A striking cover that literally makes you feel like this is a fresh start for Sonic. And it all starts with the story of Birthday Bash. Ian Flynn's debut also comes alongside new artist Tracy Yardley, and believe me when I say that you'll be seeing them a lot up until the end of the series. The story starts with Elias explaining himself from the previous issue with the Metal Sonic Troopers, only to reveal Sonic's surprise birthday party in the old Freedom Fighter base. Flynn's first story had a reference in it, go figure. Well, the party is cut short when the two bounty hunters being the Dynamite and Bark the Polar Bear arrive to cause a ruckus, straight from the orders of Eggman. Luckily, Fiona knows the way to distract Bean and talk down Bark, revealing that she has a connection to the two from her past. Before they go off to hunt Bean, Shadow does the work for them and drops by to thank Sonic for helping him rescue Hope, but that he also works for Eggman currently. a nice and friendly rivalry built on respect. But that doesn't last long as Bean calls up Eggman and explains how the plan failed, but the Doctor has a plan up his sleeve with a new and improved Croctobot. On the other side of the world, evil Sonic and Rouge are still trying to get the Master Emerald, but are not very good at teamwork, leading to a fight with Locke. But that fight turns into something more when evil Sonic absorbs energy directly from the Master Emerald, becoming the new and improved Scourge. Just two Sonics on their birthday getting into fights with red guys. I still will not forget your crimes. Well, after Scourge fights off Locke, he teleports Rouge and him with Chaos Control straight to Sonic's battle to settle the score. And after one defeat of Croctobot, Scourge shows that he definitely is a threat up against not just Sonic, but Shadow as well. When the Freedom Fighters hop in, though, it becomes a bit more complicated, so they make a quick escape by the help of a warp ring. And who's on the other end? Dr. Finitivis with an ominous threat of what's to come. But for now, Knothole is safe, the base is back in business, and Sonic had a birthday with a lot less casualties than the last one. These issues were fast, and not in a bad way, because I'm so used to heavy amounts of dialogue and getting immense amounts of information that I'm not used to breezing through 2 issues like this. And that's also including the 2-part Sonic Rush story at the end of these 2 issues. That comes from the dynamic panels and smaller dialogue. It is definitely an easier read. There may be a bit more story packed in, but it's not all new information. These 2 issues are picking up from the previous issue, the Evil Sonic storyline from issue 151, introducing Bark and Bean into the comic, and having a nostalgic return of 2 Super Badniks. It flows so well and is just a very good introduction to Flynn's writing style. A super impressive start. But what about a more serious story? The beginning of this era wastes no time getting into a high-stakes 3-part story, The Darkest Storm. With the kingdom back in order, Sonic is granted his knighthood back from the newly crowned King Elias, a daring declaration that he knows who he needs in his corner before bringing down Eggman, including allies that have long since left the kingdom, like Merlin Prower. Merlin returns to inform King Elias of the potential return of Mammoth Mogul, along with Sir Connery, who has been sent with the Sword of Light directly from the Ancient Walkers. With Mogul involved, so are his cronies, which are now labeling themselves as the Destructics. The Freedom Fighters can stop the 6 of them, but how will they stop such a monstrous threat? The goal is to save the Ancient Walkers from Mogul's power using the Sword and Crown of Acorns after Mogul dealt a fatal wound to the trio, but first they must find out where the sword is after Sally gave it to Arachnus' children. Luckily for them, the spiders aren't as far as they thought. The children of Arachnus approach Dr. Eggman's egg grapes, an experiment where he's using live Mobians as some sort of filter to gather energy from the Zone of Silence, powering his next scheme. This plan is going surprisingly well, as he still is trying to discover the identity of Anonymous, someone or something that has been a thorn in Eggman's plans for some time now. But yet again, a random strike happens. The egg grapes activating as Arachnus' children burst in. Opening up the Zone of Silence with the Sword of Acorns, it's the straw that breaks the camel's back, killing the Ancient Walkers and freeing Mammoth Mogul. Anonymous strikes again. Did they just kill Sonic God?
It took 3 issues for Ian Flynn to kill Sonic God. What a guy.
Not only is Mogul free, but this energy absorption breached the Zone of Silence, right? This carefully thought out plan has also freed the dastardly Ixis Naugus as well. So now, Mogul equipped with the Crown of Acorns and the Destructics, Naugus equipped with the Sword of Acorns and the Children of Arachnus, and Sonic backed up by the Kingdom of Acorn are ready to brawl. A massive all-out fight that Anonymous so perfectly planned to create. But what kind of battle would be complete without Eggman? After Adam shows proof that Mecha had a hand in letting the spiders in, despite Mecha claiming this as deception, Eggman orders Mecha to self-destruct. This loss does not deter Eggman, as he quickly comes up with a plan to be an extra party in this battle. But who knows what Eggman can even do to a being like Mogul? After he reveals to be the true origin of the Ixis magics, Naugus easily hands over the sword, powering up Mogul even more. He claims to desire the source of all, making Mogul top priority to stop. But one thing that they still have is the one weapon that can stop the dark magic. The Sword of Light wielded by Sir Connery. With every swing, Sir Connery is filled with the support of the Ancient Walkers. A knight that is dedicated to protecting the world from evil, and what's more evil than someone who has corrupted the source of all? True light versus true darkness. With this extraordinary power, the knight vanquishes the darkness, even at the cost of his own life. Now the heroes have had enough, but Eggman catches the upper hand by teleporting the enemies away before Sonic can capture the foes. Eggman has experienced loss today as well, so doesn't he deserve to get them just as much? So while Elias mourns the loss of Sir Connery, this brings up the desire to bring about this new court to truly stop Eggman. Because while the heroes rest and plan for what to do next, Eggman's next steps are already in motion, along with Anonymous, who reveals himself to be Adam. During my first read of Darkest Storm, I was nervous how the series stuff would be handled. But this was crazy. The return of old villains, the destruction of order previously set from over 200 issues, showing off another new threat, it was truly an encapsulating story for each issue, showing that this world is still truly alive and that there is so much to be done, but that everything has a direction that it's moving towards. This story felt like there is so much greater direction for the series, making the previous eras have multiple points that just seemingly feel like it wasn't going anywhere comparatively. This is working up to something big, but I could imagine reading month to month also felt like that as well. We still have plenty of stories to look at that I'm super excited about, and they just keep getting bigger and better. Rouge is popped into Knothole after escaping the crew of Dr. Finitivus. He orchestrated the escape of the Destructics from the egg grapes and even found the missiles that Isaac was protecting. But Rouge made him mad by making the missiles duds and escaping with a warp ring. So that brings Sleuth Doggy Dog and Scourge to only come back for the warp ring, nothing else. But who negotiates that? Fiona Fox. The girl that Sleuth finds the irony being referred to as the traitor by her, the girl that Scourge keeps flirting with and getting in Sonic's head about. While the trade-off happens, there's tension left with not just the couple, but Tails as well, who was used as bait and just referred to as a kid. But another couple feels tension as well, as Julie Sue threatens Rouge for how the Bat is looking at Knuckles. For as cunning as she looks, she seemingly knows her limits with her teammates, but not as much for the boys. But for as chaotic the present has been with Metal Sonic Troopers and Mogul, the future is even more chaotic with the next part in the 25 Years Later saga. Wait, 25 years later? I didn't like that! But even in this new story, everything feels off, and that's because it is. Tails returns from his trip trying to find Knuckles and claims that he knows that there's a problem with the time stream. Kobor is missing, Shadow shouldn't be the king, and Sonic? While this enrages Knuckles, Lara Sue affirms Tails in his conclusions and wants to help fix things. King Shadow holds Rotor captive for being a part of the initial experiment that led to this future, and along with Lee and Da, plans to keep that experiment a secret. To do that, they must stop Tails and Lara Sue from finding Sonic, but the duo manage to find our hero in a state that's not super ideal. Sonic is a bum, sleeping on the streets, using trash lids as dishware, and wearing nothing but his beaten up sneakers. But worst of all, his kids were wiped from reality. This entire experiment made Sonic and Sally's marriage never happen, and now Shadow is married to Sally. Sonic saved the world but lost his family. So now it's up to this trio to stop King Shadow, but their first hurdle is being stopped by someone who should be their biggest ally. Being arrested by Knuckles is a heavy blow, but a tactic that Knuckles used to get the three into the castle. Now it's time to take the fight to King Shadow, with Lara Sue getting Rotor away, Tails hacking the castle, and Knuckles and Sonic to confront the king. Right away, this is how Knuckles and Sonic should be. Knuckles takes Sally to safety while Sonic takes on the real threat, and is beaten super easily. I mean, come on, he's a hobo. But Lara Sue comes in as the perfect backup. You see, Knuckles has been training Lara Sue as the Guardian, so not only is she learning what that truly means, but she's been training on how to fight as one as well. The ultimate life form versus the newest Guardian. A chaotic fight that's quickly won by Lara Sue, putting Shadow in a form of stasis. The king has been stopped, leaving a very loving reunion between the two after being torn apart by time and space. But you two better get married first before trying anything, you sickos. But while Sonic fixes his future, that doesn't mean that the present day didn't have plenty of issues as well. You see, Eggman finally pieced together that Adam is anonymous and begins actively deleting everything related to the program, but not before fully controlling someone who got a large dosage of nanites. Tommy Turtle. Tommy getting the nanites was a complete accident, maybe being the worst person to get them as his best intentions still make problems for everyone else. But the nanites now have gone from Tommy to people like Bunny and Jules, who help lead Sonic right where Anonymous wants him. Another perfect plan is about to unfold for Anonymous by gathering Shadow and Tails, using the two of them to gather all 7 types of Chaos Emeralds for unlimited power. But who didn't he account for? Sonic the Hedgehog. Sonic fights Anonymous, but hesitates when Tommy reappears. Sonic wants to save Tommy from Anonymous, but the stakes grow even more as when Super Sonic emerges, so does a super form version of Anonymous as well. So while that fight happens, Eggman wakes up Shadow and Tails, only for Turbo Tails to know what must be done. Fulfilling the prophecy. Oh my gosh, it's happening! The thing that's been around since the Tails miniseries! Super Shadow and Turbo Tails send all of the Chaos Emeralds to the Zone of Silence, unifying them all together into one place and causing a special chain reaction. Anonymous has finally lost, and this lapse of his leads Tommy to gain back control for just a moment. Tommy apologizes for all the problems he's caused, not just today, but in the past as well. Tommy decides to use this chance of control to stop Anonymous, leading to the one act that he deems worth repaying his debt in sacrificing his life. Sonic floats back to the ground, Eggman and Shadow retreat, and Tails joins Sonic in mourning the act of bravery that they just witnessed.
Alright, time to talk about my personal favorite Archie Sonic story, and to be real here, it might not be like the most common one in the grand scope of the Archie Sonic run, but thanks to the power of nostalgia, it's the one that always comes to mind. Now, my personal favorite story is the story that follows Tommy Turtle. It's a story that spans from issue number 117 to 170, and honestly, it's kind of whack. The story starts off with just some of that goofy Archie stuff that you're kind of accustomed to from Archie Sonic. Sonic's disguised as a rabbit. He breaks into a base to rescue an old childhood friend, and that's where we're introduced to Tommy Turtle. Things go sideways, he escapes on Tommy Turtle's back, and Tommy Turtle is presumed dead. Except that Tommy Turtle isn't actually dead. Sonic would meet him yet again inside of a bar, and it's here where they would get harassed by the same people who initially kidnapped Tommy Turtle, and he would defeat them behind the scenes, so all isn't really as it appears to be. And of course, as it turns out, something is up here. Tommy Turtle is actually Terminator Bot, and he's sent here to kill Sonic. This robotic double, however, fails, and it's here where Sonic would find a chip inside of his head that reads Tommy Tortoise Season 17, Model 1901, and somehow Sonic just knows that means that Tommy's alive. I have no idea why. Also, by the by, if you think that I've called him the wrong name when I called him Tommy Turtle because it clearly says Tommy Tortoise here, this is just an error that Archie made. It's not even me, this is just Archie forgetting a character's name. From here, the story escalates into just a ton of chaos. Sonic and his friends go on and mount a rescue mission for Tommy Turtle, who has been captured and is just about to be executed. Tommy would then join the Freedom Fighters, and it's here where he would work alongside with the smarter Freedom Fighters, and they would study the sentient nanites that used to make up Eggman's AI son, Adam. And while doing this, Tommy would accidentally form a symbiotic relationship with these nanites, which allowed him to grow wings and use a jetpack. It's honestly pretty cool, and it makes it look like Tommy Turtle is going to become this kind of cool, transforming superhero. But as it turns out, Adam is still alive inside of these nanites, and he ends up possessing Tommy, and he uses him to create this massive spire that summons all of the Chaos Emeralds from around the universe. And the spire is powered by Shadow and Tails. It's really, really wild. Sonic would have to come work with Eggman. Eggman would call in his fleet, and it's here where Sonic would use the power of the spire to go super, and at the same time, Adam, who is controlling Tommy, would turn from this really cool cybernetic venom looking thing into his own super form, and honestly, it looks so freaking cool. Unfortunately though, as it turns out, if Sonic and Eggman want to destroy Adam, they'll have to kill Tommy in the process. What's really interesting is that Tommy, for a brief moment, actually wins control back over his body, and he apologizes for everything that's happened because of him. And really, it's a sad moment because we realize here that Tommy was kind of conscious this whole time while Adam took over. He's aware of what had happened. And so in this last moment of control, just as it was fleeting away from him, he would fly into the Eggman fleet and he would let himself die, knowing that Adam would be destroyed along with him. It's really sad. It was shocking to read, and that's kind of it. Tommy's dead. He doesn't come back. We see his tombstone, and that's it. He's gone. It always stuck out to me as this first big story that I read when reading through Archie. I didn't read it in sequential order when I was a kid. I just kind of read whatever I could find in the used comic bins at the comic book store. And so sometimes it was really old Archie stuff, sometimes it was more modern stuff. But I started reading it more consistently when Tommy was first introduced, and man, it blew my mind. It stuck with me ever since. So yeah, no, that's definitely my favorite Archie story. Thank you so much for listening to me.
But this entire ordeal led to something much greater. Because as Sonic and Tails head to the newly formed Special Zone to get an emerald for healing King Max, they find out that Feist now guards the gemstones. This entire new zone is now for Feist to test people before handing out the Chaos Emeralds, but Sonic and Tails are given one for their past history with the creature. And the visit is all worth it when the Chaos Emerald helps better King Max after being poisoned for so long. The Chaos Emerald is worth a lot more than that, as when Uncle Merlin asks to bring the Chaos Emerald and a guiding star gem to him, he uses the two together to transport the group to the Bem planet, bringing Tails' parents back home. Quickly getting them away from a Black Arms invasion, the two reunite with Tails and King Elias, who jumps at the chance to get an interested Amadeus Prower involved in the new Court of Acorn. While the day is filled with joy, Sonic still mourns his fallen comrades, but knows that their sacrifices are what's going to help him and his friends stop Eggman for good. But one friend that they're worried about the most is Shadow the Hedgehog. That's because he's still unsure of his past until now when he discovers Gerald Robotnik's diary with a disc of all that it entails. Shadow entrusts the help of Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles to get those answers. Nicole helps digitize Shadow and Sonic into the disc to find the answers while Knuckles and Tails stand guard. It's great that they planned it like that because Snively arrives with the help of his hairs that he put trackers in. Like, imagine this dialogue actually happening in an animated version of this scene. It's Snively. I'm detecting some kind of data transfer. We've got a beacon here in the base. Snively has his hairs individually tracked? He's Eggman's nephew. They're all insane. So Knuckles goes to fight Snively while Shadow gets the answers he's been seeking. He gets the answers directly from Gerald, who gives Shadow's backstory just like it is in the games. This meeting lets Shadow see Maria one last time and learn what he's truly meant to do: protect the world. He declares to Snively that he is the ultimate life form, that he is the protector of Mobius. A true understanding after so long of searching for answers, which is the same thing that Sonic is needing when trying to figure out where Fiona's been. Well, that's easily solved. With Scourge, of course, and poor Tails has kept it a secret to protect Sonic's feelings. So Amy discovers this and confronts Fiona, only stopped by Sonic, who was going to do the same thing, just a lot less violent. Sonic pieced it all together. Fiona won an evil Sonic. Not this version. Ew, please don't touch him. What makes it worse is that Tails pleads for Fiona to stay, for her to remain good. But Fiona delivers a swift lesson that you can't trust anyone. Okay, it's time for Sonic to get violent now. This gets cranked up into third gear, leading into a very physical and psychological fight between Sonic and Scourge. Because Scourge is trying to get Sonic to see that his life is better because he's bad, and that all it would take is one bad day for Sonic to be just the same as him. The same accolades, the same ease, and the same chaos. But Sonic reminds him who the main man is, that Scourge is just evil Sonic, and that a little bit of decency and selflessness would make Scourge something worth the time. After the fight wraps up, Fiona and Scourge take their leave. One freedom fighter gone is all it takes to alarm Antoine, who goes off to make the next biggest move against their enemy: propose to Bunny Rabbit. Now, that may seem silly, but Antoine has realized that life won't wait for times of peace. And after all he's had to deal with lately, I kinda don't blame him. He had his life stolen from him, his father has died, and with as many enemies coming out of the woodwork, he wants to ensure that the one thing that keeps him happy is always in his hands. So Bunny says yes, which, why wouldn't she, to the finest gentleman in the Sonic sphere? And how does everyone react? Sally takes him out on a stakeout mission, which is super lame. But this is a time that Sally gets to explain to Bunny how her recent actions have made her less of a freedom fighter, how she's seeing all this change, but she can't even talk to Sonic directly. We get a small glimpse of Sonic acknowledging this in Darkest Storm, but Sally opening up to her best friend is a very touching scene, and definitely in the right direction for her. It's cut short though, as Sally and Bunny are ambushed by Knack, while Sonic and Antoine are caught up by Bark and Bean. And both groups de-escalate the situation quickly. Antoine, my dog! Everyone converges on Rouge, who is currently dealing with Mogul and Nagus. It turns out Anonymous taking the emerald from Mogul has left him powerless and Nagus some brainless beast, which makes it that much easier to knock them out. And it turns out that that was a ploy set by Rouge to get all the enemies here in one place. Mission accomplished, Sonic and Sally become the best man and maid of honor, and they all head home. A day that's sure to be unforgettable, whether from the wedding itself or from the scheme that Eggman's been working on. From the stress of the groom to reminiscing with the bride, everyone is happy and joys to see this couple finally get married. It's a type of wedding that comes ever so rarely, having all of your closest friends there, the people who you've lived and fought side by side with. One that everyone has been waiting to see happen and is itching to get to. All except one Espio the Chameleon. Espio and the Chaotix have recently been taking it upon themselves to discover what happened to Charmy's kingdom and family, and after getting barely anything, Espio heads right into the Eye of the Storm to discover something more than the secrets that he's been looking for. The ceremony is almost here, with the banter from many of how this could have been Sally and Sonic someday. But that doesn't distract from the main attraction of Bunny and Antoine, who stand up at the altar with their closest friends, which are pretty much their family. This wedding is more than just two characters getting married. It's two courageous heroes who have been through it all and sacrificed so much, but choose the one thing that they couldn't live without, in each other. So as the two wed, starting their long and happy life together, it kinda makes you forget about Espio. In his panic, he got sloppy. In his hurry, he got desperate. And as he's cornered, he declares that Eggman won't win. But nothing could prepare Sonic for what the Doctor has in store. The start to this era is incredible. Some of the best stories from the franchise that you could find in just a small period of time. While I think The Darkest Storm is just good, I think Order from Chaos, 25 years later, Shadow's backstory, they're amazing. Ian Flynn saved these comics, to be honest. He also has had a hand in saving the franchise, and the small but loud minority is not ready to have that conversation, to be honest. Like, I do not think this is the writing of someone that is going to be remembered for the rest of time, but I do like his writing a lot. It probably helps that it's being made by someone that actually knows Sonic and actually loves Sonic as well. To top it off, he brought the comic back up from some of the lowest points in the whole series. Whether or not you like Ian Flynn, you can't deny that it's impressive. They would not have let him oversee almost 140 issues for nothing, and the numbers don't lie. To bring back into the fold characters and story beats that are genuinely interesting to the overall world, like Mogul and Nagus, fulfilling Tails' prophecy, giving Shadow some well-needed respect, making Evil Sonic into something more than just a regular evil double, and there are stakes! Tommy and Sir Connery, two characters that you do not get a lot of time to be attached to, but you understand their characters have heartbreaking deaths. I didn't even really like Tommy, but I'm sad that he died. These 14 issues have honestly served as damage control from the way that some characters, one of them being Sonic, has been portrayed. And I think that's very commendable, even if a lot of it hasn't been new ground. So that's what makes what comes next so powerful. Issue 175. The Eggman Empire closes in on Knothole to finish this long and drawn out war, all while everyone is able to sit and have some lighthearted conversation. While Knuckles worries about SBO, Rotor helps Tails process all that's been going on recently while they wait on Nicole to finish up some tests. But the tests finish with an alarm. Knothole is being attacked. Snively breaks in, shooting beam after beam at the Freedom Fighters and Chaotix, making them disappear. Confusion and rage is all that's seen in the moment, with Mighty giving it all against this mech. Making quick work of Mighty and vaporizing him as well, Snively separates from his lower half and leaves Tails, Knuckles, and Amy under the rubble. Sonic is on his own to save everyone, but who can he save from something like this? When making it to the castle, it's destroyed in an instant, showing off nothing but the latest Eggman mech. But Eggman didn't kill everyone, just simply captured them. He told Snively to leave Sonic because Eggman wanted to take on Sonic himself. This entire plot was to mess with Sonic, to beat Sonic down physically and mentally, using everything that could possibly get under his skin. And to make matters worse, this whole suit is designed specifically to counter everything that Sonic can throw at him. But Eggman doesn't want to kill him, he wants to play with his food. He has reached Sonic's limit. In a flash, Sonic makes it to the East Coast. In moments, Sonic charges towards Eggman to give him a hit that Sonic's never been able to dish out. Because while Sonic is strong and has had leagues of moves shown off, Eggman never planned for this, because Sonic is every contingency. He is the basis of every single one of Eggman's plans, because this is his world. He has no limits. But that wasn't good enough. Eggman beats Sonic down, telling Sonic that he's going to be left here knowing that everyone he loves will soon become fuel for Eggman City, being left to wallow alone. But not for long, because Tails finds Sonic, giving the confidence to take the fight right back to Eggman's door. This anniversary issue was insane. Just the covers alone are like nothing we've seen up to this point. They're so striking and invoke such a crazy feeling that Sonic might just lose this time for real. It really captured just how quick Eggman came in and just carpet bombed all of Knothole. How long has this Eggman been just playing around and could have pulled something off like this in a moment's notice? Needless to say, Sonic and the others have to pull off something crazy to win this. So remember the egg grapes? The ones that kill people? Yeah, that's what they're all racing against as Sonic tells the others to stay back while he goes to save everyone. He wants to keep everyone safe, so he wants to put himself in harm's way. But Tails disagrees, calling Sonic out and asking how things could be different than what just happened. In the moment of tension, Nicole speaks up under the rubble to say how she has a plan, which Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, and Amy all work on while Eggman stands atop his high horse and gets in his monologue to really put the icing on the cake. The egg grapes hold everyone, and it's so stressful seeing everyone in this way. Some look down in spite, some in fear, some in anger. The people that Eggman has been trying to rid himself of, his greatest enemies, are right here, so of course he's going to get in his last words. But actions speak louder, as he wants to strike fear into everyone by showing off what the egg grapes can really do. He does this by bringing out Charmy B, someone who has lost everything from Eggman. But in the face of Eggman, Charmy doesn't hesitate to stand for the one thing that all of these heroes fight for: their freedom. Even the most scared heroes stand in courage with Charmy, each one of them capable of standing against Eggman like this. All of this happens as Sonic's group makes it to the Egg Vineyard, bursting in as soon as Charmy's egg grape activates. Amy and Knuckles begin bursting everyone out of the grapes, while Sonic gets Charmy and Tails gets Nicole to the computer. Eggman is in shock from Sonic being here, and grows even more afraid after Sonic saves Charmy and gives Eggman a head start to start running away. Eggman berates Snively for leaving Knuckles, Tails, and Amy active while everyone found out that Charmy is stable. Now that they're all fine, Sally leads the charge for everyone to evacuate. But where to? They're in the middle of Megaopolis, right in the heart of the enemy. What are they doing other than just running? But Sonic never runs just blindly. There's a plan that he has, and it's all to bring them back into Eggman's hands. Everyone gets zapped by the Egg Mech, recapturing them. Sally pleads for Sonic to do something, but he just stops, smiling right at Eggman as he gets zapped away. But this victory for Eggman is anything but that, because Nicole hacking the system wants to reprogram the teleporter to the brand new nanite city of New Mobotropolis. And with the recreation of the Old Kingdom, what better host than the new form of Nicole, who created this haven for the heroes that she's fought side by side with for so long. But now it's time to see if the city can hold its own against the Egg Fleet, which is coming in for revenge. But while Nicole holds back the onslaught, everyone else gets settled in and checked up on. The kingdom's previous enemies are captured. King Elias encourages everyone to go to their new homes, while people like Rotor and Charmy are getting looked at by the doctor. Both of them retain long-term injuries that they'll have to live with for the rest of their time in the series. Rotor broke his back, and Charmy has received literal permanent brain damage. Holy guacamole. But they knew the consequences. They knew what they were fighting for. It was for something like this. When Sally, Antoine, and Bunny look across the new kingdom, it's hard to not remember the simpler times when it was just them in the hole of a cave. Sally also remembers when she was also out there doing the leadership for the Freedom Fighters, but it's never too late, you know? The Egg Fleet still continues to fire on New Mobotropolis, Snively leading some of the ships and giving Eggman status reports. But one ship starts to open fire back on the fleet, a ship made by Hope Kintobor. You see, a few issues back in a side story, Snively was approached by Eggman while staying in Knothole to be brought back onto Eggman's side. So he goes to encourage Hope to leave and find a new life with the Overlanders. But secretly it was so that Snively didn't have to see her get hurt by Eggman. So he joined Eggman, ensuring that Hope was safe. But when she returned to nothing but wreckage and debris, she knew what actually happened. The family she trusted had betrayed her, so she feels like she can't return to the kingdom, and all because Snively only cares for himself. But Eggman is still a bit more capable than Snively, even if not a bit more trigger happy as he keeps smacking the shields. So Sonic comes out, Eggman thinking he's going to get another go at the blue blur. But it's different now that the Freedom Fighters and Chaotix are lending a hand. And after a quick team up to send Eggman packing, what became one of the biggest losses turned into a massive victory for our heroes. The Eggman Empire storyline is just amazing. One of the best stories in this whole comic. It puts together everything I love in one story. So much happens in 3 issues. Sonic gets beaten down to rock bottom, but Sonic's heroism knows that getting down that low only means you only have up to go from there. Everyone is willing to continuously put their lives on the line to stop Eggman, and while it can cost them everything, it's days like getting a new kingdom that reflects older days where things were simpler. The fight for freedom presses on, and it's one step closer to beating Eggman for good. But with the new kingdom means that there needs to be a change in how the kingdom works, with that change being led by Amadeus Prower, Tails' dad. But when it becomes an angry mob, it's now involving the kingdom and Sonic as well, increasing more tensions between Sonic and Tails. Amadeus is simply trying to mark change and sees that something different than just the monarchy needs to happen, which makes Elias confused and a little intimidated when Amadeus is so headstrong. Because when Elias has done so much good, he still has to balance doing what he thinks is right while facing pressure from his father. Both sides seem extreme, so the conflict grows more. But what's more extreme? Tails breaking into prison to get his father out, which leads Sonic into coming in directly to keep Amadeus in there. But Tails is the only one able to hold off Sonic while Amadeus gets to his true target, which is the king. So while Sonic and Tails fight, airing every grievance and every frustration that they've had with one another recently, Amadeus and Elias have a decisive fight as well within the castle. 2 fights of ideals and 2 fights of misunderstandings. And while one is solved internally between friends, a certain princess steps in to offer a different solution. Sonic and Tails apologize to one another, sincerely making up like brothers do, because real friendship forgives, even when you hit your lows. But how do Elias and Amadeus remedy the problem? By making an elected council that honors tradition of the crown but respects the power of the people. A problem solved by people who are trying their best to care for the kingdom. But what happens when words can't do the trick? Because while election day is happening, a floating Dimitri approaches Sonic with the declaration that Enerjack has returned. This story is quite divisive even to people who love this era, and it's all because of this line right here. And for Sonic in general, this line is pretty out of character. He does not talk to his friends, especially Tails, like this at all. I mean, he's a massive jerk in this moment. But the only thing that I could say to barely defend this line is that this Sonic has been a jerk for quite a little bit. I don't think that it was the right thing, and I can't speak for Flynn when he was writing this, but it felt to me that just like Eggman beating Sonic to rock bottom, Sonic had to reach rock bottom of being a jerk to come back up. He wanted everyone to really see that Sonic truly has been a jerk, and it's not just due to some writer, he's actually been a jerk for a minute and needed to be called out. Because while Sonic can't go through a massive character arc in the games, Sonic definitely feels more solid as a character within the games. But due to the format of this comic, we can see low points for this character and see that he doesn't always make the right choices. It was righting a wrong of Sonic's character. This can happen to any favorite comic character, including Sonic. Again, I don't think it's the right move to talk down to Tails like this, because Tails has definitely grown, but his frustrations were incredibly valid. This was definitely a low point for a story that I thought was pretty good. One thing about this era as well is that Knuckles and Sonic have felt more like rivals in this era. In the free comic book day special, it was Knuckles that they counted on to take down Sonic, kinda similar to how it was in Mecha Madness. If Sonic isn't available, Knuckles takes it upon himself and the Chaotix to help out. It makes the two seem more on similar ground, kind of like how it should be. But remaining around the kingdom has increased tension between him and his father, and honestly I feel like Knuckles should have gotten this impatient earlier on with Locke, if I'm being honest. Locke needed Knuckles to be the guardian to try and look for the Brotherhood, but when Knuckles declines, Locke goes to Dr. Finidivus to look after the Emerald, but the Doctor starts to mess with it. So when Knuckles helps to get everyone into New Mobotropolis, he sets out to return to Angel Island after a long time, and he has no idea what he's in for. So when Dimitri shows back up saying that Enerjack has returned, it even has Eggman interested. Dimitri claims that Dr. Finidivus has a hand in the current state of the Dark Legion, but since it's affecting the people that Dimitri is aligned with, he doesn't like that. And while the Council won't allow anyone to go to Angel Island directly, Sonic at least makes strides on making a truce with Eggman for the time being, because they both realize that this Enerjack guy is crazy. But the Chaotix don't take that sitting down, attempting to take the direct approach directly to Angel Island by force. And while Sonic stops them, Julie Sue calls Sonic out on how he speaks of working together, but that unless it passes Sonic's check, nothing can happen. And that speaks to Sonic, because he's been in their same boat before. But luckily, Sonic and Tails get clearance to go check out Angel Island by themselves, heading directly into the war zone. The Chaotix still worry, but they have comfort knowing that if Sonic goes, he'll do whatever it takes to bring Knuckles home. The thing is, Angel Island is a war zone right now. Finidivus guards the Emerald, the Dingoes and Dark Legion are still at war, and the Destructics are defending the other Echidnas who are not fighting. Scourge and Fiona give Finidivus the update, but stand witness to the one thing they've been waiting for. The brand new Enerjack. Everyone has to be ready for Enerjack, but Sally isn't able to come in contact with anyone. The one thing that they can all see is the feed from Knuckles' camera directly into Angel Island, witnessing the raw power of Enerjack himself, who sends the Dingoes to the desert and kills General Cage. Enerjack then begins to move quickly towards the Dark Legion. Enerjack can remove the cybernetics from the Echidna people and redeem them, but says that his true goal is to return the people to Albion, the true Echidna home. From frustration to confusion, Sally reaches Rouge, who now works for Gun? What? But luckily, someone is being sent to help. Sonic and Tails are trying to find Knuckles, but he's still nowhere to be found. But who they do find is Enerjack, who reaches the last of the Echidnas. Even worse, he finds the camera and is on a direct course to New Mobotropolis. The troops have gathered to fight Enerjack, everyone believing the worst and that Knuckles is gone, which is what makes this meeting a bit more personal when Enerjack confronts the Freedom Fighters and Chaotix. But the craziest part is when Enerjack is revealed to be Knuckles himself. Knuckles was beaten by Scourge and the Destructics, captured by the Dark Legion, and fooled by Finidivus to try and save his people and activated the Master Emerald, which was hexed by the Doctor. Enerjack is threatening, but having Knuckles take this current mantle may be the worst option, because Enerjack is dead set on bringing the world into a future without technology, but we know what Knuckles is like with this type of power. That's why he needs to be stopped. Per usual, Sonic makes it in just in time with Shadow not too far behind. Already seeming to be an issue, Shadow takes off his inhibitor rings to fight the person that told him what the power chaos was in the first place. But Enerjack's power is more than they realize, and the Hex is making Knuckles say things that he would never believe in. For how anti-technology Enerjack is, Eggman uses his technology himself to transport Enerjack back into the Egg Grapes. again. Man, he really likes those egg grapes. In all the confusion of whether or not to save Knuckles, Sonic and Julie Sue get pulled into a warp ring by Locke, who tells the two that his solution is finding a weapon to kill Enerjack. Locke has returned after reaching Albion, learning that Knuckles was the reason that Dr. Finidivus has these abilities. Dr. Finidivus was the one that destroyed Albion, and now that he's gotten Enerjack, he's going to send the echidnas to nothing but ruins. So yeah, Locke is mad, and yeah, Locke wants to kill his son because Enerjack wants to do unspeakable damage. So now they're off to get this weapon, which they're met by Scourge and the Destructics, who are looking to destroy it. And oddly enough, Sonic had that plan first, refusing to kill Knuckles to take Enerjack out, because Locke wants to do it the easy way, unable to blame himself for his past sins and blame himself for being the reason that Knuckles is Enerjack right now. But Sonic has a plan that he needs to go do quick, because Enerjack is on the way. Destroying the Egg Grapes and Egg Fleet in mere moments, he retreats to get a charge from Finidivus in the Chaos Chamber. But Sonic is ready for a charge himself, directly into Supersonic. The grand finale to this whole story sees Supersonic and Enerjack having a chaos-powered brawl to end all brawls. And while this happens, Locke is still frustrated that he can't get rid of this problem. Finally, he's being called out for being a crummy dad, literally being the reason that all of this has happened. The fight going on in the sky is a sight to behold. Some see nothing but destruction, some see it as just extending the problem, and some see it as the end. But the only way that this can end is by someone sacrificing their own life, made by Finidivus' design on the Hex. Julie Sue doesn't hesitate, but Locke wants to be the one to do it. Locke never wanted this. He never wanted to make a conqueror, but he wanted to make a hero in his own son. So after Finidivus is teleported away by Archimedes, Locke does what he does best. As the last of the Brotherhood, Locke uses the power in a selfish way. By misusing the power, he gives life to free his son from the curse. When Finidivus returns, he's angry, but not as angry as Knuckles, who would give anything to have a piece of the Doctor at that moment. Finidivus escapes, leaving Knuckles to be finished with people messing with the power, and Knuckles has had enough. He declares that he will be the last Guardian, and that no one else will hurt anyone over the Master Emerald ever again. This story is the only Sonic story I have ever openly cried to. Locke was an awful father, trying to change and train his son for the best, but adding on this pressure that no child needs to grow up with. But Locke didn't seek redemption. He didn't even seek forgiveness. He sought one way to give his child a chance at true freedom. And in the end, that sacrifice made Knuckles think that he's now alone on this island, just like his father was. Anything involving dads makes me real emotional. And even if Locke can't be redeemed, seeing this one act of selflessness makes me definitely cry. So now as Enerjack has ceased, the echidnas now find themselves all in Albion, the Dark Legion is now with Eggman, and Knuckles is left with nothing but guilt. It's nothing short of heartbreaking. What's happened to them is tragic for a people that used to live so highly above everyone else. And now that it's calmed down around Knothole, people are getting a moment to repair and recoup from the latest big battles. I mean, Eggman and Enerjack back to back? That's a lot to handle. But let's not forget that there's still some enemies that are too close for comfort. Upon Mina returning and a scenic tour into the remnants of Knothole and the repair of Freedom HQ, Mammoth Mogul calls Sonic in for a lengthy threat to let him go or else. Obviously Sonic laughs it off, but Mogul's new fearsome foursome is anything but a threat. Mina, whom Mogul blessed with speed. Mighty, whom Mogul blessed with strength. And Tails, whom Mogul used his power when in need. All to gather the last member of the fearsome foursome, Sonic. These three that Mogul marked to use in the future are now on a plot to get Mogul himself his hands on a Chaos Emerald, sending each of the three marked to lengths that would get them killed if Sonic doesn't do what he's told. Sonic inadvertently becomes the fourth just to save his friends, despite the obvious problems that it brings up. But even when Mogul gets the Emerald, he admits that he still can't beat Sonic. But once Immortality beats Sonic's limited time on Mobius, he will have his moment to strike. But that doesn't mean that Sonic won't live in peace. And now that Mogul's out of the villain business, what does he do? Well, start a casino. That's a great retirement plan. This casino is used to coordinate an attack on Sonic and stand on the promise that Mogul made. While Sonic and Sally talk the most alone time that they've had in a long time, it's interrupted by an attack from Bark, Bean, and the Destructics. But the one thing that they didn't expect, a sniper off in the distance. So while the rest of the goons kidnap Sonic, Knack gives Sally a challenge against his aim. And when she beats it, she tricks Knack into a one-way trip to the end of Amy's Pico Pico hammer. So now this duo head to save Sonic from Mogul in the peanut gallery of Scratch, Grounder, and Coconuts, which is just incredible. Sally and Amy meet secret agents St. John and Rouge, who luckily know where Sonic is being uncomfortably questioned by Bean.
I mean, he is just asking the questions that everyone is wondering.
So the group saves Sonic, where they try to expose Mogul. But instead of paying for the hit on Sonic, Mogul settles for Sonic to be humiliated instead. While they make it home with dealing with one gang, it's one thing after another with a gang of a more royal caliber. While these last 4 issues weren't as great as these other arcs, if this is the lowest point that this era has to offer, then you will not hear me complaining. Because this really is the last bit of problems that Mogul makes for Sonic. Which is also crazy considering Mogul has been so active recently, but has chosen such a low-key alternative from being one of the strongest adversaries in this world.
These past 30 issues have been insane. There has been so much stuff that's happened, and this is honestly the part of the comic that I say is almost perfect, if not the most perfect part of this comic. And closing in on 200 issues, no less? But with these last few issues to push to the big 2-0, there is absolutely nothing stopping this comic.
A bold new Mobius. Mobius with an E. The anti-Mobius. Moebius? And who resides there other than our favorite felon, Scourge the Hedgehog, who took his leave from the fight versus Interjack to do one thing, conquer his planet. So after proving that he can take over his planet, why not take a note from Eggman's book and do it again against the biggest blue thorn in his side? And it all starts with the anti-freedom fighters, labeled the Suppression Squad, to make the first attack against our Mobius. Boomer, Miles, Alicia, and Patch are led by Fiona directly into Freedom HQ. So the Freedom Fighters handle this brawl while Sonic is helping the Chaotix with the new Dark Egg Legion. Knuckles is trying to convince Lee and Da to cut ties with Eggman, but ends up dealing with Dimitri controlling an Eggmac. But once Sonic returns to Freedom HQ, he's got to deal with the new King Scourge. So the Freedom Fighters fight the Suppression Squad. It makes Rotor glad that he is no longer a field agent. And while banter and long-awaited fights are happening for some of the cast, it's a tough fight for both parties. Scourge is this intimidating and terrifying figure to the Suppression Squad, while Sonic helps lead the charge for the Freedom Fighters. But the villains can't afford to lose this fight, so they're going all out. And it's not like the Freedom Fighters can call for the Chaotix, they have this Mecha Mantis that they've got to fight to save the Flyers in their group. And while the Chaotix take the win, that can't be said to be the same for the Freedom Fighters as they give up Freedom HQ to the Suppression Squad for now. So the villains have a new base for their soon-to-be invasion, and obviously that's a huge issue. It's a pain to the kingdom, but almost a challenge to Eggman when he sends Metal Sonic to fight Scourge. Eggman beats the heroes to the punch, and that's partly due to the rejection from the council to go and get back Freedom HQ. But when Sonic just tells Knuckles that they can go do it themselves and do what they think is right, Knuckles just snaps. And nothing is going his way right now. Huge strides from Sonic to not just run out and do it. Look at the character there he goes. While Sonic has to deal with a fight with Scourge and Metal Sonic, Knuckles fights with Julie Sue over his doubts in himself. But she's sharing his pain as well. She just doesn't know how to respond to Knuckles' pain. Well, I kinda don't blame them. After all, they've dealt with their problems with punches, not really talking. And it's not like Sonic is any different. I mean, Scourge knows that part of Sonic and offered for the two of them to conquer Mobius together. But what makes matters worse is when Metal Scourge joins the fight as well. So while Knuckles and Julie Sue resolve their fight, Sonic's just got a lot more interesting. Eggman watches the double monitor YouTube Shorts fight when Dimitri approaches, revealing that Eggman has a contingency for the Dark Legion. Eggman placed inside all of their new cybernetics a bomb that will go off if they decide to change sides. Betrayal is evident everywhere, even in the Suppression Squad, who seemingly despise Scourge just as much as the Freedom Fighters do. But they'll still help when called for, packing a wallop on the two metallic clones. And after Sonic declines Scourge's outlandish offer of taking over the planet together, Sonic makes it home to take his punishment for running off. The Invasion of Mobius with Amy Rose, which their initial introduction to the planet is fighting an anti-bunny who is souped up with an Omega suit made by the anti-Eggman. That all happens while the Suppression Squad comes to form an alliance with the Freedom Fighters via Miles. It seems that everyone is tired of this guy. I mean, his own team doesn't even like him. Dr. Kintobor lives in fear, and Buns was kicked to the curb when she formed an incurable disease. I mean, this is the same Scourge that killed his own dad just to get revenge. This guy doesn't get along or like anyone but himself. Everyone hates him, but especially the anti-Amy. And while the evil versions of our heroes may have a grip on their evil mentalities, Evil Amy is absolutely insane. So instead of just chasing Sonic, Rosie just wants to kill Sonic. While Sonic faces the threat, the alliance of the Suppression Squad and Freedom Fighters are making its way towards Scourge. And oh boy, that was just not the right timing. But amongst the confusion of trying to get all the doppelgangers in the right place, Scourge is sent back with our duo right back into Rosie's territory. A chaotically terrifying sight, which is only about to get worse when a certain time traveler from the future named Silver arrives to find Sonic. Can I scream now?
He's here! Finally, he's here!
He's beautiful.
Silver has arrived just in time for the climax of A Bold New Mobius, Hedgehog Havoc. Because what's the fun in having Sonic and Amy fighting their evil and crazy doubles? Well, how about Eggman creating a new Metal Sonic that can jump to other zones? Or how about Robbo the Hedge helping Silver find Sonic and Mobius? Well, let's just add Shadow to find a special zone and you have a wonderful cast that are dead set on fighting one another. But things get even more interesting in the fray when Silver reveals that he's here to destroy Sonic. He claims that one of the Freedom Fighters will turn on the whole team and doom Silver's future, and that just makes Sonic the most obvious candidate. But Rob defends Sonic, claiming his ultimate heroism is the trait that defines Sonic most of all, which is just the opposite of the ultimate cowardice that we see in Scourge. And everyone is able to see that, making it easy for everyone to set their sights on the new king. But Scourge came prepared, because when the odds are stacked against him, he uses his collection of Anarchy Barrel to turn the tides with a brand new super form. Well, the Suppression Squad didn't plan on this, so when the Alliance goes to check up on the king that they thought defeated, imagine the shock as Scourge floats atop some of the strongest fighters in the universe, ready for more action. And it's not like the Freedom Fighters or Suppression Squad stood a chance, because even Silver's Psychokinesis and a whole dog pile couldn't take Scourge out. So what can Sonic do against an anti-super form? Well, nothing. The battle between Sonic and Scourge has not just been about conquering planets, it's been about ideals as well. A pretty common theme within this era. This is about the superior Sonic with the superior mindset. So when Sonic challenges Scourge to finish the job without a super form, Scourge accepts. And that's why he loses. Scourge's super form drains him when depleted, while Sonic's feels like a boost. That's just how the opposite side works. And at the end of it all, that's how it's always been. Someone like Scourge, who takes the cheap way to become better than everyone, will always lose to someone like Sonic, who helps everyone become better than what they were. Because the good will beat the bad in the long run. And like he says, there isn't anybody who can run longer or better than Sonic can. So the day is saved once again, the Suppression Squad give up the star posts and hand leadership to Miles, and Silver returns to be sure of who the real traitor is. All that's left to do is get Scourge to Zone Jail, where Sonic has to ask a certain Zone Cop an important question. Why does he have to fight all these multiversal counterparts? Well, Sonic helps the Chaos in the No Zone and gets Scourge arrested, telling Sonic that his people need to come pick up this crazy new Eggman that has been zone hopping. But Sonic declines, stating that there needs to be a balance of a Sonic and a Robotnik. So Sonic heads home with Scourge in jail and enjoys a much needed break just to see his parents. I mean, he and his friends have been fighting a pretty drawn out fight these past few days, even displeasing the Council of Acorn and ridiculing Sally for the calls she's made. But time and time again, the Freedom Fighters have fought for the betterment of the kingdom, despite what some may think. This team is capable of stopping Eggman, and with Mogul taking it easy and Scourge out of the way, it's time to finish this long and drawn out war. A bold new Mobius is one of the longest sagas in this whole series, and every issue just seemingly gets better than the last. And that's all due to Scourge. For being a boring character that was seemingly attempted to be given depth by making him a deplorable piece of scum, actually gained depth by staring into the skid and being evil, but in a way that suits Sonic. For all of the anti-freedom fighters, it seems like that it's not just the opposite of our heroes, but an extremist view into what these heroes could be. For Tails, an increase in his intelligence could propel a manipulative side of him. For Antoine, a sense of bravery that surpasses fear of what happens to anyone. And for Sonic, the moment that he stops trying to help others, realizing that he has the power to take on whoever comes his way. Scourge is entirely Sonic's opposite, but in a way that's compelling, a constant pursuit for power and seeking something better, whereas Sonic knows his capabilities and chooses to use where he is to help others. It's just Scourge's desire for selfishness, even down to his relationship with Miles, who fears him. A simple motif that works so much better than it used to, and I think that's just partly due to this Sonic being as interesting as he is. If it's just a basic evil Sonic, then I think that an evil clone is capable of being as fascinating as the main guy. I think this whole story proves what an evil Sonic is really capable of. And don't just take my word for it, listen to what a pro has to say about it as well.
Anytime I go back to the Archie Sonic comic, I'm a bit surprised at how much I enjoy the King Scourge arc. After all, when I first finished reading the comic and thought of my favorite moments, I was focused more on the emotional character stuff that left me really feeling something. But then there's the King Scourge arc, and it's just hilarious. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's plenty of feeling behind King Scourge as well, particularly with the father and son story. But overall, the real reason I love it so much is that it's just fun. To me, it's such a fantastic example of Flynn's snappy dialogue, humor, and ability to juggle a large cast of characters. It's particularly impressive given that I really didn't care about the anti-world at all before Flynn got involved. Evil Sonic himself was even the focus of some of the comic's most unfortunate moments. And yet, here I am now, randomly getting a hankering to go back and read the King Scourge arc in isolation, with the man himself as one of my favorite characters in the entire comic, and having sweet dreams about mean, Green. What a guy. What a man. What a comic.
This is it. It's time for Eggman to come down, and all to be done in the landmark 200th issue of this entire series. Fun fact, you could collect this issue specifically in a double action figure pack with Knuckles and a clear blue Sonic, and get this issue as the special collector's edition. It was a really good Christmas that year. I was in 2nd grade when A Bold New Mobius had released its epilogue in issue 197, and I was in Washington, D.C., and it was an incredible experience to collect this issue because I was incredibly hooked. But that wasn't the only issue that I picked up. No, I had also picked up the final issue of Sonic X and the first issue of the new title that Archie was releasing, Sonic Universe.
Sonic Universe is a landmark series for Archie Sonic. It was an anthology series that focused on, well, the universe of Archie Sonic. And the coolest thing is that it was introduced by this neat segue at the end of Hedgehog Havoc. When Shadow disappeared with Metal Sonic in issue 196, that took them to Sonic X issue 40, which wrapped up the series. Then teleporting out of that issue led Shadow and Metal Sonic into Sonic Universe Volume 1, beginning the Shadow Saga. Sonic Universe was a 4-part anthology series that focused on different characters within the verse, starting with Shadow. The thing about it is that some issues would coincide with the main series, but there were plenty of stories that stood on their own. However, for the sake of this video, I'm going to very lightly discuss some of these stories because I'd like to discuss Sonic Universe more in depth in the future. So just know before going into these 3 issues that there's one specific issue from the Shadow Saga that takes place between 198 and 199. As the Chaotix and Freedom Fighters move forward to fight the Dark Egg Legion, Eggman brings down his new fire-breathing Egg Phoenix and makes a large wall of flames against the heroes. But while things are heating up for Sonic, so are they for Snively, who is confronted by Dimitri about a secret plan that is another act of treason against Eggman. Snively is trying to plan something due to Eggman's deteriorating mental state. I mean, you can only lose the egg grape so many times, I'm just saying. And Eggman is totally losing it, because the heroes plan on knocking out the metal bird by getting the Doctor to stall out in the sky, which he does to a T. Another loss for Eggman means one bit of frustration, but another victory for the heroes is one more night until they head into the biggest fight of their lives. After helping Shadow and Rouge take down a weapon that would destroy the Freedom Fighters' force field, Sonic wakes up to everyone preparing to head into the invasion. With a live stream feed to Numo Metropolis, along with the Freedom Fighters and Chaotix prepped to go, the invasion begins. And it's not like they're going into the most threatening of places. The Dark Legion is in a bit of disarray from Eggman's crazed schemes, but Leonda and Dimitri allow the troops to go along with the plan and secretly prepare for Snively's recent new female friend. So it's not like there's much of a struggle as Sonic and everyone make quick work of the place. And everyone notices amongst the chaos as well. But even though the Legion isn't putting up much of a fight, it still prompts Dimitri to question Knuckles on if he's still willing to fight his own people. But everyone is still willing to give it their all as they converge right to the massive path made out for Sonic, which leads directly to Eggman. It's just all going to plan for the villains and heroes as well. So now it's time for Sonic to go in alone, letting everyone provide support as he takes on the big bad once and for all. But it's not like we haven't seen this before. I think after looking back at this whole crazy war, with one Robotnik turning into the next, more and more villains, every win, every loss, it's closing into the end. I think the biggest question that I have to ask is this fight worth the hype? I mean, I feel like so many readers lost hope along the way with all the craziness that happened. But while it seemed like beating Eggman lost the weight that it once did, I think that this era made it all the more worth it. To look back at this whole era, I feel like that these last 40 issues have made me more terrified of this Eggman again. While Eggman has been good and never been a character that's never had a super low moment in the series, there's tons of times that Eggman was just non-stop and trying to beat these guys, just digging into how mad this Doctor is. There were so many characters that got proper redemptions this era that I didn't think were possible, honestly. Shadow got a solid identity and was used properly, but that may have benefited from existing in the games for longer. Regardless, Shadow was used well, and to finally give clarity on the direction of his character was really exciting. He gets a lot more time to shine in Sonic Universe, but his moments in these stories are used super well. I mean, come on, Super Shadow, Black Arm's origin, and Chaos Blast with the inhibitor rings coming off?
I guess I can see why he's the favorite.
There were 3 characters I felt like really needed redemptions the most. For starters, Sally Acorn. Sally got the short end of the stick by being shafted pretty much since Endgame. Slowly but surely, she's become the shell of the selfless and cool-headed leader that she was born to be, just being used as nothing but romantic material. And Sally having the self-realization of getting back to the field was the best thing for her character. Yes, there was a slight focus on her and Sonic's relationship, but the thing is that her regrets don't stem from wanting to patch things up for him, it comes from helping herself first. Leading missions and being a gaslight gatekeep girl boss is a Sally that I love. She stopped a civil dispute from almost happening, defied orders from her superiors, and helped lead the charge right up to this issue. Truly, I don't think it would have been done the same without her leadership. The second character, Knuckles the Echidna. Knuckles had the tendency to be placed at this massive level of importance and felt like he was just told what to do and had no reason to do anything different. Even up to the absent father, Knuckles just followed him along like a lost puppy until the third quarter of the adventure era. It felt like 50% of this comic was Knuckles's as well. But now Knuckles is part of the supporting role and feels highlighted without stealing the spotlight from Sonic. And also, this Knuckles grew a backbone. It's almost like a whole different character, honestly. For the first time, Knuckles stands up for what he thinks is right, and he had a major loss, but he grew his own wings. I am more interested in Knuckles leading the Chaotix more than anything that he was involved with during his time with the Brotherhood. But to make it more lined up with the games, I'm sorry, but with Knuckles, there is beauty in the simplicity of being the Guardian that is highlighted much more in this era. And finally, Scourge the Hedgehog. Evil Sonic was a deplorable piece of scum, and I will repeat it over and over. And he still is in this era, but in a completely different way. Yes, I cannot forget his crimes, but to do a way to make an evil clone trope into its own thing is always a story that I like. Of course, I don't think that he's a 10 out of 10 masterpiece, but Scourge being the opposite of Sonic in every word and practice makes him so interesting. And speaking of villains, all of them are pretty solid in this era as well. From Mogul, the Destructix, Anonymous, Finitibus, they just rock this time around, and I feel like they are all so distinct and memorable. I think that's because these stories are truly written super well. Incorporating elements from the games is one thing, but to take advantage of these elements and mesh them well into a comic that was so distinct from the source material is another reason that I love the start to this era so much. From the main stories having just one or two major arcs that I would say are at its worst a 7 or 8 out of 10 to side stories that actually keep me interested, this is the era I recommend the most to new readers because of how consistently great that it is. Just getting started with characters like Nicole and Silver are just the icing on the cake and give so much potential to new and iconic characters that make you excited to read more. I mean, Nicole was a Nokia up until like 20 issues ago, and I think I would be doing a disservice to this section if I didn't talk about the art. The styles of Matt Herms and especially Tracy Yardley mesh in so well with this new writing style. It's just so dynamic and fluid to see these characters move and stand and pose and fight that I find myself staring at some of these pages for so long. Especially fights between speedsters where you're just seeing blurs go by while the main conversations are happening. The art is just phenomenal, and I say all of that with extreme bias because to this day, Yardley is my #1 favorite Sonic artist, just right above Spaziante. Matt Herms also starts off well and will only get better over time. He's easily in my top 10 Sonic artists. But what would I be doing if not talking about the man himself? This is one of, if not my favorite, versions of Sonic, and it's all due to these few issues. Archie Sonic at his best represents freedom, for people to reach their maximum potential, and above all else, the courage of a true hero. And I think it's as simple as that. But the difference between the games and this comic is the chance to see Sonic in a flawed way. And not always for the better, admittedly. But when Sonic gets the chance to be thrown in the fire, stripped of all that's valuable to him, he stands with some of the character's best moments. Because this Sonic stands back up after being beaten down to the best hero that he can be. And that's one of the reasons that makes Sonic compelling. There's a lot of different reasons to fall in love with Sonic, but at the end of the day, he's the type of hero that smiles and stands with confidence against any problem. And that's why I love this version of Sonic. I don't want to overcomplicate it because it doesn't have to be complicated. And these past 40 issues have defined my prime example of that. There are more moments before issue 160, but there are some real low moments for him surrounding those other examples. I don't know, I just can't help but love Sonic at this point in the series. My first response when people say that they don't like Sonic in these stories is, "This Sonic isn't stupid! You're stupid!" And I think it's because of Ian Flynn's writing. He gave a level of respect to Sonic's character that's not been seen in a long time. Flynn is a longtime fan that jumped onto this comic and gave it the love that it deserves. But he acknowledged that this character is flawed and steered into the skid to make Sonic even better than he was before. From his failures constantly held over his head, from his consistent losses, that drive that Sonic has is made clear in this part of the comic. And I think Flynn recognized these flaws. It's kind of hard to avoid them. So to honor what's come before in an infamous era and still use that to try and fix some of these problems like Tails and Sonic's relationship, Sonic's melodrama, and the aforementioned characters that got more love should be commended. And yeah, call it the glaze of Ian Flynn. But while I don't share the same love for his writing nowadays, I still like his stuff. I just hold these 40 issues to a very high standard and will die on this hill.
This is the part of the comic where you can just sit in your favorite comic shop and just be entranced for hours. It's truly that compelling.
But how does Flynn wrap up this long-time war? The mainstays of the series that we've seen duke it out time and time again. This entire era began marching towards something great between Sonic and Dr. Eggman. And here we are, watching Sonic run directly into the eye of the storm.
Massive armored doors, little enclosed space, nowhere to go but in, and nowhere to go but back. Why didn't he just put up a big lit sign saying, "This is the way to the trip"? So much for presentation. Ready to party, Eggman? Aw, no repeat of your armor from last time?
This is the end of it, Rodent. You won't leave this room alive.
Big words, big man. Let's go!
Sonic and Eggman begin throwing physical and verbal blows at one another, and this time it's on a fairly even playing field. At least it would be if the Doctor wasn't at the end of his wits. You can feel the anguish from Eggman's long and drawn-out pursuit of trying to destroy Sonic. It's almost like this Robotnik has been here all along. This fight feels like a complete opposite of their last one-on-one in front of the rubble of the old Castle Acorn and Knothole. But it also feels like you're watching a very perfectly adapted boss fight from one of the games, down to Sonic calling out the perfect spot to hit. And just like that final boss, Eggman comes crashing down hard, and all with one final scream of "I hate that hedgehog." The perfect little icing on the cake. And Sonic's won the day, finally beating Eggman. But of course, not without a little light. This feels different than it should be. And of course, Sonic notices as well, telling Sally that all Sonic did was beat him. I mean, it was hard not to see that with the tears and spit leaving Eggman in pure rage and frustration. Snively arrives to add that things are different this time, that Sonic has broken Eggman. Because while Eggman has always been a genius, he truly could never plan for Sonic. The day is won, our heroes finally being able to truly celebrate. But why does it feel so different than it should for Sonic? Not just seeing Eggman like this, because Sonic's beaten the Mad Doctor before. So what does he do when he's not just the defender of Knothole from Eggman's latest schemes? But for that, we can see to discovering another day, because we've seen this song and dance before. Mobius is full of people craving control of the chaos. Now Snively has his uncle tied up, is fully in control of the Dark Legion, and makes way for the Iron Dominion. And above all else, the Iron Queen.
Issue 200 is the perfect culmination of not just the simple relationship between Sonic and Eggman, but the cherry on top of this final battle against him. If the heated rivalry were to ever wrap up, this would be exactly how I would see it go.
I just can't help but have a big smile on my face whenever I reread it. I was sitting in the Books A Million near my town just reading it over and over until my mom was ready to check out. And then I read it 2 more times on the way home to put it in one of the very few sleeves and boards that I owned. It's one of my prized possessions. So the stretch from 160 to 200 came to a close, making almost a perfect run for me. And while we have 46 more issues to go until a major event happens, let me just say that I love the second half just as much as the first. But what they do in this half is so different from the first, I think. The stakes are so much higher, the world feels so much bigger, it's hard to not separate the two. If I made a scale from 1 to 4 going from outstanding, awesome, good, and bad, then I would say almost all of the modern era stories so far go in the outstanding category. And while there are definitely some that go in there for this half, there are some that I'd put in the awesome category just due to some stuff not landing the same way for me. Because there is still not a single story in this era that I'd put in just good.
Also, again, for the sake of time, I'm not going to be covering Sonic Universe, even though there are some arcs that go alongside the main series, just for the sake of time. So I'll just kind of wrap them up and say a few things that happen when I need to.
The Iron Dominion saga is considered the longest saga in the entire comic book, spanning 16 issues across the main series and Sonic Universe. Trust me, it's lengthy. And it all picks up in Sonic the Hedgehog 201. And while Sonic is worried about Eggman when he should be focused on the concert, he gets a good distraction when Monkey Khan blasts the stage and halts the party. Oh yeah, I guess I should talk about these guys. We haven't seen Khan or the Iron Queen or King for a while. Khan's last issue was issue 92, and we haven't seen the Iron Duo since the World Tour over 100 issues ago. Talk about a callback. This issue stands as a lot of setup on a few different fronts. First, the Iron Dominion has taken control over the 4 major ninja clans, one of those being the clans of SBO and Lightning Lynx, and now seeks to control Eggman's territory. Second, Snively's new little girlfriend has now installed a chip within the Dark Legion soldiers to render the bombs that Eggman implanted inside of them as null. Let's see how that goes. And finally, it's the start of a new chapter for Sonic trying to stop a new big bad. which he is not complaining. So Sonic and Khan are now teaming up to try and stop her, heading directly to New Megaopolis. And once there, they get a taste of what they're up against. Now not just the Dark Legion, but the Iron King, the Yagyu clan, Lightning Lynx, and a traitorous Espio. And everyone's still confused about the Espio part. When the duo is overwhelmed and head back home, Sonic is obviously ready to return to a fight whenever, but Khan, or Ken as he goes by now, is caught up in how a king could have failed his people in letting someone like the Iron Queen take over. He thinks he's a failure, and that feeling grows even worse when the Iron Queen shows up and starts controlling Bunny to start fighting and destroying things until her body physically can't take it anymore. Because Khan becomes her next target, and using her technomancy puts him under her control, which is how he lost to her originally and would have been really great info to share with these guys. But Sonic's tangled with a mind control monkey Khan before, so after a little struggle is able to get him back to normal. And the Iron Queen is happy with this outcome, using this to shake the people's trust in Ken. So while some are upset in his lack of communication that led to this, there are other people that see it differently and that Ken can be better by working together with people. There is a lot to work towards for our heroes, because there's a lot of different moving pieces for this particular scheme. But the worst one of all is the crazy Eggman that's driving around in a big robot turtle thing. And while there's confusion, yeah, Eggman still wants to kill Sonic. Sonic fights Eggman in his unstable state, getting a punch to the nose and arresting the Doctor in the process. But that doesn't sit well with the Iron Dominion, marching to New Mobotropolis to come get him back. And while the Iron Queen laughs in the face of Sonic putting up a fight, she hasn't seen anything yet. That is, all except the Iron King, who still needs some help from the Freedom Fighters backing up Sonic. Which we've seen is always effective when Sonic needs it. And even in the face of danger, Sonic still has this cheeky smile on his face, messing with his friends, and lets Ken and Bunny get the last laugh. That's just the guy that he is. He gives the best for everyone, even his own enemies. But that smile can enrage a lot of his enemies as well. Welcome to the planet Mobius, a world beyond what you know from the Sega games, where Sonic and the heroic freedom fighters work to save the world from the forces of evil. As the Iron King could not get into New Mobotropolis, the same may not be said about the ruins of Robotropolis, which would be a major lead for stopping our heroes. And the invasion kind of shows up at a bad time, as Sally and Ken are having some time to catch up after a long time of not seeing one another. So Ken heads off to join Sonic and Tails in fighting the large bull man. And can we talk about how much of a menacing threat this guy is? Like, he just tanks Sonic and Monkey Khan's attacks most of the time like they do not matter whatsoever. Just a walking brick house beefcake that takes hit after hit. There needs to be a plan that's made. And what could that be? Let the Iron King smash an empty metal shell. Yeah, there had to be some flaw to him. So Sonic and Ken return back home, only for Sally to grab Ken's arm for an evening together, while a distraught Sonic goes to hang out with Amy. And this comes after Bunny helps Sally to let loose and relax with a new guy for a change. I smell romance in the air. And I don't really care. So the Iron Queen can't get into the city physically, keeps getting stopped by Sonic and humiliated. But what happens when she tries to get into the source of the protection? So just like Bunny and Ken, Regina takes control of the city's protector and creates Iron Nicole, giving the Iron Dominion direct access into the city. We are now interested. New Mobotropolis begins to be invaded by the Iron Dominion, causing chaos in the streets as the castle is locked down, homes are being ransacked, and Nicole begins to just grab people. Sonic, Ken, Tails, and Sally plan to get to Freedom HQ while the Chaotix help evacuate citizens to Angel Island and the other freedom fighters stay behind in the dome. Seeing Amy Rose fight the Iron King along with Antoine and Bunny fight the Yagyu is top notch and everything I'd expect them to do. In all the chaos, Sonic's group uses the tornado to make it to Freedom HQ to decompress. In Sally's frustration, Sonic lets Ken help comfort her, but Sonic is the one that still helps her find some sense. And in the totally healthy romantic rivalry, I don't even know what to call this, it helps Tails devise a plan to put Sonic and Sally digitally into Nicole's systems to try and find a solution while Ken keeps watch. Sonic calls Ken a slur, I think, and then they go digital. And while it may be easy to snap Nicole out of the coding, the virus of the Iron Queen proves to be more deadly than anticipated. So the Iron Queen tries to kill Sonic and Sally in the metaverse while Snively and the new Grandmaster Lee and Da oversee the city getting captured. People like Uncle Chuck are being put in cells like Eggman, and who wants to listen to a crazy man? The one who is maybe starting to make some sense again. Meanwhile, Sonic and Sally fight Nicole's defenses, while Ken tries to take out Nicole's direct system, only to be stopped by Tails. Tails explains to Ken that the direct solution isn't always the right one, because that's not what heroes do. That's my goat, because Tails knows what this duo can do, with Sally breaking the Queen's control on Nicole. But to make Nicole free would potentially not work, so Nicole pretends to still be controlled while keeping the Iron Queen none the wiser. All while Sally leads her small team to break the support of the clans that the Iron Dominion has a hold of.
So Sonic Universe just hopped into its 4th arc, Journey to the East. This was the first time that the main series did this by tying the side series back into the main plot. And as much as I love Sonic Universe, just like I've said with past eras, I don't know how I really feel about getting integral parts of this saga be tied to the side series. Not in a story sense, because I think that's totally fine, but in a collector's sense, if I missed 1 or 2 of these issues, which I totally did, I missed the context and I got really, really sad, then I would be missing out on a good piece of the story.
That doesn't speak to the quality of this arc, because it's still pretty good. So let me just sum it up really quick. Sonic, Ken, Sally, and Tails get the 3 leaders to defect from the Iron Dominion, helping the clans be free. They team up with the Destructics and get Espio to return home. Very epic. But how is New Mobotropolis holding up? While everyone's getting locked up, the Resistance is being held by Amy and Antoine, only since Bunny could become a threat in a matter of moments. Well, with Jeffrey St. John returning from a mission, he becomes the latest member to join, all during the time where the Iron Dominion will begin legionizing the captives. We've seen what it's like to get legionized, and it might just be worse than being roboticized. But who's having a worse day? It's Snively, when Eggman truly does gain his sanity back, explaining that he's figured out Sonic's true power. Chaos. The most predictable unpredictability. And Eggman knows how to beat him. While Snively laughs at his latest thought process, Eggman digs into Snively and truly bothers him, claiming that Snively's love for Regina is just a farce, which truly gets to Snively. Eggman knows that the Iron Dominion will soon be beaten by Sonic and that Snively will just run back to him. And with the Dominion's current display, which is obviously a trap, the team moves in to save the people. Because who would predict Amy fighting the Iron King to a standstill? And while it seems like the 3 can manage themselves, the usual heroic timing is brought on by Sonic's group bursting into the Dome City. So add on to the hammer brawl with Nicole revealing her freedom and King Ken revealing that the clans are free under his word. And while that adds to the chaos, Lian Da sees this as her moment to defect with her people. But no, the Iron Queen does not accept that one, because she can control that one, leaving Lian Da with a bomb going off in her face and Snively running in fear. And with the fan of Fenching given to Ken by Espio, all that's left is the Iron Queen, abandoned by her romance, her allies, and left with nothing but a last-ditch effort that's beaten by Sonic, Ken, and the Freedom Fighters. All of this happens as Eggman and Snively get away, with a plan that's bigger than anything Eggman has planned before. Now it's time for the heroes to recoup, because there's a lot that's left from after the battle. Sonic is back to chasing Eggman, much to Tails' concern. But while Eggman hides away from Sonic and Tails, the duo still finds something pretty interesting. Ken is growing into becoming the king and begins to focus on the trust of his people and the honor that he's gained thus far. But while all goes well, Sally ultimately calls off their romance because of a certain blue hedgehog, leaving the two to just sit and watch the valley together for the last time. Espio is attempting to gain the trust of his team back and explains the orders that he was given, leading to mixed responses as Espio reveals to Mighty that his sister might still be alive. And while it pains Espio to reveal some of this info, this sparks Mighty and Ray to head off on a journey to find the truth. A fitting epilogue to this worldwide adventure, because while change is normal, some things go back to how they used to be. How the old times were.
The Iron Dominion saga is pretty awesome, but to tell you the truth, it didn't start that way. The latter half of the saga, including the Sonic Universe arc that was along with it, definitely did a lot of the heavy lifting because that was definitely the best stuff from the saga. The formula of just, let's run to the Iron Dominion, let's fight against the Iron King and the Iron Queen, let's run to the Iron Dominion. It was just kind of repetitive until Iron Nicole had appeared.
And I think this arc has one standout that I really enjoy. Monkey Khan. While his romance with Sally was something I worried about and don't really care about, I didn't find it super forced. But his character arc felt like a perfect end to a character that's had a long absence from the comic. To see him as this vengeful cyborg at the beginning is truly different from the respectable king that we see stand atop the valley during the epilogue. If I didn't find the story always entertaining, Ken was always fun to read when he was on panel with Sonic or just trying to find solutions. So now that Eggman is back in the villain seat, he is going to be cooking up something crazy. And while that happens, we see Sonic take a few pit stops into his next major story with 3 smaller arcs over the next few issues. Think of around issue 103 with the smaller stories. Oh wait, please, no! Please don't be boring. Please don't be boring. Please don't be boring. In issues 213 and 214, Sally and Sonic are invited to become honorary members of the Wolf Pack by Lupe, the duo getting involved in a conspiracy involving the theft of the ancient Onyx. Turns out that it was actually Eggman's new Dark Egg Legion chapter headed by Drago, who has been seen with souped-up cybernetics. He causes the civil dispute between the Felidae and Wolf Pack, and of course is saved by Sonic, Sally, and
Big the Cat! Yeah!
It's a good two-part story about bringing peace between the two tribes. It's just a simple and good story. I love Big and Sonic's interactions, and of course bringing back Lupe is always nice. In issues 215 and 216, Rotor's family has been taken captive by Eggman, again, and now it's up to Sonic and Rotor to save them. But Rotor has back damage, you astute readers may remember, so he gets Nicole to make this handy-dandy power suit to help, in spite of his war trauma from making weapons of mass destruction. Rotor is now Iron Man, only to fight the time-traveling Silver, who believes that Rotor is the freedom fighter traitor. But when Silver hears that Rotor's family needs saving, he helps stop the plot and makes it to where they can never be mind-controlled again, and they definitely needed that. Another small and simple story that gives Rotor a new chance to shine. My beloved Silver gets to help and gets one step further in his quest, even to get a cool side story, and Sonic gets to be there. Very cool. But my favorite of these worldwide stories across the jungles and tundras lies in the desert with issues 217 and 218's Thicker Than Water. However, I'd like to have another special guest to give you the rundown.
When it comes to my favorite Archie Sonic story, it really just depends on the day. But one that always sticks in my head is the Thicker Than Water two-parter. It's the perfect example of Archie Sonic's weird, hypnotic appeal for me. On the one hand, it's got super fun, personality-driven action, like Sonic playing with Bunny's hat or the Sandblast Freedom Fighters' reckless giddiness. But on the other hand, this story is a tragedy, showing how this war with Robotnik has brought out the worst on both sides. While our villains are actually victims who turn to Robotnik for survival, our freedom fighters are heartless slave drivers who will use anything to protect their land, ultimately leading to our heroes betraying both sides to save them from each other, and in other ways, themselves. With Bunny in particular being willing to point out that while she understands that her family effectively had no choice but to work for Eggman, it still is the choice they made, and she will do what's right regardless of if that means she'll have to part ways with them again, all while still doing her best to protect them as well, with the art and dialogue really effectively conveying that internal struggle. It's a fascinating look into the world of Mobius and how our heroes navigate it, all while having an art style that looks more in line with the games themselves, with the big hands and big heads, as this battle for survival takes place in the Oil Ocean Zone from Sonic 2. It's a mishmash of tones and iconography from the games and comics that I absolutely adore, with moment-to-moment pacing that always gets some reaction out of me, whether that's a laugh, a smile, or even a bit teary-eyed. It's a wonderful story. Thanks so much to ShrugPod for having me, and enjoy the rest of his awesome video.
Thank you, Ian Waffles, for your beloved storytelling skills. I love you, Ian. Say it back.
But once we return to New Mobotropolis, things aren't simple and easy either. Nicole's time as Iron Nicole left people scared and scarred, leaving people like Mina scared of even being in New Mobotropolis. So she's staying at Freedom HQ at the time that Jeffrey and Sonic are sent on a mission to the Special Zone to acquire a Chaos Emerald for King Max. She wants to use her voice as a voice for the people, helping start a musical revolution despite the freedom fighters saying Nicole's alright. Because sometimes danger doesn't mean as much to the guy who plays games with trans-dimensional beings and gets casually shot by an old rival. Also, that way St. John can get his hands on a Chaos Emerald and return Ixis Nagus back to his senses. On top of St. John claiming to be working under Nagus for a while, he can even use magic. So there's quite a few secrets to be uncovered. Well, even in the depths of this craziness, there's still time for Sonic and Sally to enjoy Mina's concert. Just the two of them. Oh, and Nicole, but she deserves a night out with friends just as much as anyone else. That is until Mina's new music hits its target, bashing Nicole and the fear that she's brought to the people. Sally sees it, Sonic sees it, and even St. John and Nagus see it. Not like those two care for the populace to be shaken up. And this music works, sparking Mina's goal of making a change with the power of her voice. But it's not like she's wrong. Mina saw innocents being legionized, but Nicole saw it all too to keep up with the act of not letting the Iron Queen take total control. It makes Sonic mad, saying how the people would cling to Nicole's protection if Eggman ended up coming back. So now it's a city divided, and how do Sonic and Sally act next? Well, by taking a real date, which they kind of deserve after all is said and done. Even beating Eggman didn't give them a chance to just sleep in. While the both of them have worked hard for any semblance of a relationship, it doesn't mean that it makes it any easier for them just to spend an evening together. With angry citizens or just worried about being on time or what to wear, the one thing that helps secure a nice evening for the two of them is is the help of their loved ones. And while I still don't like the romance in this series, it's hard not to let these two have a nice moment until the next day brings chaos for them. Because while Mina holds a surprise concert, it's abruptly ruined by St. John and Naugus, who claim that Naugus is the true king of New Mobotropolis. On top of that, the nanites don't stand a chance against his crystal magic, so this got a lot more interesting. Sonic takes on Naugus as the wizard marches towards the Council of Acorn, and after some confusing dispute of power, it's up to just the Freedom Fighters to take on St. John, who reveals his card early on being able to use Ixis magic. St. John is just simply the messenger of Naugus' reign and states he's been at this for a while despite the thoughts of his wife, which don't really matter much since she's dead. Naugus has made it to the council, trying to take his power directly from Elias. But no courtroom controls Sonic the Hedgehog, who takes the Sword of Light to fight his foe, the Master of Elements versus the Knight of the Wind, a brawl between old foes. But Sonic's oldest foe has been doing work himself. After receiving a Chaos Emerald from Feist, repairing Lee and Da, and making all sorts of preparations, Eggman launches his latest creation while the fight carries on in New Mobotropolis. Because the fight turns from physical to verbal really quickly, with even some of the council and the people considering Naugus' control of the crown. Naugus can destroy nanites, stopping Nicole's total control. And in all the shouting, all of this mess, Sonic's day just got a lot worse with the return of the Death Egg. Every sign has pointed to this, but Eggman remained cleverly hidden. So now the fight for the crown is on hold until they can stop this massive floating behemoth in the biggest anniversary issue we've seen yet. And what's more interesting is, just like in issue 200, Eggman wants Sonic here. So as Sonic does, he makes his heroic entrance with Sally in his arms, only to be blocked off as soon as they get inside. Only one way out, and that's right into the heart of the beast. And a massive Silver Sonic, of course. So while Sonic fights his counterpart, Eggman is giving verbal blows to Sally. But these two can't be caught up with anything. They have to stop this thing because they're the only two that can do it. So Sally makes it on ahead. Sally, put the gun down! Wait a minute. Sally, watch out for that! Eggman wanted Sonic to be in here and for this duo to make it inside, because Eggman wanted one last little tease before enacting his greatest scheme. Eggman lets Sonic watch as Sally gets gunned down in the Death Egg just as he activates his latest creation. The Doctor doesn't even let Sonic get his time to hear his gloating. He's won, and the victory comes even sweeter as the world fades to white, letting Sonic see what remains of Sally.
Faster than a bolt of lightning! Faster than the speed of sound! Don't blink, or you might...
Whatever you do, don't blink. Go! Feel a rush like no other. 2 Sonics. In a time-bending thriller so big it will take 2 to take...
Sonic the Hedgehog is on a mission to save the small creatures of the land that are being placed inside of these mechanical menaces by a man named Dr. Eggman. And after finding a small band of friends dubbing themselves the Freedom Fighters to fight the tyrannical Doctor, Sonic joins them to go on an unforgettable journey. While Eggman showed off his incredible power to be able to rewrite reality, the real world had different reasons for this story. Sonic Genesis was created to celebrate the franchise's 20th anniversary.
According to Ian Flynn, one of the editors at the time, Paul Kaminsky, had said that the return of the Death Egg and the shock of Sally and the stress of Naugus were not enough to please the fans for an anniversary project. And man, he was right!
Flynn also stated that this specific story was a collaborative effort from every branch of Sega, showing how important the story really was. There were even debates on if the story should be a whole 9 issues, with pencils by Yardley and Spaziante, colors by Matt Herms, and a wonderful homage to not just Generations' return to its roots, but the entire classic game type as a whole. It's no wonder that fans love this story. The story goes that Sonic meets the Freedom Fighters to stop Eggman from roboticizing the planet, going across the worlds through classic zones like Green Hill, Oil Ocean, and Chemical Plant. It is through and through a classic Sonic story that is gripping with excitement in each of the 4 issues. The bigger overarching plot sees that the world is left unstable after the Genesis wave messed with reality, and after getting to Eggman and remembering that there was another world, it's up to Sonic to fix the mistakes of Eggman. So, one Supersonic transformation and Chaos Control later, our hero gets everyone back home the way that it was. While I'd love to go issue by issue, I think there's already a few other videos that do it justice. But I really encourage you to go read these 4 issues for sure, but the 6 issues that envelop this whole story. It really is a perfect celebration story to show off Sonic's anniversary, and one that I read all the time due to my trade paperback that I have of it. But then that takes us into issue 230, where we picked up after the drama of issue 225. After Sonic remembers how he got here, he quickly makes it to Sally, saving her and luring Silver Sonic to be the one blasted instead, making it all seem like nothing ever happened. But something did happen, and Eggman knows it. And this time, Eggman prepared for the chaos constant that Sonic is, because today will have a roboticizer going off, one way or the other. And it's all due to his little reality rewrite, which gave him use of his roboticizer once more. But the Doctor reminds us that if something metallic is roboticized once again, then it explodes. The casualties would be endless, from Gun, the Dark Legion, and of course Sonic's father, Bunny, and the Cold. So Sonic doesn't waste time trying to stop Eggman, only to be held off by Metal Sonic and the remnants of Silver Sonic, all while Sally tries to figure out how to stop this thing before it's too late. But the tragic thing? It is too late. The only thing Nicole can do to change the course of the Death Egg 2's beam is by inverting it directly into the egg itself, rendering Sally as the main target. Sally orders Nicole to do it, saying that her second chance at life will be used to save millions, and fires the cannon on herself with a final goodbye. And while Sonic survives at the dismay of Eggman, the villains have won the day as Mecha Sally stands as Sonic's newest enemy.
Sonic Genesis was a monumental moment in the history of the franchise, or at least that's how it was being sold to us, what with those amazing covers done by Spaziante, recreating all of the game covers for the Genesis Sonic games. The Archie comic series had gone on so long that they finally found themselves with so much convoluted continuity and messy legal issues that they had to dress all that mess up with a good old-fashioned reboot, a staple of the comics industry. Our little Sonic comic had finally grown up. Of course, ultimately this wouldn't reverse too much in the main book series besides Eggman's vermin extermination, and they really liked killing Sally in this book, didn't they? But that, of course, would go on to have its own consequences, and, well, you guys will get to all that soon enough. This, like any good retcon, was sold as a good jumping on point for new readers. A 4-part story completely retooling and retelling the origin of Archie Sonic, bringing in a lot more game elements than we had ever seen before, at least in the early days of Archie, wiping the world clean of Ken Pender's many echidnas and other such weirdness, and telling a more streamlined narrative using the first 2 Sonic games as a backdrop. Or, well, so it seemed at first, but getting ahead of myself. At the time, I was really looking forward to this. I had only recently been paying more and more attention to the book after hopping off for several years. I had picked up stuff here and there, but growing up, I was incredibly frustrated that so many of the interesting elements from the game series never seemed to make much of an impact in the surrounding comics and cartoons. But over time, I did grow to like the American characters and really wanted to see all of the different elements from the different canons merged together. People are sick of Green Hill, the Death Egg robot, and all that stuff nowadays, but all of those were still rare treats for hardcore fans looking for something more back in the day. So this felt like a little bit of wish fulfillment for a much younger Nick when this came out. All that said though, still felt super weird seeing the Freedom Fighters running around Green Hill. Now that I see all this stuff together, yeah, the art styles did clash a bit. And now that I'm older, with a little more appreciation for the world building that was coming out of the tedious, confusing world that was Archie Sonic, it was a bit of a shame to see all of that wiped away. Or at least that's what it started to seem like. Bit of a spoiler here, but by the end of the story, ultimately not that much would change, at least not yet. So we're ultimately left with the story that doesn't seem to want to commit to one big idea or the other. It is still fun in its own right, but as a jumping on point, I don't really think this works on its own. If anything, I think it just teases readers to go back and read the last few arcs of Archie Sonic leading up to this point. And as for longtime readers wanting to know what happened after the craziness of the Death Egg 2 infiltration, well, at the time this was just kind of a frustrating 4 to 5 month wait to see what happened with all of that. But removed from all of that, as a standalone story, it's mostly fine. As you can imagine, trying to streamline Archie Sonic while reintroducing the cast leaves you with a fairly rushed narrative. And there are some changes you might take note of fairly immediately. Green Eyes are already in play. They don't even mention the name Robotnik, he's just Dr. Eggman, but later on they do reference that he does have another name. Still, I think the point here is to say that this isn't Robo Robotnik from another dimension or any crap like that. This is just Eggman. Snively's role goes back to default as lackey, but still is established as the nephew of Eggy. Sonic no longer knows the Freedom Fighters when they were all kids. Instead, he meets them as he saves them from the animal pods that you pop open at the end of every zone, and they quickly reestablish that Sally and Sonic have a thing, but also now she can talk to little animals. Antoine is still a coward, but no longer openly rude. I mean, if you're going to be keeping one French stereotype, you might as well keep all of them. And Rotor, now once again called Boomer, is still good at tinkering with things. Bunny isn't in the mix yet, but these three at least prove their use to Sonic in his quest to stop this mysterious Eggman, or at least Rotor and Sally show their worth. They meet up with the Mad Doctor, then kick his butt, and all of that is done in one single issue. But after all of that set up in that first issue, as each progressing issue carries on forward, while they do continue the story of Sonic and the Freedom Fighters journeying through the different zones of Sonic 1 and 2, it becomes more and more apparent that whatever this might be, a parallel universe or a reboot or whatever the case might be, it's not going to stick. At least most of the big changes here are not going to stick. This is more of a fun diversion from all the high-stakes drama. And knowing what it is and appreciating this for what it is, it really feels more like Ian Flynn having old-school Archie fun in a way he never had a chance to when he first jumped on this book. Antoine falls to his death, but he's fine. They beat Eggman, and in the third issue, they meet Tails, already established to have a brotherly bond with Sonic, and by this point, more and more of the memories of the original Archie world keep leaking in. Sonic even steps away from the Freedom Fighters out of fear for Sally losing her life because he remembers that she got shot in the face before making his way to the Genesis games. Looking back on it, this almost feels like a gritty reboot of Sonic Generations. This did release the same year as that game, so really trying to wipe away Pender stuff under the guise of celebrating the Genesis games is actually kind of clever looking back on it. But yeah, as the story's going along, it's clear that Sonic is remembering more and more of what happened prior to the Genesis wave. And as he comes to the final confrontation with Eggman on the Death Egg, it's revealed that Eggman is fully aware that he had indeed reset the world. He had done all of this, completely changed the universe, just for a chance to finally get one up on Sonic, who, of course, has almost completely regained his memories at that point, as well as Sally. The rest of the cast is oblivious, but the three main characters know something is not right. So even when the universe once again goes white, Sonic and Sally are completely at peace, knowing everything is going to be okay. Or is it? I'll leave Shrug to tell you about all of that. Sonic Genesis is a lot more clever than I originally gave it credit for. I think I was just impatient to get back to all the craziness of that initial Death Egg assault and wanted to see what happened to Sally, but they did use the time to tell us a classic Freedom Fighter story in the world of classic Sonic, and that honestly was a lot of fun to revisit. This, like so many other parts of Ian's work in this book, really helped show me that all of these disparate pieces can work together with a little bit of effort. So no, it's not really the reboot it looked like it was going to be, but now that we have all of Archie here to look back on, I'm really not too worried about that. I was really engaged with the story, and I didn't really want to see it all reset, and I'm thankful it didn't, considering what happens afterwards. So yeah, I do recommend reading it for yourself, but it's definitely not a jumping on point, at least not from what I see here. You definitely are missing out on some really cool stories, and you might be wondering why they shot a chipmunk.
The epilogue to Genesis is just as strong as its initial prologue in 225. It's truly incredible, and one of the best stories in this comic. A really great combo of classic and modern Sonic that is crafted so well into the Genesis story, along with yet again another Eggman and Sonic face-off that is done perfectly well. Seriously, this series never misses when it comes to interactions and showdowns between Sonic and Eggman. It does this iconic duo justice. With some villains it can be hit or miss, but never Eggman. Like, having Nagas return is great, but the last time we saw him in Sonic Super Special number 15, it was awful just due to the art, or lack thereof, because who thought it was a good idea to just not put anything here? At least the Free Comic Book Day 2011 issue literally redoes it.
In any case, you should read Sonic Genesis because front to back, it is a fantastic story if you are a diehard Sonic fan. Or if you're not a diehard Sonic fan, you should just read this thing.
So now we enter a whole new story arc due to, well, this major thing that just happened.
Hey, real talk. The moral quandary. Would you rather be dead or put in a metal shell and have no control over yourself?
Dead or metal shell?
Yeah. Would you rather be dead, or would you have be stuck in like a robotic body?
I think I'm gonna say
Yeah, same.
Eggman orders Mecha Sally to just drop Sonic out of the Death Egg, trying to get a head start on the assault to New Mobotropolis. But the Chaos Emerald is gone, so he heads home and leaves Titan Metal Sonic to distract everyone while he gets away. In all the chaos, Nagus gets the Titan Metal Sonic to be his crystallized pawn, but also crystallizes Bunny in the process. That, along with the Freedom Fighters getting shot down and a mysterious doll being found among the wreckage, leads to a very bitter walk home for our heroes. But the worst part is hearing the crowd roar over Ixis Nagus. Because while the reality rewrite made Nagus' head filled with the voices of his ancestors, it doesn't stop him from taking advantage of every bit of distress to seize the crown. He even tries to prove how much more powerful than Elias he is when he removes Bunny's metallic limbs, even if it was an accident. And that just sways people towards Nagus even more. So Sonic's tired of things not going his way. He has to remain the one person dedicated to getting Sally back to Elias, Nicole, Amy, Tails, all of his friends, and it's all while the people praise St. John and Nagus for their nobility.
There are a few more Sonic Universe issues that tie in with this era, specifically the 3rd and 4th issues of Babylon Rising with the Babylon Rogues. It's when they destroy all of Castle Acorn. That's kind of important.
Well, add that to the list of things that couldn't make Sonic's life any more worse. But luckily, St. John's going to court after being accused of treason. The entire issue shows off St. John's true backstory and how his father owned an artifact of Nagus, which led to St. John becoming the wizard's apprentice. And during all of his time with the Kingdom of Acorn and all the missions that he went on with Sonic and the Royal Guard, all of the manipulation of Elias and the royal family, the one thing that stood true was his love of Hershey, who truly did die in battle. And while I still hate this character, you actually feel a shred of sadness for him in his explanation. And with all the evidence, Jeffrey is found guilty. Only for Nagus to pardon him moments later. So yeah, Sonic's life can get worse. But when it rains, it pours in the next issue, The War Zone.
My favorite issue of all was number 234, and that was the one called Caution, Now Entering the War Zone. And holy cranberries, was this an intense issue. So this is like at a low point for the Freedom Fighters, as Sally had just recently sacrificed herself to save the world from being roboticized, but as a result she herself became a robot. Dr. Robotnik weaponized her and called her Mecha Sally, and in this particular storyline, Sally's brother Elias and his family are being exiled from the Kingdom of Acorn as Ixis Nagus has taken over as king. So the remaining Freedom Fighters, Sonic, Bunny, Antoine, Tails, and Amy, are escorting Elias to make sure he and his family get to their destination safely. And sure enough, Dr. Robotnik sends Mecha Sally and Metal Sonic after them to capture the prince. Mecha Sally quickly destroys the tornado, leaving Tails and Amy immobilized, and Bunny at this point, no longer having her robotic limbs, is easily taken out by Metal Sonic. Sonic soon gets entangled with Sally, and she says to him, "Where were you when they were handing out the brains?" which is kind of a cool reference to an old episode of Sad AM where Sonic had a nightmare of Sally getting roboticized, and she said that same line. Anyway, this leaves Antoine as the last line of defense against Metal Sonic. Metal Sonic grabs onto the vehicle, but Antoine bravely pulls him off, gets entangled with him, and when Robotnik learns of this, he instructs Metal Sonic to self-destruct, blowing up on Antoine. This scene is just so heartbreaking. Of course, Bunny is crying, Tails and Amy are crying, Sonic jumps into action, gets Antoine to the hospital as fast as he can. Antoine survives, but he remains in a coma until the reboot. The reason I love this story so much is because we have seen so much progress with Antoine's character over those 20 years of stories. He started as this jealous coward character. Soon he learns to defend himself, going on missions. He's eventually reunited with his father and then has to deal with his death. He gets married to Bunny, and we see him as an extremely caring, supporting husband. He also becomes a prosecutor in the trial of Jeffrey St. John. He was developed into such a great character. He was a man of honor, a man of commitment, and at this point it was no surprise to see him bravely taking on Metal Sonic, sacrificing himself to protect his king and his country. So it's because of this history, it's because we've seen this character going on this journey of life for all these years, that made this moment just so important and so impactful. So yeah, I just love the Archie Sonic comics. There are tons of great storylines, but since we only have time for a few, those are the ones I wanted to highlight. Thanks so much for having me on. Toast!
This issue was shocking. When it first dropped, the absolute crazy reactions were insane. I and many other fans couldn't get over it. Antoine was maybe the one person in the Freedom Fighters outside of Sonic that was capable of helping the most during all of this chaos, to holding St. John's court case and providing comfort to his wife when she felt like she had lost her identity. Antoine's injury caused a massive blow to the team, and all while everyone watched as Sally's metallic body helped cause all of it. But of course, Nagus helped in informing Eggman of the convoy as well. As Sonic runs to the hospital, he's running into what feels like enemy territory, what truly feels like the war zone. Well, this issue served as the last time you see Snively before being held prisoner by Eggman via the Sonic Universe arc Scrambled. This was also the last time we'd see Bunny as well, because Bunny feels like she's lost enough and is off to fix it, no matter what the cost. And this news comes to Sonic on a pretty rough day, because while he is upset, Rotor leaves the council due to the decision of Nicole's exile, Tails and Amy break down, and Silver shows up to accuse Antoine of being the true traitor. And oh boy, that's the one thing that Sonic does not take lying down. So Silver's wrong accusation costs him being stuck in this time period, but it's not like Sonic gives a rip. So let's recap while we're here. Eggman now has his roboticizer back and operational due to him altering reality, and also in the Death Egg. Ixis Nagus has now taken the crown, having Jeffrey St. John as his right-hand man, with the duo leading the charge and exiling Nicole. And the icing on the cake is that Sonic's best friend is in a coma, another best friend has went on a self-realization journey, and his girlfriend is working for his biggest enemy as a metallic war machine. Yes, indeed, Sonic needs to thug it out. Everything he's worked for, the freedom that he's fought for, it's all gone. And to tell you the truth, in all of this, Sonic knows that if he just cut loose to get what he wants, he would emerge on top. But what then separates him from being like Scourge? When this Sonic gives up, what else does he have? Well, his friends, of course. Amy and Tails, who have learned the true meaning behind being a freedom fighter, plead to Sonic that he doesn't give up. That even at his lowest, Sonic the Hedgehog does not give up, and that's always been the case. So it's time to shift gears for our heroes. For Sonic, he leads Team Fighters along with Tails and Amy to take the fight to Eggman and to save Sally. And for Rotor, he leads Team Freedom along with Cream, Big, Heavy, and Bomb to protect New Mobotropolis. It's time to crack this Eggman wide open. And the fight is on, taking Sonic across the world following the Death Egg, every village that they get to being under attack from Eggman. Just like the few issues of Sally and Sonic heading across the world, Team Fighters does the same, going from down south with the Wolf Pack to the village where Elias escaped to and deep into the Arctic and the remnants of Albion. And every spot is a direct fight against Sally, with every member getting a taste of her new weaponized form. Every fight is trying to save the people and stop the chaos, the usual hero stuff. But every mission also hurts just a bit more when they don't bring Sally home. But Team Fighters aren't the only ones taking action, as while Team Freedom can defend the kingdom, the background and side stories of these previous issues have seen a new team form. The Secret Freedom Fighters. The team composed of King Elias, Larry Lynx of the Sub-Freedom Fighters, Lyco and Lita of the Wolfpack, Shard the rebuilt Metal Sonic, and Silver the Hedgehog are a secret force in to fight Nagus in the shadows. And they do that in the Sonic Universe arc, Secret Freedom.
Oh, it's so good, but I can't talk about it.
But just know that this mission was done with a deal for Harvey Who to help Silver discover who the traitor is amongst the Freedom Fighters.
Oh, I wonder who it is!
The mission also proved to be a major thorn in Nagus' side because he's been coming apart at the seams due to the voices of his previous masters in his head. But the people are starting to see the cracks for him because they're beginning to look to the heroes for help instead of the king, even bringing Nicole out of exile. This prompts Nagus to find some control and possesses Jeffrey after St. John begins to side with the people instead of the king. So the kingdom at home is definitely in no short supply of interesting things happening, but the craziest stuff happens when we see the return of a fan favorite to the main series, Knuckles. Yeah, remember him? The guy that stole half of the spotlight for a majority of the series? We haven't seen him in a hot minute due to him having quite a bit to think about. From dealing with his team, his guilt, and just being the Guardian, he's kinda had a lot to do. And when Eggman makes his way through Albion, along with an emergency distress call to Knuckles, he joins Team Fighters who have crashed right into an Echidna civil war, essentially. Metal Knuckles and Lee and Da have occupied Albion to get more Legionnaires, which is obviously a big problem to everyone involved because these people are all that remain of the Echidna clan. So when Knuckles joins Sonic, Amy, and Tails as they've been knocked out by an EMP, they're all confused when there's no longer Echidnas around. Something is wrong. Very wrong. And the suspicion is found to be justified when Thrash the Devil reveals to have been using the Warp Ring to get rid of the Echidnas, along with Julie Sue and Saffron as well. Thrash claims to have killed the rest of the Echidnas, leaving Knuckles all alone, which none of the heroes take lightly. Thrash is now the enemy, sending Sonic, Knuckles, Amy, and Tails into a massive fight against Thrash and his Devil Dogs. Thrash finds justification for his actions by claiming that the Echidnas caused the Devil Dogs to become mutated like this generations ago, and that Thrash wanted Knuckles to feel what he felt. The cycle of violence was chosen to continue. So Knuckles is going to get in every punch that he can to the man that stole his family and the love of his life. But what's worse to be thrown in the mix? A virus-infested Metal Knuckles seeking revenge on Sonic. So Knuckles follows Thrash while Team Fighters handles Metal Knuckles. Shard even shows up to take down the Behemoth, and with the help of the Devil Dogs, the team proves victorious. But not Knuckles. Across every warp, every punch, the reality remains the same. Not a single word, just hit after hit after hit. And Knuckles even discovers another Tasmanian devil that remains with personality. Thrash's genocide is filled with lies. Because what if there truly are more than just this one person? But Thrash gets away, leaving Knuckles on his floating island. And as the Chaotix return, Knuckles drops to his knees in rage. While he's surrounded by his friends, which are basically his family, Knuckles is truly all alone. Endangered Species is rough to read, because Knuckles was once someone who had found everything and is now dealing with everything slipping away. It's just like he was at the beginning of the series for him. Knuckles got everything he asked for, every question answered, but nothing he wanted. But in all this tirade, Sonic still marches forward to get Sally, knowing that once he saves Sally, he can help Knuckles. And so Team Fighters makes it to the Arctic Tundra to catch the Death Egg refueling. This is their moment to get in the base. They charge in with the help of the Arctic Freedom Fighters and making great progress until stopped by Silver the Hedgehog. He comes to help because he believes Sally is the traitor of the Freedom Fighters, but he's here to help and not destroy her. So the team marches forward in trying to save Sally and Silver's future, dealing with egg bosses and mechs to the left and right until they meet with Sally. One Eggman Superbot is one issue, but at Home of New Mobotropolis, Nicole's return is interrupted by the nanites being obstructed by a seemingly non-threatening robot. But that turns into a massive threat for Team Freedom when Tails Doll becomes the EXE demon that everyone thought him to be.
Creepypasta writers were rolling in their graves with this one, I won't even lie.
But there's some hope for Sonic's team, as Silver stops Sally right before she blasts Sonic, seemingly saving him. So Sally has been stopped. It's now time to get her home. But wait, why is the world becoming white? Sonic knows this feeling a bit too well, with Sonic finally gaining consciousness back in Green Hill Zone again. Deja vu hits hard, but this time it's not Genesis. This is Worlds Collide.
And with that, not only does the modern era of Archie Sonic end, but the entire pre-reboot continuity ends just as well. Kind of. I've already made a video talking about the Sonic and Mega Man crossover that covers it in a lot of detail, so just go and watch that after you watch this one, because you should totally finish this one first, and then go to the next one. Okay, thanks. It's a massive 12-issue event that literally changed everything for the entire series, and it is super interesting.
Because this entire plot is Mega Man and Super Sonic having to fix the reality from another Genesis wave. How did Mega Man get involved? Sonic resetting the last Genesis wave sent it to Wily. Then Eggman and Wily made their own zone, only for the universe to reset. But before we get to discussing that, we gotta talk about this era. And what better way to start than with the art, because man, oh man, does it get good. Ben Bates and Jamal Peppers joined the crew as new artists, and their pencils are absolutely wonderful. Also, Stephen Butler joined back to be a regular as well, because Tracy Yardley moved over to be putting in the work on Sonic Universe, and there's just never an issue that misses art-wise in this whole era. Literally the one section where I don't have a single criticism of this art, because it is genuinely super consistent. But let's take a little detour into collector territory for anyone that's interested, because I know if you're like me and still collect this, I know you're desperately trying to find anything. In terms of this era, you run into the same problem as the last one, where there's kind of some stuff that's collected in trades and just kind of not. The Sonic Saga series helps collect issues 160 to 194, there are Sonic Universe trades that collect the first 8 arcs, and then the Sonic and Mega Man crossover got 3 trades and 1 singular omnibus, but good luck getting that one for cheap. Above all else, you can at least get Sonic Genesis in paperback or hardback, so rejoice. You can actually get a lot of good stuff if you are A, lucky, and B, willing to cough up the cash. Godspeed, collectors. In terms of characters, let's talk about Nagus and Jeffrey and how much I hate their stupid guts. Man, I still hate Jeffrey St. John. Like, we've always seen St. John and have reasonably been at odds with him for some reason, and I've always just chalked it up to him being unlikable. But now I hate him because he's a bum. He's a liar, he's a fraud, he reasonably gathered a team together because he didn't care if they died, then actually got feelings and is now suffering the consequences for being an atrocious person. Everything about him feels so disingenuous that it's kind of unreal. I have no pity for him when he feels stressed about not getting Sally back. But in all of this, I think that Jeffrey being framed as a double agent and giving us reason to not like him is a good call and I think fits really well. Yes, I am actually a little sad when he's possessed, but I think that putting the blame on St. John for so much is a really interesting thing to do, and I feel like he would have gotten some form of redemption. But speaking of someone who would not be getting redemption, let's talk about Ixis Nagas. Someone who hasn't been threatening in over 120 issues finally pulls up and gosh, you just don't like him at all. But also that's the point. That's good. Using Nagas as this manipulator and using a deal from so long ago to turn him into the city's savior during a time of unrest is a really neat concept, and he feels like a threat the entire time. So many of these issues will have you pulling your hair in frustration at some of these characters and how they should obviously not trust Nagas, but he's in this for the long game and will do what it takes to have control. I'm clapping, getting excited about this. I love Nagas in this stretch because he is a good villain. And that's saying something because we've had two major baddies outside of Eggman post issue 200, and I can say that Nagas is a lot more effective than the Iron Queen any day. The Iron Queen is not a bad villain at all, but I just think that Nagas got after his goals a lot quicker instead of just repeating the same thing and failing like the Iron Queen. But bye-bye, Regina, I like this little goblin a lot more. And speaking of characters that I like, let's talk about some favorites. Monkey Khan was obviously the other half of the Iron Dominion side of this world, and they turned Monkey Khan from a forgettable side character into one of my favorite originals for this world. He becomes an awesome rival and has genuine growth that shows he is literally a different character by the end of the Iron Dominion saga. And I think his story ends perfectly here. I know that there were other Khans mentioned during the adventure, but him being this king trying to maintain peace for the kingdom is a really good way to end it, I think. And in terms of characters that aren't fleshly, I love Nicole and Shard in this era as well. I won't touch on Shard as much here because he gets more time in Sonic Universe, but seeing him try to reconcile with Sonic and try to be more than just his programming is really touching. But he also gets along with Nicole, who understands trying to find normalcy after being used for evil. Nicole's arc in this era is awesome, as she proves herself of being a freedom fighter and helps in ways that literally none of the others can. And when tensions are high because of Nagas, she does whatever she needs to do to help. But we see her actually develop emotions and feel things like loss and stress and anger. It's a concept that we've seen with lots of other medias of AI gaining human emotion, but all Nicole has done is try to protect her people and her friends and is running the same race as any of the other freedom fighters on her team have ran. She kind of caught me by surprise with how much I enjoyed her stuff. And finally, Silver, who gets good love in this series and in Sonic Universe as well, so we'll definitely be hearing about him more. I remember making a video where I referred to Silver as naive in Sonic 06, and that was a quality that I didn't find very enticing about him. But despite that, I was wrong. Silver is my favorite character in this franchise, and I think it's because Silver is naive. Due to his situation and all of his knowledge just being ruins, he goes off what he thinks is right at first and then proceeds to get humbled when trying to do his mission. But further on down the road, Silver learns what it's like to be an actual hero. He's learning what it's like to find other options than just the one solution of destroying to get what he wants. And that's what makes him feel relatable, I think. I love the journey that you see him go on, and then he helps succeed in saving Sonic from the true traitor. Because Sonic's story is far from done, let me tell you. And we've seen the perfect Sonic in all of this. He's heroic, he's strong, and he's cocky enough to think that what he says is the best idea. I just love every interaction he has in these issues. But some of you argue that in his lowest moments that he isn't being himself, that Sonic would be encouraged on his own. Well, why can't we explore Sonic needing help from the people that he's helped in the past? To me, Sonic is strong on his own, but we have seen time and time again that Sonic's strongest moments are when he asks for help. That doesn't mean he's less powerful, that just means he's strong enough to know where he needs a hand. Sonic gives the confidence and hope that he always has an abundance of, and people feel that. And not every Sonic is like that, but that's the beauty of a different format. I just love this Sonic at the end of the day, and that's all I care about. I probably sounded a broken record at this point. You should probably get over that. And this Sonic takes on a lot of wins and losses during all of this, and even has to deal with reality being shifted. And can we talk about how crazy the Genesis wave is? Eggman got so upset with not winning that he risked the entire fabric of reality to beat Sonic, and he still lost. We see that even in Genesis, that this version of the world cannot take it. So Eggman decides to do it again with Mega Man's world involved now. So now Sonic and Mega Man both have to fix this thing. And when it comes down to the two of them fixing it, well...
Eggman, cut it out, you nut! You're gonna mess me up!
If I can't have the universe my way, then you won't have it at all!
Oh man, it's this or nothing. Chaos Control!
No, you don't! Fire! That doesn't look right.
Oh, for the love of... Eggman, what did you do? What did you...
Sonic wakes up on the ground in Mobotropolis after resetting the universe to find himself in a heated battle against Tails' doll with the help of the actual Tails. But weren't he along with Silver and Amy about to get Mecha Sally home? This Tails doll was sent to attack the kingdom that Nagus had taken control of. But wait, Nagus is okay? Where's St. John? Nagus demands that Nicole hurry on the super ring that he needs, and when he gets angry with Nicole, he gets flashed with memories of a world that is not like the one that they're in. Nagus flees, tossing Nicole's handheld at the ground right in the heated battle that Sonic Tails are in. But when Tails finds the handheld, he gets these visions as well. But one thing at a time. They have a Tails doll they need to stop. So after taking down the monster, Tails and Nicole deduce that they need to find the Freedom Fighters to truly see what's going on. The first Genesis wave took its toll, as we've seen from not just people like Nagus, but the entirety of the universe messing up. It really messed things up. Because now Sonic is dealing with two separate sets of memories where similar things happen differently. Like seeing Eggman's takeover but with a very different King Acorn. It's kind of a culture shock. But now Sonic and Tails are off to discover what this world has in store and find the Freedom Fighters.
Like I stated previously, this reboot served as the way to get rid of all of the characters that Archie now didn't properly own. There was even some rewrites of a few characters before the Genesis wave even hit. Though repeating what I said in the Mega Man and Sonic video, reboots are supposed to serve as a jumping off point for new readers to get into without having to know the previous context of before the reboot. And that doesn't happen here at all. So much of this first story arc is so dependent of understanding of what happened before the crossover event. Like at least 13 to 14 issues prior to the crossover is what you need to know for these emotional beats to actually settle in. But what does this first arc actually entail of?
Oh, and just a quick side note before getting into this main stuff, Sonic Universe played a much greater role in this era than the previous one. So just like last time, I'm going to briefly mention what happened, but you have to read both at the same time if you want to get the full effect of some of these stories. Okay, just wanted to make sure we're all on the same page. Well, just like Sonic and Tails exploring this new world, so is Eggman, who finds himself with a much different set of forces, now being labeled as the Egg Army with Egg Bosses. Now both sides of the party are trying to get a clue on what this world is like, because some memories are starting to run together between the games and what happened in the previous world, which makes this journey a bit harder. But running into their old friends, that's the fun part. Like seeing Big in the Mystic Ruins and finding Rotor work on the new Sky Patrol ship, but not every reunion goes the same way. There's so much new mixed in with the old that it's a little overwhelming. Because people like Rotor are still in shock after learning their new memories, and he was still active in the old world. But imagine when characters like Antoine remember his coma, Bunny remembers herself leaving, and Sally remembers the pain that she caused her friends. It's a lot to take in. This journey across the world to find the Freedom Fighters brings them all together, and at a perfect time as well. Because while Sonic and Tails have gone to many lengths to find their friends, Eggman had been scraping by to make it back home to the Death Egg. And after Nicole's systems are fixed, her and Eggman come to realize what is truly going on. The Genesis wave didn't just rewrite a single planet, it rewrote the multiverse itself. And the planet is seeing the consequences, having tremors and weird substances coming from it that Sonic accidentally took a breath of. The world isn't just majorly affected, it's breaking apart. So in case you didn't pick up on it, Sonic and the Freedom Fighters now are the same group with the addition of Big and Cream. Eggman has a whole army across the world but still flies in the Death Egg, and this world has redone familiar faces like King Acorn, Uncle Chuck, and even Mutsky. It also consists of a world where the locations are primarily based on the games, and a little of Sad AM, with a lot of the game's stories being mentioned to be common knowledge to the main cast. While it's nothing crazy, it's still pretty different. But everybody that we've known that were original to before the reboot are completely gone. Scourge, St. John, Monkey Khan, Elias, Fiona Fox, the Iron Queen, Leon Da, Mina Mongoose, all of them and their subplots will never be seen again. I truly wonder how the team felt to leave some of them behind after setting up stories down the line. But for characters like Sonic, some of them are becoming nothing more than distant memories slowly but surely. Not that that'll be too much of a problem though, because this entire plot of the world breaking apart will keep Sonic pretty busy due to this specific event turning the comic into adapting one of Sonic's biggest adventures in the games, Sonic Unleashed. Yeah, I didn't know if the world breaking apart was obvious, but now Sonic has to get the world back to normal somehow during the chaos of it breaking apart and disrupting the lives of everyone. It's not just an effort of the Freedom Fighters, but Gunn and even Eggman as well. And the best case to figure that out is Eggman finding a certain professor who deals with the ancient history that tells of a being that will destroy and reform the world, which happens to be a certain Professor Pickle who Uncle Chuck is with. Sonic and the Freedom Fighters save the two scientists from the Bullet Station Bullet Train, my beloved! And they learn that they need to find these Gaia Temples and the Chaos Emeralds to stop Eggman from putting his hands on how the world gets put back together. A globetrotting adventure for our heroes to stop Eggman is honestly a perfect start to this reboot, despite what I feel about how it handles the previous continuity. But not all is simple, as monsters start appearing at night as well, so a lot of questions are yet to be answered. And every stop is more different than the last, like the underwater temple guarded by Razor, Pearly, and Coral the Priestess. Underwater, oh no! They find the temple that they need and stop the recent night monsters with the help of Chaos and Tikal. I know, I finally learned to pronounce her name! But now the Freedom Fighters have a new ability to discover the Gaia Temples and have gotten an emerald to start off their journey to fix the world. Because all of them want to protect this world, not just because it's new and they have to fix this mess, but it's places like the ones the heroes visit that make it so worth it. But what happens when our main hero has difficulties of his own during all of this? Because that gunk that Sonic breathed in while saving Chuck and Mutsky, yeah, it's been making Sonic act a little funny. And when being on a mission joined by Mighty and Ray, Sonic unleashes what that dark substance is capable of. In Sonic's highest stress moments, he becomes a beastly werehog that gives Mighty a run for his money. The only way to calm him down is with the help of Amy and Sally setting him straight, reminding him of who he really is. The inspirational hero that all of his friends would fight for, just like he fights for them. Whatever the skunk is, it is something that needs to be controlled, and Sonic isn't continuing the journey until he does. Which Sonic isn't used to. He's a spirit that has no bounds, so having to get used to a power is not something that he's used to. It's honestly a very interesting struggle to see Sonic in.
Also know that in Sonic Universe before this, Knuckles and the Chaotix found a Chaos Emerald and a guy named Chip, and he doesn't seem that important.
So Sonic is out finding his control while the Freedom Fighters continue their search. And while the mission fails while Sonic gets a grip on this new form, it begins to bum everyone out. This new world and how the Freedom Fighters operate is very different, but Sally has felt all it has been is just loss. Sonic doesn't let this slide, encouraging them to not give up and to not let Eggman getting a singular win let them down. Because they'll definitely be able to get these emeralds like they've done before. And sometimes they've got to go to weird places, like a casino, to fight people. Because this next big arc takes some old characters from Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog to see our cast in an adaptation of Sonic the Fighters.
Up to now, none of the pre-reboot stuff has stuck out a ton to me. But to be honest, when I first read this, and every reread that I have alongside of it, I definitely find myself getting a big smile on my face when I read this 4-issue arc. It's just so charming.
Sonic, Tails, and Amy become contestants in this massive tournament that's being held by ex-Eggman ally Breezy. Along with them, Team Hooligan, Espio, and famous fashion designer Honey the Cat join the fray as well. But who could forget Knuckles, who is bringing along Chip to find the Master Emerald shards after Knuckles busted it up in Sonic Universe. So now that the fighters are here, let the games begin. And let me tell you, it's a heck of a show. The fights are really shown with this balance of seriousness and comedy that makes you feel like how Sonic the Fighters did with how goofy that it is. Seeing Amy freak out and Espio get tricked by Bean is countered by Tails getting upset with Honey and the absolute throwdown that Knuckles gives Bark. It's just really fun and doesn't take itself too seriously during a saga that is literally world-ending. It almost feels like the charm from the classic era in some regards, especially when you see different characters from around the world that watch the fights. But amongst all the charm is also heartfelt moments like Sonic comforting Tails as the independent hero that he truly is. And just like usual, he's just one small part in another scheme to get a Chaos Emerald. And each fight becomes more entertaining than the last, all leading to the last fight of Sonic versus Knuckles. This is exactly what the villains wanted, a trap to get Sonic out of the way so the villains can get the emerald. I mean, from the beginning of Casino Park, it was revealed that it was set right before Sonic Heroes and given to Breezy by Neo Metal Sonic. This place started off as bad news, but now the Hooligans are set to take the emerald until Metal Sonic, ironically enough, makes his return, only to be stopped by Tails. This whole coming full circle moment was so cool to see. So now that the Freedom Fighters have the emerald, they get Knuckles and Chip and head back to Sky Patrol. And yes, Chip is just kind of introduced here as the Light Gaia and explained to be the key to helping save the world. Chip being just shoehorned into the main series and being introduced to Sonic like this is honestly super lame, especially considering the connection that the two have in the games. While Chip is a creature that is astounded by the world, just having the two meet after not seeing him for a few issues just feels a bit lazy. Like, cool, having Knuckles and Chip meet first is totally fine, but this was just so insignificant to me when reading. The entire dynamic will surely be explored, but I'm just confused as to why this was the introduction. Regardless of how I feel about this one specific scene at the very end, the entire Fighters arc was my favorite part of the reboot thus far. I think the biggest compliment that I can give is how fun that it feels. The cast is well balanced, which is something that Flynn has been praised for doing in the past, and it stands true here. For a game that doesn't have a ton of plot, I think this was a well done execution that paid homage to the source material. Very quick fights met with a Metal Sonic fight at the end. I also just love Breezy being the callback here, because this links adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog to this world and giving our trio of badniks a nice spot in this new world.
While there have been some dramatic moments in the reboot era, the stakes just do not seem as high as they used to be. I think that this is a far cry from the dramatic tales that we're used to in previous eras.
And that may have been due to the world now being closer to the games, the tone would naturally shift towards the games as well. While we have seen threats up to this point, it doesn't feel like the world is still in danger in this specific arc, which can feel a little odd to some readers. There are moments that make you feel like you're being taken out of the drama that is the entire world being shattered, which I guess to a point Sonic Unleashed doesn't make you feel stressed all the time either. While I love the focus on a detour like this and makes the adventure feel a bit more lighthearted, I get where people could have a problem with this. Regardless, I'd still say it's my favorite story in the reboot era. Chip and Sonic are finally together to get the world back together. All they have to do is get the Sun and Moon medals, or in this case keys, to save the world.
I just know that some of you Unleashed fans got some PTSD from that line.
This part of the comic feels like the Unleashed aspect comes into full swing with having to collect items, fight off the night monsters, and Sonic's nightly transformations. It just so happens that Knuckles is looking for the Master Emerald and Eggman is looking for more answers about the Shattered World at Lost Hex. And all of this is relevant as we head directly into the second Mega Man and Sonic crossover, Worlds Unite.
The first Sonic and Mega Man crossover did pretty well critically and financially. It was a no-brainer to do it again, but there were a few caveats that made it different than the first one. I'm also not going to be talking about this crossover because I'm going to save it for another video, yet again. I will have a field day talking about you another day.
The second crossover takes place in these specific worlds instead of a Genesis wave making two different worlds. So this crossover flawlessly takes place after issue 272 of Sonic and issue 49 of Mega Man. Some highlights are Sonic and Mega Man fight again, but they're evil now. The Deadly Six are here, Shadow literally dies, and Chip isn't here one single bit. Oh, and instead of Chaos Control fixing everything, there's some time travel stuff that kills Sigma, and everything is erased like it never happened. Well, now that a literal multiversal ending event happened, we now enter the second half of the Shattered World Crisis, which really does shift the focus into feeling like Sonic Unleashed. It's traveling the world, gathering the Gaia Keys, meeting new friends, and seeing different cultures. Old friends like Dulcie and new foes like the Egg Bosses are all prevalent in this journey. Some hit close to home, while some are new and fresh faces. It makes Chip's journey to see the world that he's supposed to restore seem more real. While yes, the story is about Sonic and how he helped save the world, Unleashed is also about Chip and seeing the beauty of this planet and seeing through its restoration. And Chip experienced it differently in the games, having this more innocent view that ended up meshing with his actual powers. He felt a sense of duty to do it. Here, Chip was aware of his mission, but grew to understand the importance of saving this world in a different way through seeing how much everyone was willing to fight for it. He also lended a hand a bit more in the comic than in the games. But part of the reason that Chip wanted to help was seeing the impact of someone like Sonic. It's almost like Gaia saw Sonic worthy as someone who is a true hero to the planet, someone who also cares just as much about restoration. And now that all of the heroes are ready with the Chaos Emerald and Gaia Keys, it's time to fix the planet. But just as the Freedom Fighters have gathered their allies, Eggman gathers his as well, leading to the 4-part finale of Archie's Sonic the Hedgehog.
The fact that I said that out loud is just a little bit weird.
When the Freedom Fighters are prepping their celebration of getting the world back together, it's found to be premature when a massive coordinated attack happens for Eggman to get a hold of Chip. The Battlebird Armada attacks Sky Patrol, with the birds blasting the exterior and sending in troops to infiltrate the base. Tailsdoll put Phage into Nicole's system so the job can be made easier as well. And all of this happens while the Hooligans and Witch Carters take on General and King Acorn and Castle Acorn to acquire the Chaos Emeralds and the Gaia Keys. Sally fights Speedy, Nicole goes into her overclocked form to fight Phage, General fights Metal Sonic, and the Battlebirds press on against Sonic, Antoine, and Bunny. And while the heroes are great at getting out of a pinch, they fail in protecting Chip and he's taken by the Battlebirds. As Sky Patrol falls, a desperate Sonic tries to go after Chip, but the damage to Sky Patrol is too severe, even seeing Nicole have to sacrifice a good chunk of her programming to do it. Sky Patrol is down, the Acorn Kingdom is in chaos, and Eggman has the Chaos Emeralds and Gaia Keys, along with the Gaia Sage to help him use the Dark Gaia energy as fuel. And now with the Chaos Emerald in his possession, he now has the Gaia Colossus under his control as well. The world is completely at stake. Eggman has the biggest advantages he's ever had. The heroes have to give everything to stop the Doctor and his scheme, or else the world is completely his. So it's time to give it their all as they fly towards the Colossus. The Freedom Fighters versus Eggman and his army. It's do or die. Every badnik and machine that Eggman has is being used to take them on, and the Freedom Fighters aren't backing down. Sky Patrol is shot down, Sally can't shut down the spire that consumes the energy, and all of the Dark Gaia energy is now being sent directly into the worst possible scenario, Dark Gaia itself. And while Chip is set to fight it, he's definitely not complaining about the assistance from Supersonic. Every shot is stronger than the last, a true battle of gods as Supersonic helps Chip brawl against Dark Gaia. It's a truly legendary match, with Sonic using his top speeds to save his friends from getting hit by a blast that even affects him in this state. The speed of the super form mixed with the strength of the Colossus combined to fully defeat Dark Gaia, letting Chip fulfill his goal. But now that the mission is complete, Chip's powers are depleted, and he can't stick around to celebrate any longer, saying goodbye to his friends and going back into the Earth just like where he started.
While this issue marked the end of the Reboot Archie Sonic stories and the Sonic Unleashed story arc, this was not the end of the series.
The final 3 issues of the main series show adaptations of Sonic 1, 2, and CD to see how this new world saw the events of the games happen. There was also the small mini-series Mega Drive, which was to celebrate the 25th anniversary of the franchise. They're all fun classic adventures of Sonic taking on Robotnik with the help of his friends, but neither one got an ending, as issue 290 marked the very last issue of Archie Sonic the Hedgehog run, concluding 23 years of publication.
It's truly poetic that the series itself ended almost the same way that it started, with Robotnik himself putting little animals inside of robots and being stopped by the Knothole Freedom Fighters. To conclude at a time like this almost seemed a bit too fitting. So let's say hasta la vista, mister, one last time.
Of course, there were more issues planned, as you can find the covers and some pencils for future issues of the main series in Sonic Universe as well. The main series would have gone on to see the Freedom Fighters split up into their own little adventures in introducing characters like Null, who looks like Mephiles, and Cortez, who was supposed to be a rival to Antoine. There were also plans to have a Sega Sonic-focused issue, along with majorly a lot of unused ideas that would have been an Archie version of the Metal Virus saga. Heck, there was even a third Sonic and Mega Man crossover discussed. There was still a lot of potential despite the series being cancelled, and you can find a lot of this revealed from interviews and some of the artists and writers dropping little slivers of info onto the internet. Cancellation was a shame, because you could see that the team still had new ideas that they wanted to do.
But one of the most perplexing things about this entire cancellation is that you can't just chalk it up just to one reason. Some chalk it up to finances, some chalk it up to branding, some chalk it up to internal issues. It's hard to ignore that this comic during its last few years of publication was not without its drama. Archie may have just wanted to shift their focus over to Riverdale, or it may have been a huge financial issue following the second crossover and all the licensing fees that they had to get. The biggest shame about this whole ordeal is that you really can't just point your finger at one thing or just blame one thing to say why this exact thing happened. And this reboot had so much potential up to this point, but what about what we had seen earlier?
To tell you the truth, while I think the reboot era is not as good as the era that came before it, I'd say that it's still better than the classic era for me. And like the classic era, there are some things that I'm mixed on. I feel like time would have helped me get more solid opinions on the reboot, but this is the era of the comic that I've definitely read the least. Regardless, I still have a few thoughts that I've always felt even when the comic was releasing monthly. The approach starting off is, like previously stated, a little weird. There are so many stakes that are gotten rid of fairly quickly, and it's all dependent on you knowing what happened prior to the crossover. Take Sally for example. She's shaken up from learning everything that she had done as Mecha Sally and quickly shakes it off, but it never comes up again. Which makes sense, they're trying to move away from this specific world, but the stakes like the Freedom Fighters forgetting the original world is gone so quickly and just never mentioned again. It's something that bothered me for a really long time. It isn't made any better by the few moments that feel repeated for the Freedom Fighters and certain subplots that they've already dealt with previously, like Bunny's mechanical limbs, Sally's mother, and Rotor's familial ties. You could chalk it up to them getting messed up versions and everything meshing together that makes it complicated, but I could never wipe that one critique from my head. Or of course you could also just chalk it up to legal issues, you know. But that's one of my biggest problems with the reboot as a whole. That and just a few forgettable stories. While the overarching story across the entire reboot was cool, I truly don't think it needed to be as long as it was, especially the second half of getting the Gaia keys. It really felt like you were trying to get every Sun and Moon medal with a few of those stories because it was a bit of a slog. It also felt weird because of my earlier criticism of Sonic and Chip not meeting until halfway through the story. It's neat in concept to see the shattered globe affecting as many aspects of the world as it did, but there was some execution that I think could have landed a bit better. But no matter what I think about the story, this era is also pretty consistent art-wise, and there are some really good artists that made their debut here. Evan Stanley, Tyson Hess, and Bryce Adam Thomas are big names nowadays, but this was big for their debut into the franchise. One artist that I wish stuck around more to do work nowadays is Diana Skelly, because some of her art is so expressive and balances Sonic's more cartoony side with some dynamic panels. I really love the art during this era and can say it's all pretty good. While the pencils were always pretty good, the colors are interesting because Sonic turned a lot more light blue in this era, which is really fascinating. But what would wrapping up a section be if not speaking to my beautiful physical media collectors? The crimes done to you are unforgivable. If you're wanting to seek out this era, there's some good news and bad news. You can get a lot of cool stuff with the Sonic Super Digest that included a lot of the Sonic comic origin stories for this new world, but there are only 4 trade paperbacks that include this new stuff, and then 3 volumes for the second Sonic and Mega Man crossover. So there's not as much to gather, but I know your wallet will be thanking you. You can get all of this new art and new world to put up on your shelf. And the art is complemented all by the new designs for the characters. Some of the redesigns are pretty good, like for Sally and Rotor, while it's kind of hard to beat Antoine and Bunny's pre-reboot designs. Nicole's design is just as good in both, so it's a legitimate toss-up. Getting the designs to feel more like the games were pretty cool, and I do love the combination of keeping their identities while keeping it simple. None of these designs are horribly offensive, so I don't see why some people want to sit and argue about it. To be fair, this is the franchise where people will argue about an inch or two of quill length on Sonic, so maybe I shouldn't be too surprised. With bringing up the Freedom Fighters, all of them were definitely the focus for this era, and they were just a joy to read. While going on missions and splitting up, getting different dynamics and team-ups, it was also endearing because it felt like the Freedom Fighters went back to their roots. The Freedom Fighters felt like a family again, like right out of the early classic era where all of the Freedom Fighters were involved and did missions together. It was probably to make up for all of the bad things they did to the Freedom Fighters last era. Oh no! But seeing them team up, care for one another, talk out their problems, laugh together, eat together, celebrate and cry together, the connection between the Freedom Fighters is still strong and a genuine highlight during this era. That also may be because the dialogue and the interactions between characters felt a lot more fun than in previous eras. That's also just a tone thing, because there are definitely more lighthearted moments than what was going on before the crossover. Which, so many of these characters are great to read in this era as well. With Mighty being my favorite, I like the Hooligans, Sally, Amy, Cream, my boy Big. This was the era where simplicity was its trump card, because I just enjoyed all of these characters and I had no notes other than just enjoying what I thought were some of these characters at their best. But what would be a discussion of characters without bringing up Sonic? And let me repeat myself for the billionth time in this video that I love this version of Sonic! Sonic dealing with the emotional moments of seeing his friends restored to their healthier and normal selves, dealing with controlling his werehog form, and also just being the fun hero that everyone can count on is what is so spectacular for this whole era. And I know I've spoken highly about Sonic this whole time, even saying and understanding that he's had low moments in the series, but I don't think that Sonic as a hero has been anything less than perfect. But above being a hero, Sonic is also a friend.
There's one thing that I feel about as a writer and as a creative, and that's the thing that I just don't feel like I can vocalize the way that I feel about certain pieces of art. Art is supposed to bring out emotion, and for a character that I have been fond of for so long, I have a lot of strong emotions, particularly about this comic and its specific telling about Sonic. But to a point, I think that there are people that can explain Sonic's character better than I can. Just ask some of the other creators in this video. I think they've done a fantastic job of vocalizing that. The way they describe it and go about it, I think is very unique in their explanation, and I think definitely stands out. And I think for me, when I think of Sonic, it's just in its simplest forms, the way that Sonic makes me feel. And to be a broken record, Sonic makes me feel free.
Sonic's heroism inspires a true freedom that I think is rare amongst modern media icons, and I think that this comic makes that so clear in a way that the games can't even do. Because Sonic impacts so many people in this comic, just from the short time they've known him or from the longest friends that he's had. Even people like Chip see that. A literal planetary deity that is set to restore the world commends Sonic for wanting to help the world. Because while Chip compliments all of the people that he met, he tells Sonic how he'll be with him always, as a part of the Earth that he treads, a part of the planet that Sonic has committed to keeping free.
I guess you're right. Thanks. Bring it in, guys. Chip may be sleeping, but we're definitely still up. And we're just in time for the best sunrise the world's ever seen.
So a lot of you know how the story goes. Archie Comics concluded back in 2016, IDW picked up the license, and then Sonic the Hedgehog from IDW Publishing started just 2 years later.
April 4th, 2018, the first issue of Sonic the Hedgehog was released to the world, and as of 2025, the series is closing in on 100 issues. This series picks up following the events of Sonic Forces, focused directly on the game world and had its own set of original characters. If fans get into the Sonic comics, you definitely hear their thoughts about how they feel about the differences between Archie and IDW. And while IDW is good, and I'm glad people are getting into the series, I believe that a lot of the original characters don't have as much impact as Archie does, but that could also change with time. In terms of story, there are so many good plot lines that come from the series, and I think that's due to Ian Flynn becoming the writer for the IDW comics as well, along with Evan Stanley, who also became one of the writers. It's really great to see that a lot of the crew that worked so hard on the Archie comics ended up sticking around for this new age of Sonic.
But what would have happened if the comic didn't end? What would have happened if the comic didn't even reboot? I know that there's a few plot points that you could think of that would be talked about and used, but there's just a few things that I would have wanted to have seen if the comic never had been rebooted in the first place.
While the pre-reboot continuity already had a lot of plans according to Ian Flynn, like saying how the team would have de-roboticized Sally around issue 250 and how some things would have started picking up for them, there are a lot of other plot threads that I would have loved to have seen get explored. So let me just shoot off some to you. Hope reconnects with the Kingdom of Acorn. Let's let Hope come back and return to Uncle Chuck and improve relations with the Overlanders. Knuckles fights Thrash and Dr. Finidivus. Knuckles losing everything and feeling so responsible for the state of the Echidnas would have been really interesting to explore, and that fight against Thrash and Finidivus would have been so satisfying. The Dark Legion saved and living in Albion. I think at some point it would have made sense for the true Echidna homeland to have all of the Echidnas in one place, so if the Dark Legion turned good, they would have all went there. Dimitri is destroyed. Dimitri being destroyed would be a great sign that this would be a new step for the Echidnas by literally getting rid of the symbol of the times that had passed. But also Dimitri is still around at 25 and 30 years later, so I'm kind of 50-50 on this plotline. One more fight with the Suppression Squad. Miles hyping up this massive plan would have been cool to see, and I would have loved to have seen an anti-Tails versus Sonic fight that mirrors the fight that both Prime versions had in House of Cards. Scourge and the Destructix plan. One of, if not the biggest erased plotlines, was the potential return of Scourge. Don't know what that could have been, but I think it would have been wild. Snively imprisoned by New Mobotropolis. While it is poetic justice that Snively is not just emotionally and mentally captive, but now physically captive from Eggman is great, but I think that the Kingdom of Acorn having him would also fit as well. St. John sacrifices himself to stop Nagus. St. John had small moments of not being the worst person ever, so I think it would have been fitting to have him sacrifice himself to stop Nagus as his sense of redeeming himself. Elias returns as king. Elias returning as king should be the endgame of the series before Sonic takes over in the 25 years later story. I think that's just kind of obvious. Mogul discovers the Time Stones. While Mogul sits in his little passive-aggressive casino, I'd be interested to know how he discovers the Time Stones and his connection to Silver. Bunny becomes legionized to get her body back. This plotline is what I definitely thought would have made sense to Bunny's character to feel powerful again, especially after her final lines before heading back to her uncle. I think her search for power would have made her some form of an antagonist for a little bit, passing the torch from Sally to Bunny until they all got back together. Antoine wakes up to help save Bunny. Antoine was bound to wake up, and I think an idea of Bunny turning evil would be solved if Antoine was involved. Supersonic, Turbo Tails, and Super Knuckles get rid of the Legion's tech. I think just how Turbo Tails knew how to bring together all of the Chaos Emeralds, one of the last fights should totally have seen Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles using their super forms to rid the Legionizing from the world. Especially because early on in the series, Sonic, Tails, and Knuckles were set up to be the champions of this planet. King Max should die. My man's has one foot in the grave, and I think his death should just happen. Not in a mean way, but for the fact that he has to die at some point. Eggman dies for real in the final Death Egg battle. The games would never be able to do this, but I think that this specific universe has the capability of killing off Eggman for good. It's happened once before, and I just think one final battle would have been legendary to see. I would have probably been pleased with whatever direction the pre-reboot went, but even if it went to 400 issues, I would have wanted to see something like this if I got to tell some part of the story. And some of these were seemingly obvious to happen, while others were just things that I kind of wanted. I'm curious to hear if any of you other diehard Archie Sonic fans had some ideas as well.
Even if the idea is bad, let the world know. I just sat here and told you guys about my fan fiction ideas for like 5 minutes.
One of the last things that I really wanted to talk about before concluding was some of the stories that I would recommend to new or old Sonic fans to read across the series here or there. Because while I definitely cannot recommend every single aspect of this series and every part of this series, I can without a doubt say that a new or old or even non-Sonic fan would have a story in this series that they would probably enjoy.
And yes, I'd recommend stories from every single era, because I think that there is something good from every single era, despite what the haters want to tell you.
If you're looking to find some of that classic Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog or Sat AM type of fun, then the gag era is perfect for you. The first 20 issues are 100% a Saturday morning cartoon type of feel. While I'm not super fond of that style, there is a lot of beauty in that simplicity that I think that some people would enjoy. If you're looking for something a bit more serious, then I would highly recommend trying out the Mecha Madness special and the Sonic CD adaptation. And this one's controversial, but I would also say check out Endgame. I think it's pretty cool. I would also recommend the Tales miniseries. It's a little bit more fun than the rest of these stories, but kind of give it a shot. The last story that I recommend for the classic era is the Nagas trilogy, because while I do think that the World Tour is good, I think that it is a bit much to recommend, so I only say just try out the 3 issues with Sonic and Tails fighting Nagas.
Now for the Adventure era, which is the harder one to recommend. I'd say check out Rise of the Eggman, which is issue 72 to 76, because you can see Eggman returning and a lot of cool stuff with that. But there are some issues prior that do some setup that is really cool, and there's a few issues after, but you know, you only have to read those 4 issues. And while some people don't like it as an adaptation, I would recommend the Sonic Adventure adaptation if you want to see that explore Knuckles a little bit more and thought you were missing that in the game. Even if you kind of have some mixed feelings about how Archie handles Knuckles, I would still recommend it. I think it's a lot of fun, along with the Sonic Super Special that also finishes the story, because you just wouldn't see the rest of it. It's not perfect in its entirety, but I still think it's a fun read. And finally, you should check out issues 86 and 87, which follows up the Sonic Adventure story with the Heart of the Hedgehog, the Sonic Adventure 2 adaptation in issue 97, and then Return to Angel Island. It's just perfect. The modern era is really hard to recommend because I want you to read every single issue that it put out, because it's gold. But if I must, I guess I can narrow it down and tell you what is priority 1. Order from Chaos, Rise of the Eggman Empire, Enter Jack Reborn, A Bold New Mobius, and Bringing Down the Eggman Empire will get you to issue 200. And those are all bangers. If you aren't hooked by then, and you don't want to read the Iron Dominion saga, then by all means, just go read Rise of King Nagas, the Genesis arc, and finish issue 231. If you aren't hooked by then just stop there. You've already disappointed me.
Now the Reboot era, our final stop. While the first Mega Man and Sonic crossover is technically the bridge between the eras, I'm gonna put it in here because it's just beautiful and I've gotta recommend it somewhere.
But I'm also biased because I'm a big fan of both series, Sustained Overruled.
Then in the actual Reboot, I recommend Countdown to Chaos, Champions, and then to finish off with Panic in the Sky. There's a little bit of something for everybody here.
And I mean everyone. So why did I just sit here for a few hours and talk about this comic and explain the story for a few hours? I know that there's some people that look at videos of this size and just see surface level reading and then just a little bit about an opinion, and that's not their thing, and that's totally understandable. But I think to get to the root of why I think that this story is so misunderstood, you have to look at everything. And I mean everything. I mean, it's a comic that's becoming more out of print by the day, and for new fans, they see this part of the series and get a little overwhelmed.
On the surface, for some of the parts of the series that delve into some really weird and disgusting topics, I 100% get that you'd be turned off, don't get me wrong. But I believe that a lot of these story elements, the inconsistent art, and the real-life consequences overshadow the parts of the series that stand atop as some of this franchise's best moments. We can't ignore what has gone wrong, but we can look forward and genuinely see a series improve over time to see people that love and care for this character to take the reins and make something incredible. I would rather have people that work on Sonic now actually enjoy the character than have people that are just there because it's Sonic. The classic era is this sign of growing pains because there was actual care at the beginning. You could tell how much fun the team had in the gag era, and then they attempted to shift to be more dramatic, and that shift was a little rough. But there were still compelling moments that you could see in all of that. Sally dealing with the struggle of not being a leader was a long subplot that occurred fairly early on and wasn't resolved until like 100 issues later because her character was butchered, but you could still see the makings of what I think is compelling to her. Then Sally ended up becoming a super capable leader until she herself became the villain. And that's what made it so gut-wrenching, is seeing that struggle and her finally getting her identity back, only for it to get stolen. I think it's a product of Sally's character being understood and seeing why she's an interesting character, not just a damsel in distress. And yes, that's me complimenting not just Flynn, but earlier writers as well. The adventure era became one of the messes that people saw and instantly rejected it, and I truly don't blame them. I felt that so many stories were made because Sonic was just slapped on the cover, but there was no actual substance. They just assumed you were committed and would pick up the same issue. It's crazy that one of the best moments in this era is when everyone thought that Sonic was dead from sacrificing himself, but that's also because that would be something that Sonic would do. There are moments like this that confuse readers because this writing is fire, but then you have moments like the slap that just turn you right back off. And no one knew what to do with any of the characters, so you made the main group and characters insufferable for the sake of drama. Sonic being a player isn't an interesting development. Sonic helping Knuckles get his island back is. Bunny crying over Antoine isn't interesting. Bunny dealing with her metallic body and finding confidence in that form is. And don't even get me started on how you're supposed to like every single echidna introduced to Knuckles. Not every one of them is bad, but I have little to no reason to enjoy them, so people enjoy Knuckles a lot less in this series because of that. Also, one more time, Sonic Hitler is truly deplorable and someone should have been punched for this. The Archie Sonic comics were such a hit due to fans resonating with them while waiting for a new game to come out. It was the perfect Sonic fix month to month that pleased old and new fans, yeah, but also felt like it grew with the reader. And you could see that growth, even in its metaphorical, awkward teen years. The biggest misunderstanding to Archie Sonic is the inconsistency, because you have to look through the crazy and weird to find what makes these characters truly shine. And I don't blame people for being turned off, because who wants to work to find something enjoyable? This Sonic lasted for a long time, and it took him making the worst mistakes to come back up on top. Behind the games, it is the longest running version of Sonic we have ever had, and he has been through it. Because he was pushed truly to his limits, but that's something Sonic doesn't even have. He got back up and he became the hero that we all know and love, the Sonic that gives the world courage and hope and the strength to keep going. A Sonic that inspires the people of Mobius and the people who hold his stories in their hands. And yes, he gets back up, that's what heroes do. But Archie Sonic on multiple occasions represents that he is also in constant need of adventure, living by what he thinks is right despite the consequences. And that has given people hope. Even the writers know that, with Carl Bollers describing the comic with saying, Sonic carries a message of hope that many of today's comics have forgotten. This Sonic still has those traits that we know him to have, and confuses me that when you look at his best moments that this is the black sheep of Sonic in its entirety to some people. Some of his best qualities shine the most here. I have repeated my love of this Sonic so much to just drive home that he is the reason that this comic is worth the time. This Sonic, along with the Freedom Fighters, are an enjoyable family that balance each other out that I love to see. It's a group of kids that were sent to fight an adult's war and have had the biggest of victories and losses. This Eggman is truly an evil madman, but also has a level of respect for Sonic to break him, making this dynamic always incredible to read. Some of the best fights in this series are Sonic and Eggman. This Knuckles is the perfect rival of Sonic and is trying to focus on his duties while also making something different than the path that was put before him. He fought long and hard to change these strong traditions, only to now deal with the guilt of his own losses. It's a world full of characters where they don't always win, and that's something that we don't see with Sonic a whole lot. I don't think that seeing a character like Sonic struggle detracts from what makes his most prominent character traits so evident. Growing up, I would reread these stories, and it took me a long time to understand why I fell in love so much with this version. This is the Sonic that I love because he makes me and everyone else around him feel free. He always has and always will.
I get the impression that people have over the Archie Sonic comics. And don't get me wrong, I understand every single bit of criticism that you have for it. Memes and internet culture have had so many critics talk so much about it. But if your only criticism is just to be negative, that's not real criticism.
So do I recommend reading the series as a whole?
Not necessarily. I mean, give it a shot if you want, if you really want to see the curve of improvement, but this is like 500 issues worth of stuff, and I still have Sonic Universe I gotta cover in another video. It's just a lot to take in if you're a first-time reader and are wanting to dive in head first. But I think that if you go in with an open mind, that you will leave knowing that there are moments in this series that truly stick out in the general scheme of the franchise, in a really good way.
This is the biggest project I have ever done, and will probably ever do. So the very least you can do is please like this video.
Please, I'm begging. Liking it is free and makes me feel validated for working on this for the past 9 months. I know you all have been very curious to know why I've been working on this for so long, and I just want to know that this was worth it. I would also like to thank every creator, voice actor, artist, editor, whatever role that you had in this, stage crew, my wife for literally watching me make this script for 9 months. I cannot give you any more thanks than I can with just words. You all have no idea how much this comic has meant to me over my life, and making this video was literally a dream come true. I truly could not have done this without anybody's help or involvement. I could not have done this by myself, is what I'm saying. Also, a huge thanks to the blog Thanks Ken Penders, which is a girl named Bobby who was writing her journey of talking about the Sonic comics, and she had a reading order that made me not lose my mind, and I followed it like every day when I was writing this script. So thank you so much for that. I actually don't know her, but I do know that without that blog, I would have been very lost. The blog and all creators will be mentioned in the description, so please, please, please go check them out. They are all awesome. From the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for watching this video and for just making it this far. I know so much about this comic, maybe a little bit too much about this comic, so thank you guys so much for giving me a platform to be able to talk about it like this. Trust me, we are far from over with having videos like this on the channel. I promise that the next one just won't be as long as this one. I just kind of love Sonic, good or bad, and regardless of how misunderstood a part of it is. Remember that you're loved, and thank you so much for watching. And that's it.